Welcome back, APUSH students. This is an entire marathon, all 41 chapters of the American Pageant. Basically, it's all of my videos that I've produced for APUSH, all in one, just combined. I just took all the files and just threw them into one jumbled, long, I don't even know what this is, like 8 hours or something like that. So, if you actually want to watch this, I recommend just, laying on your pillow and just putting it on. Maybe you want to play a specific era of a specific unit or something and just listen to it through. Maybe you throw it on in the car. Maybe you just have it on in the background while you're doing homework, just so you can kind of hear random APUSH stuff getting thrown out while you're just sitting in your room. I don't know, but it's a very long video. I don't know if anyone's actually going to watch this, but I just thought it would be cool to put everything into a long marathon. So do what you want with it. I think it would be cool just to listen to when you're studying for the test. I know that I'm releasing this on Thursday. I think that's when I'm going to put this out, which is the day before the test. So if you just want to go home and relax and just throw this on while you're just laying on your bed and reflecting on the year or something, I don't know. But I just thought it would be cool. So if you are listening to this as you're going to bed the night before your test, good luck to you on the test. And I hope everyone does well. And if anyone is insane enough to sit down and watch this entire video, just eyes staring at the screen, taking in all the content at once, you're actually a legend. So if you do that, I don't even know what to say. But yeah, I just thought it'd be cool. So here's an entire marathon if you choose to watch it. Yo, APUSH students, welcome to Chapter 1 of the American Pageant, titled New World Beginnings. If you aren't using the pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to go over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes as well. The first term is the Incas and Aztecs. These were the first Native American peoples who really thrived on the New World, which is obviously the Western Hemisphere. And this was between 1300 and 1600. They formed some of the first extremely complex and great civilizations in the Americas, and they were the basis of further civilizations. They were successful because of three-sister farming, a farming technique which produced maize, which is just corn, squash, and beans. And this produced a rich diet that was able to feed the mass populations like the Creek, the Choctaw, and Cherokee. The way that Native American labor worked was on plantations, which became basically the basis of all labor systems in the West. As you can see, plantations outlined became the basis of the New World's economy. Next is the Columbian Exchange. This is the transfer of goods between the New World and the Old World. So obviously the West is going to be the Western Hemisphere, and the Old World is the Eastern Hemisphere. And this was the first time that goods became transferring through each world, which I'll get into even more. This connected the New World and the Old World for the first time, which gave each world access to new products, which was a good economic opportunity, but also, don't forget, there were negative effects like disease and, of course, battles over the New World. So the Treaty of Tordesillas, I think it's pronounced, which is a treaty that gave Spain control of the New World. This isn't all too important because Spain didn't hold the New World for very long. But it allowed Spain to invade the New World. The Spanish instituted the encomienda system, which is really important, so know this one. This was the giving of Indians as property to colonists, which was basically just the first forms of slavery in the New World. And it allowed the colonists to take control over the native people and use them for their benefit. So it created that power structure almost immediately. And this is the Noche Triste, which is just when the Aztecs kind of attacked the Spanish, or the natives fighting back against the Spanish invaders. And this was kind of like a last effort attack. They ended up losing, so they fell to the Spanish a year after this battle. These are the conquistadors. This is really good evidence for essays in this time period. These are people, typically lower class Spaniards, joining the Spanish conquerors' armies, and they were really important in taking over the New World. This is capitalism. You should know what capitalism is. It's just an economic system based on free markets and what we have in the West today. This isn't really too important for evidence or essays, but it's there. And it shaped the world economy, made the general population more wealthy than from the old feudal system. Mestizos are people of mixed Native American and European heritage, and they were a unique population that actually thrived in Mexico due to its diversity. The Battle of Acoma was a battle between Spaniards and Native Indians. The outcome of this battle led to the establishment of New Mexico, which still exists in the United States today. This is Pope's Rebellion, a Native American uprising in 1680 in New Mexico, and it showed kind of a reversal of how, the Spanish were treating the Native Americans bad, and the Native Americans fought back. So it shows how they are basically at complete opposing poles now. They are contrasting each other. They are not kind of on the same team. The last term is the Black Legend, which is a concept that says that the Spanish conquerors only did bad things. This is not entirely true, as it's important to understand that the Spanish conquerors built a great empire in the Americas, and they built the Western Hemisphere to a point where the Native Americans had never been able to get to. So it's important to understand the nuance with the Black Legend. It's not all bad, or it's not all good, but there's good and bad relationship. That's a wrap. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 2 of the American Pageant, titled The Planting of English America. If you aren't using the pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to go over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes as well. First is the Protestant Reformation, a Christian Reformation movement. It's separated from the Roman Catholic Church, which was a typically Eastern thing. This was significant because it became the dominant religion of England, which rivaled Catholic Spain, and this dispute spilled into conflict in America between Old World and New World, which is a huge theme of the early American period. Elizabeth I was the Queen of England, and she broke with the Roman Catholic Church, so this was kind of supporting the Protestant Reformation. And yeah, this influenced explorers of America to be more ambitious and encouraged them to fight against the Catholics, which was Spain. This is Roanoke Island. This was the first English colonization effort actually on the continent. This was in an island right off of North Carolina. It was a major failure, and there's actually interesting stories behind it about how it was lost and never found, but it failed. That's the part that you need to know. Spanish Armada was a large and strong fleet of Spanish ships, and they were totally destroyed by England, and this was the first event kind of sowing the seeds of the Spanish imperial failure at the hands of the British Empire. Next is the Joint Stock Company, a company owned by shareholders where people would invest into a company, and this was really key for colonization efforts because people would pool their money and fund colonization efforts, what really helped speed up the process of colonization on the East Coast by England. Virginia Company was a huge, important example of the joint stock companies. They were massively successful for the colonists, and they planted the seeds for England's huge, successful American nation. This is a charter. This was a document guaranteeing rights for English colonists. This kind of comes up later with the American Revolution, but basically England granted colonists rights as Englishmen, and it encouraged more people to leave to America because they weren't worried about their rights as Englishmen, but also presented a conflict, like I said, during the American Revolution. This is Jamestown, a city in Virginia founded early on in the colonization efforts. It was the first city established by the English colonization efforts of America. Lord de la Warre's Irish tactics, these were just military tactics that really ambushed your opponent, and these were successful for the colonists defending themselves against the American Indians, but also fighting back and gaining more territory, early signs pushing west. These are the First and Second Anglo-Powhatan Wars. These are 2 wars fought between the Virginia colonies and the American Indians. It established the ideology of the Virginia colonists and the American Indians, and just colonists and the American Indians as a whole, that they could not coexist, and they would each battle each other. This is big for evidence talking about colonial versus American Indian relationships. This is Pocahontas. This is an American Indian daughter of Indian chief Powhatan. She served as kind of a common ground, like a messenger between the colonists and the American Indians, stood as a symbol of peace, even though, of course, it never really worked out in the end. These are the 3 Ds: disease, disorganization, and disposability. This is important for talking about the future of American Indians because these things really plagued the American Indians as a whole. Tobacco, everyone knows what that is. Nicotine-rich American plant. It was a huge cash crop for places like Jamestown and Virginia, and they became the basis of the economy, actually, and they saved everyone from going poor and broke and starving. The House of Burgesses was an assembly authorized by the Virginia Company. This is kind of called the Virginia House of Burgesses. And they established a new precedent that allowed settlers to establish a government, which led to many mini-governments being formed, which, of course, this is another thing that can be projected forward into the American Revolution. The Act of Toleration was an act passed in Maryland in 1649 by the local representative assembly, protecting the Catholics. These provided protection for Catholics and Protestants so that they could kind of coexist with each other, but it restricted religious freedom for everyone else. So it was a good law in terms of Christian relations, but not totally for all religions, and it also made Maryland a heavily Catholic state. Barbados slave codes. These are codes that define legal status for slaves in 1661. This is important when you're talking about African American rights in the New World. This gave masters complete control over their slaves, which of course led to the booming of the slave industry and the plantation industry. Yamamese Indians was a coastal Indian tribe in South Carolina. They were defeated, which led to kind of the domino effect of all Native American tribes being wiped out in the South, giving complete land control where they could establish more plantations. The Iroquois Confederacy was a league of 5 American Indian tribes in the Mohawk Valley. They were the dominating American Indian tribe as a whole that gave refuge to many escapees of defeated tribes. They were powerful enough to engage in economic activities with the colonies, so the Iroquois Confederacy was the first American Indian nation that was capable of coexisting with the colonists without being run over. That's a wrap. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 3 of the American Pageant, titled Settling the Northern Colonies. First is Calvinism, a theological system that believes all people are created to have certain outcomes decided by God, and this shaped the character and thought of the future generations of Americans, specifically the Northern Puritans. Predestination is a more specific definition of Calvinism, which is that there's an outcome decided for a person, what they're going to end up in the afterlife right when they're born. And this is the basis of the important theological system, Calvinism. Puritans were people who wanted to separate from the Catholic Church, wanted to finish Protestant Reformation. They believed in the predestination, the Calvinism stuff. They set the culture for English Americans for future generations. Again, this is specifically New England. Mostly New England, but it bleeds down. Visible saints were people who Puritans allowed church membership. Their intertwining with other people involved with the English church angered dedicated Puritans who wanted to separate off from the English church completely. So the visible saints were more Catholic connected. So this shows that if the Puritans are mad at people who are already in their church, this kind of shows the extension of Puritan beliefs, how radical they are. Separatists are a group of dedicated Puritan people. They led the movement to separate completely from the Church of England by fleeing to America. They came from England, so this is important to show that the motivation for people settling, leaving England for the colonies, is largely based on religion. So get that. That's important. The Mayflower Compact was an agreement amongst the Pilgrims to establish a government. This set a precedent for future governments and constitutions in America. It basically set kind of a principle that the settlers were allowed to make their own government, which is another thing that came up during the American Revolution. Massachusetts Bay Colony was a large settlement of Puritans. Obviously, it became Massachusetts. The success of this colony contributed to the Great English Migration, which was people from England leaving to America, and also the success of the colony based a lot in Puritanism, basically advocated almost for the extension of Puritan beliefs, so they used that to their advantage. City upon a hill was an idea that Massachusetts was a symbol for humanity, another kind of thing supporting Puritanism. If Puritanism works in Massachusetts, then Puritanism can work everywhere. This idea helped the colonists in Massachusetts band together, which influenced the rest of the colonies in America. Massachusetts became the first of many successful colonies, of course. Protestant ethic was an idea that said to be good was to be committed and engage in a society in a serious manner, in a serious way, committed to community, Puritan beliefs. The rules of ethics established influenced social relations in the colony both positively and negatively, as well as helped the colony early on, as everyone took work and life very seriously. So they worked hard, took care of others, and that's why the colony succeeded. Anne Hutchinson was a Bostonian woman who was banished by the Puritans. She went against their codes of ethic, their beliefs. So she left, and because of her defiance of religion and moral norms, led to a wave of antinomianism, which was a movement that defied against the Puritans, and they kind of settled down south, almost southern New England. And antinomianism, like I kind of already said, separation from moral and of religious norms, and these people who were banished by the Puritans for their different religious beliefs settled in, like I said, southern New England, like Rhode Island. Fundamental Orders was a document establishing government in Connecticut. You can see more colonial governments being established. It was thought of as a modern constitution. The president set in this document helped form Connecticut's state constitution as well as the principles of democracy. So this is really important for connecting across time periods. Principles from this document are still principles today. Massasoit was a captain of the Wampanoag tribe. He signed a peace treaty with the Pilgrims, but these peaceful relations were destroyed pretty quickly by more English settlers. So this can be used as evidence towards the fact that even when American Indians and colonists tried to make peace, there was never an option for them to coexist. It always ended with war and battle. The Pequot War was a war between the Pequot tribe and settlers in Connecticut. The massacre that ended the Pequot tribe ignited decades of unrest between American Indians and Puritans. They hated each other even more after this. King Philip's War was a war between Alliance Indian tribes and many frontier Puritan cities and settlements. This was also called the Metacom's War, so if you see that, it's referring to this. And this is a pretty big war. The result of this war wiped out many Puritan people and slowed the western expansion of the English, and further ignited the anger between both sides. It left New England, the New England Indians in ruins, just effects from the battle. So this kind of blew up everything and was really bad and reset a lot of progress. The New England Confederation was a union between 4 colonies in New England. The union helped each colony survive better by aiding each other with defense, intercolonial issues, and resources. It was purely Puritan. This was the first evidence of multiple colonies kind of banding together as a whole. The Dominion of New England was royal authority over New England from London, so this set back colonial governments because even though it aided the colonies in defense, it gave Lincoln more authority over the colonies, which started the legacy issues of the American Revolution. Navigation laws that restricted colonial trade with other countries, made settlers in New England very mad because Britain kind of gave themselves monopoly over the colonists, and this kind of started the colonists defying Britain in any way they can because they didn't like this. Salutary neglect. This is British authorities relaxing on their law enforcement. So what you'll hear a lot is the era of salutary neglect, which is an extended time period in which Britain didn't really exert total control over the colonies. So this improved relations at the time, but because colonists began to appreciate the salutary neglect, they used it. So then when Britain took it back later, that was another spark for the American Revolution. New Netherlands was a Dutch settlement off the Hudson River. Their settlement of the land planted the seeds for the richest city in modern America, New York. We all know it. Quakers and William Penn, these are people who defied traditional religious authority. This is kind of connecting to what Anne Hutchinson did. Quakers is something that you're going to need to keep in mind. You can use this in a ton of essays going down the road. They led to a movement consisting of many young people with different ideas than the norms and formed their own colony in Pennsylvania. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 4 of the American Pageant, titled American Life in the 17th Century. If you aren't using the pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes as well. First is indentured servants. These are people who volunteered years of labor to masters for something in return later on. Usually this was in the form of like a house or freedom or something like that. This labor fueled the successful tobacco economy in the Chesapeake colonies, which are kind of like the middle/southern colonies. The headright system was a system where people would pay for indentured servants to come to the Americas in exchange for land from the landowners who wanted the indentured servants. This exploded the wealth of masters who owned a ton of land and real estate because of the headright system, which they would just pay for people to come over and they just gain a ton of land. Bacon's Rebellion was a small rebellion in Virginia that was mildly successful. Even though it's just mildly successful, though, it is really good for evidence in your essays. It ignited the anger in the vastly populous group of poor freemen in Virginia, which led to the rich seeking less rebellious labor in Africa. This is a huge turning point right here, because indentured servants and poor people who worked for masters, they were getting super distressed, and they were causing unrest, and they were starting to fight back, and the masters didn't like this, and they were like, let's go get people who wouldn't fight back like this, and that, of course, turned into slavery. The Royal African Company was a slave-carrying business, and they took slaves to the colonies over the Middle Passage. When they lost the monopoly in the business, Americans began engaging in the slave trade. The Middle Passage is the route from Africa to the colonies that brought slaves. This was obviously really famous. You should already know what this is. And without this route, the slave trade would not thrive in America. But they had it, so it did. Slave codes / chattel, you don't really need the chattel part, just know the slave codes. These were laws that made black slaves property of their masters for life. These laws ensured the slave system could basically thrive in America indefinitely, as well as setting a long-lasting precedent for race relations in America, where of course you'd have the racial hierarchy of whites and then blacks. The Congregational Church was a form of government based in democracy, ran by the Puritans. This was a great political system which allowed every man to learn and contribute to the politics. It showed the early forms of democracy being successful in the colonies. Jeremiad was a basically form of preaching where preachers would complain and they'd lament people for not being Puritan. And this was really successful because it scared a lot of people into becoming Puritans. And this was a response to basically the waning religious activity that was going on in the colonies at the time. The Halfway Covenant was church membership not fully converting people to Puritans, so this kind of, it gave people political rights that weren't fully Puritan, which violated the view of the Puritans, but it also helped get more people into the church, which solved the problem, like I said at the time, of waning religious activity. The Salem witch trials were, this is famous, everyone should know this, when 20 people were put to death for supposed witch activities. In terms of the APUSH context, it symbolized a larger scale issue of religious divide in New England between Puritans and Yankees. The Yankees were the kind of colonists who were separate from Puritanism. They were just focused on the bag, on money, not on religion. Liza's Rebellion was a merchant rebellion in New York against rich landowners. This has more kind of philosophical importance, I guess, when it comes to APUSH. It shows something about the American character, that they would not take sort of the economic and societal structures from the old world where you had rich people at the top and poor people at the bottom, and that they would have to have democracy and rights or else people would start fighting back, as shown, obviously, in this rebellion. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching, and I'll hope to see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 5 of the American Pageant, titled Colonial Society on the Eve of Revolution. If you aren't using the pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to go over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes as well. First are the Paxton Boys. These are protests led by Scots-Irish people against oligarchy and colonial control. Many of the people involved in these protests became leading revolutionaries and the future leaders of the United States and the American Revolution as a whole. Jean de Crevecoeur was a French settler in America. He posed a question that created a new American identity, one separate from England. So if you ever get a question talking about American identity, talk about Jean de Crevecoeur. The New York Slave Revolt was a revolt in 1712 claiming both white lives and black lives. It demonstrated the slaves' desire for freedom and how they were oppressed from that freedom, and how they were willing to fight for it. The Stono Slave Revolt, another slave revolt, a revolt in Carolina where slaves tried to march into Spanish Florida. It demonstrated the tight control over slaves that the South had because they wouldn't let them leave. They stopped them very quickly. Triangular trade was a profitable trade route involving 3 areas. You'll see a diagram of this at some point between Africa, the Old World, and the New World. This was an infinitely profitable trade strategy because it just kept going in a cycle, in a triangle, and it made the New England ports rich, the slave traders rich, and the Old World rich. So it just worked for everybody except, of course, the slaves. The Molasses Act was an act passed by Britain limiting colonial trade to France, another act from the British Crown limiting what the colonists can do economically. The Americans' response, which was, of course, as always, to defy the British law, led to the conflict in the American Revolution. You can just loop this in with all the other acts that the colonists rebelled against. Taverns were kind of hangout recreational areas along travel routes, lots of drinking, the colonists loved their beer. And that symbolized democracy and became the hub of political talk and the sharing of revolutionary ideas. So if you ever have anything in your essay about how American Revolution started amongst the colonists, talk about how they convened and conversed politically in taverns. Established churches were Congregational and Anglican churches in America, churches basically with influence from the British. And people in America rejected these churches, which gave England less control over the colonists, because they were already losing control and trying to, of course, gain it back economically, and now they were losing religious control as well. Arminianism was the idea that people were not predestined but could go to heaven if they lead a good life under God. This was a separatism from Puritan beliefs. It rejected the old-time and traditional religious ideas, making a more liberal and progressive outlook in religion. The Great Awakening, not as important as the Second Great Awakening, but it was a revival of religion in America in the 1730s and 40s. It inspired colonists to be more religious and encouraged them to lead a good life under God, regardless of church membership, led to a greater sense of common American identity. It wasn't just Puritans or Catholics, it was just a common American identity of doing good and leading a good life. Jonathan Edwards was a theological preacher who ignited the Great Awakening. He was so talented at speaking and preaching that it was adopted by other people, which just spread the Great Awakening even more and spread American identity even more. Old Lights versus New Lights was a conflict between two groups that disagreed over the Great Awakening. The Old Lights obviously were the old traditionalists, and the New Lights were the people encapsulated by that Great Awakening thought. Their disagreement symbolized how the Great Awakening was a threat to the traditional church and how the church was modernizing into its own American way. Phyllis Wheatley was a formerly enslaved poet brought to Boston and then all the way back to England. She was a symbol for disadvantaged people in America, that they could become successful, but don't get too carried away with this person in like essays and short answers, because still the majority of disadvantaged people were not becoming successful. Poor Richard's Almanac was an almanac written by Ben Franklin. It had tremendous influence on American character, so another thing that you can bring up when talking about American identity in this time is Poor Richard's Almanac. The Zenger trial was when a newspaper printer was brought on trial for criticizing the New York governor. He actually won the trial, which set a precedent in America for freedom of the press and the protection of free and public discussion, basically legalizing truthfulness, even if it offends somebody. And that's a wrap. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 6 of the American Pageant, titled The Duel for North America. If you don't have the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes as well. First is Samuel de Champlain. He was a French soldier who helped colonize New France, which is up towards Canada. He is known as the father of New France. New France was the French colonization efforts in Quebec, which is, in Canada. It was the foundation of modern-day Canada and led to competition with Britain and Spain over North America and the continent as a whole. The beaver trade, this is what supplied the French colonists economically. They sold beaver skins up in Canada to the natives. It was the main attraction for people to immigrate to New France because it was a good economic opportunity for the settlers. Coureurs des Bois, I think it's called, were early colonists of New France who came for the beaver trade specifically. They were some of the first colonists of New France who established the land by giving it names and French culture. Jesuits were French Catholic missionaries in New France. In their efforts to try and convert American Indians to Catholicism, they made important exploration advancements in New France, and they also established kind of the better relations with the Native Americans in comparison to like Spain and the English settlers. New Orleans was a French fortified outpost in Louisiana, so you can see they weren't only up in Canada, but they also tried to get their ways into the modern day United States. It helped to block Spanish people from infiltrating the Gulf of Mexico and protect French imperial efforts, but they eventually lost this. The Treaty of Utrecht was a peace treaty signed in 1713 between Spain, France, and Britain. It signified the British victory in war against Spain and France, their alliance together, and spelled doom to a lot of French settlements. Britain also won some trade rights that created conflict between Spanish and British traders. So you can see how through, diplomacy, Britain was kind of showing that they had the upper hand in this fight for North America. George Washington, everyone knows George Washington, a Virginiaman put in charge of a militia, the George Washington. He was defeated in his efforts to try and take the Ohio River Valley from the French, which angered the French and sparked the French and Indian War. The French and Indian War is a huge kind of event that you can organize your thoughts around, from pre-revolution, post-revolution, the shift from Unit 1 to Unit 2, all that. And of course, the French and Indian War, the Fourth Anglo-French War, the most, I would say, consequential one, you can put it that way. The hostility from this war bled into the 7 Years' War, which was the biggest war the world has ever seen to that point. The 7 Years' War part of it, the more international part away from North America, isn't as important to APUSH. But French and Indian part of it, the fighting on the continent, the New World, that's important. 7 Years' War, the biggest war to its day, sparked by Anglo-French conflict. The amount of French effort poured into the European theater of the war allowed Britain to secure its empire in America. So France was a major player in sort of the international part of the 7 Years' War. So they had to defer a lot of their attention away from colonization efforts, and that allowed Britain to capitalize, gain a lot of land, gain a lot of economic opportunities, and really put themselves ahead of everyone else in terms of the North American continent. The Albany Congress was a 1754 colonial congress in New York with 7 delegates. Its goal was to unite the colonists and help the colonists fight against France, but it only further highlighted the different visions that the British Crown and the colonists had over independence, because they conflicted over how to go about fighting France. Regulars were soldiers of the British Army. They were the forces that helped fight in the French and Indian War. General Edward Braddock, the general of the British Army fighting against the French and Indians, he suffered many defeats, which allowed the French and Indians to gain strength. So the French and Indian War did not start off well for the British colonists. William Pitt was a newly appointed British general of the forces fighting against the French and Indians. He used new and better strategies for fighting, so he won crucial battles in various places, and he kind of turned the tide back in the British favor in the French and Indian War. Battle of Quebec was a battle between British forces and French and Indian forces. The British won, and this was famous and a very consequential battle. The French control over Canada was gone, and it took just 4 years for French power in all of North America to just be completely eradicated, and the British took over the continent. Pontiac's uprising was an Indian uprising in 1763 in the Ohio River Valley. The uprising was brutally defeated and sent a signal to the British that they had to stabilize relations with the American Indians, or else things would turn into chaos in their colonial settlements. This led to conflicts between land-hungry colonists and the British, who wanted to avoid war with the American Indians. This, of course, turns into the Proclamation Line in 1763, because the colonists wanted to spread, but the people in power were like, let's hold on a little bit because it's going to get dangerous, and that's, of course, what happened. Proclamation of 1763, a line drawn to prevent colonists from expanding westward. This is a pretty famous legal document, I guess you can call it. This made the colonists very angry towards the British Crown because they were blocked from expanding, and they really wanted to expand. So they defied they defied the order and tried expanding anyway. This was a sign that British control over the colonists would not go well, because even though they tried to exert their control, the colonists just wouldn't listen. They wanted what was for them, and they didn't care what people said. And that's a wrap. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 7 of the American Pageant, titled The Road to Revolution. If you don't have the American Pageant, it's fine because the content's still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Republicanism is a system of government that encourages individuals to contribute to the common good of society. It was the principle of the New World that directly opposed to European hierarchical systems of power. So republicanism took hold in the colonies, while obviously it didn't take hold in the Old World. Radical Whigs, or British political commentators who feared corruption from monarchies. The ideas spread by the Whigs encouraged the colonists to be very protective over their own liberties and to be alerted to any move made by the British government. So radical Whigs really pushed an agenda that eventually sparked the American Revolution. Mercantilism was the idea that a country's power is measured based on gold and silver. Great Britain really took hold of this idea. This idea made Britain use the colonies for gold and silver, as well as export products to them exclusively. This made it so the colonies would not have a self-sufficient economy. Basically, they ordered so that the colonies could only mine for things like natural resources, metals, raw materials, which they'd sell back to Britain in exchange for food and things that help them survive. So they're basically just using the colonies. So this is not a state that the colonists wanted to be in. They wanted to be self-sufficient. So the whole idea of mercantilism also sparked revolutionary ideas. Navigation laws were laws that gave Britain more control over the colonies' imports and exports. It made Britain more rich off of the colonies' goods and created a money shortage in the colonies. All of this made the colonies more angry over being taken advantage of by Britain. So basically, the colonies couldn't sell and export and import things from anywhere they wanted. It had to be more exclusive with Britain. So this was just more control and angered them more. The Sugar Act raised taxes on colonial sugar. It was the first law passed by Parliament directly raising tax revenue from the colonies, specifically to serve the Crown. The Quartering Act required colonial households to provide for British troops. Before I go on any further, every single act that you see, like tax acts, the Quartering Act, things like that, you don't have to know every single one of them specifically, but you should know at least one of them to use as an evidence when you get the inevitable question about acts that British used to control the colonies. So the Quartering Act required colonial households to provide for British troops. It made the colonists angry that they had to pay for the unjust control being imposed on them. They had to, of course, have house soldiers in their homes. And they were like, why do I have to pay for the people that are controlling me? The stamp tax, tax on paper, all paper documents must be stamped, therefore taxed. It made the colonists very angry, and they started to defy all these laws because they literally had to pay just to use cards, newspapers, anything like that. It was getting, at this point, a little ridiculous. Admiralty courts were courts paid by taxes that did not allow juries or innocent until proven guilty. So it violated the principles that colonists held dearly to them, like Enlightenment principles, which caused the colonies to become convinced that Britain wanted to restrict their liberties. So basically they were paying for courts that they had no standing in at all, no rights in at all. No taxation without representation became one of the most famous principles ever. The idea that Americans had to have seats in Parliament in order for Britain to tax them legally. Without this, the colonists decided that the taxation was robbery, and it denied their right to property. This led to revolutionary consequences when the British didn't allow the colonists to deny being taxed. So this principle really sparked the revolution. The Stamp Act Congress was when 27 delegates from 9 different colonies met to draw up a statement denouncing all these tax legislations from Britain. It was a step towards more intercolonial unity because the colonies were meeting together against Britain, although it took a long time for all the colonies to really band together. Non-importations agreements were colonists boycotting using British goods. It united ordinary colonists who normally would not have participated in these protests. It helped spread anti-British resistance throughout the colonies. So these simple acts where you just didn't use British goods really allowed anyone to contribute in the revolutionary efforts. Sons and Daughters of Liberty, violent colonial protest groups, their willingness to use violence scared British law and tax enforcement. So the British tax laws could not actually affect the colonists because nobody could enforce them. Basically, these Sons and Daughters of Liberty were stronger than the British tax collectors and people like that. The Declaratory Act was Britain declaring that they had a right to enforce anything over the colonies. It clearly states Britain's position that was against the view of the colonies, so the stages were really set for confrontation. The Townshend Acts were duties on various imports to the colonies. These acts inspired the colonists to be more non-compliant, which caused the British to send troops, which led to the Boston Massacre. The Boston Massacre was when, of course, the 11 colonists died when the British troops fired on a chaotic colonial protest. The colonists jumped on the opportunity to spread propaganda through newspapers, pictures, paintings, things like that, against the British Army, which rallied revolutionary spirit even more. Committees of correspondence were small organizations aiming to spread colonial resistance. They evolved into intercolonial organizations where every colony had a central committee where they would share ideas and spread dissent against the British. So basically, every colony had a hub where they would just hate on Britain. The Boston Tea Party, another famous event when colonists dumped British tea into the Boston harbor. Conveniently, since everybody drank tea, tea leaves became a symbol of revolution. The British government cracked down even harder. So this is another example of these resistance efforts, just making it easier for any colonist to contribute to these efforts just by dumping their tea. Intolerable acts were various laws deemed intolerable by the colonists. In an effort to control the colonists and squash rebellion, they only inspired more revolutionary thoughts. Quebec Act was Britain resolving what to do with French Canadians. They gave them land accompanied by various orders. Each facet of the Quebec Act angered every subgroup of colonists, not just in Massachusetts, but in all 13 colonies, which made more of the colonial population have dissent towards Britain. So basically, it's just a pattern of every act Britain tried to pass, the colonists just didn't like it. The First Continental Congress was a meeting of 12 of the 13 colonies in Philadelphia to discuss how to resolve colonial grievances. John Adams was successful in swaying the Congress to adopt a more revolutionary course of actions towards resolving their grievances, because remember that you'll probably hear this a lot in your APUSH classes, that the colonists weren't fully embracing revolution even during the war. So this was just pushing them closer and closer to actual revolution, which essentially established an intercolonial sponsor of revolution. The association, a boycott against all British goods. The association became a symbol of whether you were a colonial supporter or a British supporter. The British supporters were called loyalists. Lexington and Concord was the first battle of the American Revolution. It started the American Revolutionary War. Valley Forge was a colonial fort in Pennsylvania. The troops there were undersupplied, freezing, and dying. The weakness put on display at places like Valley Forge inspired the alliance with France. So things like this, where the colonial army was inexperienced and struggling, they have pushed the colonists closer and closer to allying with France during the war. Militia versus regulars. Militia were trained and regulars were not. Many of the colonial troops were just considered regulars. The regulars were trained, which added to the army. Camp followers, women who helped the army, so women really got involved in the war efforts. They helped to assist the troops who were not being sufficiently supplied at their camps. Baron von Steuben was a German drill master who came to America and trained all those colonial regulars. He helped the front lines of the Continental Army fight better against the highly trained Royal Army. Lord Dunmore's proclamation was a royal governor of Virginia promising American slaves freedom who fought for the British Army. Many blacks escaped from their plantations to join the army, which bolstered the amount of British troops fighting against the colonists. This proclamation is a little overplayed historically. It didn't vastly change, cause all slaves, free blacks to just join Britain. So don't get too caught up on this, but this is an important relationship to see how Britain was offering freedom to fight. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 8 of the American Pageant, titled America Secedes from the Empire. If you don't have the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Second Continental Congress, a meeting of all 13 colonies in Philadelphia. It happened right after Lexington and Concord, remember the first battle of the American Revolution, and the discussions that took place at the Second Continental Congress led to the Americans adopting a real military strategy and a real military full of trained soldiers to fight the British. General George Washington, the George Washington, General of the Colonial Army. His skills in leadership and battle strategy helped the Continental Army win the war. He eventually became, of course, the first president. Battle of Bunker Hill, a battle at Breed's Hill in Boston where the Continental Army slaughtered many British soldiers, a big victory for the colonists. Following this battle, all hopes of reconciliation with Britain was lost, and this key colonial victory further influenced France to get involved by allying with the colonials. Olive Branch Petition, American petition declaring their loyalty to Britain. Britain rejected this petition, which officially marked the colonies to be in a state of rebellion. So basically, up until this point, the colonists were still hoping at some point of reconciliation with Britain, but when they rejected this petition, it was full-on war. There was no turning back from this point. Hessians were soldiers from other European countries helping Britain. The news of the British seeking help angered the colonists, who felt that this was between only them and the British. Many Hessian soldiers proved to be more interested in money rather than fighting, so a lot of them ended up actually just defecting and just living in the new colonies once they won the war, which was pretty funny. Common Sense, a pamphlet written to influence the colonists, one of the most famous pieces of writing, American writing ever. It was highly influential for convincing the colonists to strive for independence rather than reconciliation. Of course, Common Sense was written by Thomas Paine. Republican government, a form of government where officials are elected based on citizens' consent. It was one of the ideas that was promoted by Common Sense and became the founding ideal for the establishment of the United States. Virtuous citizens are people giving up personal greed for the good of the general population. This ideal is crucial for Republican government and inspired the citizens to establish a virtuous culture for the new country. Declaration of Independence, of course, an official document outlining reasons for independence from Great Britain. The document officially cemented the colonists' desire for independence, and the principles outlined in the writing became the basis of the future of the country. It also inspired further revolutions around the world, specifically the French Revolution. Loyalists, colonists loyal to Britain. They provided another battle for the Patriots along with the British Army. So not only did the Patriots have to fight, of course, the soldiers from Britain, but they had people within the colonies who did not support the revolution. Patriots were colonists loyal to the American rebels. Outright independence, Patriots were actually a minority. They had to not only fight the British Army, but they had to fight the uphill battle of getting more and more colonists on their side. Abigail Adams, John Adams' wife, an early women's rights activist, she wrote letters to her husband outlining the importance of women in the revolution and how they should be given more rights. These Abigail Adams letters, you might actually read a few of them in your classes. Battle of Saratoga, a key battle won by Americans in New York. This is a huge piece of evidence in any type of writing you're going to do. It was significant in reviving the American army and made it possible for the Americans to receive aid from France. So basically, one of the narratives that you'll learn in your classes is that this battle finally encouraged France to officially ally with the American rebels. Model Treaty, a treaty that restricted the Americans' relationship with France to purely commercial interests. It set a precedent in America that was revolutionary democratic that helped to ensure peace between nations. So this goes along with what you'll hear later at the end of George Washington's presidency, that they don't want to have alliances with other countries, just in terms of economic interests is okay, but not formal alliances. Joseph Brant, Mohawk chief who sided with the British. With the help of the British, his forces waged war against the frontier. Treaty of Fort Stanwix, treaty between American Indians and the United States in 1784. This was the result of the American Indian tribes siding with the British. They had to give up most of their land in defeat. So not only did the British lose, but the American Indians lost at the end of the war. Privateers, legalized pirates who were sent out by the Americans to rob British ships. They were able to capture gold, disrupt British shipping lines, and raise the American morale by securing victories. So they caused some havoc in the Atlantic Ocean. They even forced British merchants to want the Parliament to actually end the war because of this. Yorktown, battle in Virginia where the Americans and French defeated the British. The battle was a disaster for the British and was the first point where people started to think the British would lose the war. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 9 of the American Pageant, titled The Confederation and the Constitution. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Articles of Confederation, the first draft of the written Constitution adopted in 1781. It established how the centralized government in America would act after America became independent from Britain. It proved to not work, the stepping stone to the Constitution. So the Articles of Confederation, you'll talk about this a lot, had many weaknesses that were addressed by the eventual ratification of the Constitution. The Northwest Territory, area below the Great Lakes but northeast of the Kentucky and Virginia region. Congress' way of handling how the territory would be controlled symbolizes the democratic wisdom of the early American government. Citizens who bought the land funded the government's debt. So basically the government took this land and didn't control it for themselves, but they offered to sell it at discounted prices to citizens to really settle the land, but also provide land for people who needed it. The Northwest Ordinance, laws that explained how the Northwest Territories would be handled. It was a fair way to handle the new territory that was essential to avoid future conflict. This was one of the only really good things that happened under the Articles of Confederation. Federalism, an idea of strong central government and local government. It was one of the principles of the ratification of the Constitution and how the government would move forward. Separation of powers, separating government into 3 different categories. It prevented one body of government getting too powerful, helped to keep power in check. So this was, of course, the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch. Land Ordinance of 1785 established how the Northwest Territory should be handled economically. It was important to help repay the national debt and control land expansion. Shays' Rebellion was a rebellion among poor farmers in Massachusetts against the government. This rebellion really highlighted the economic struggles that took hold amongst the people after separating from Britain. Basically, all these poor farmers rebelled against the government because they were trying to increase taxes in order to pay off all their war debts. And this rebellion resisted those tax collecting efforts, and it really showed the weakness of the Articles of Confederation because they didn't have any real national strength to fight against these citizens who were basically just avoiding taxes. Virginia Plan was a plan for government proposed by Virginia. Proposing a bicameral government based on population was good for solving the issue of population in relation to representation. Basically, this plan called to separate the legislative branch into the Senate and the House. Of course, one just equal among each states with 2 senators, and then also representation based on population with the House of Representatives. The New Jersey Plan was a plan offered by New Jersey in response to Virginia. It highlighted the concerns of smaller states and how there is intercolonial conflict because New Jersey, these smaller states, were worried about if you did House of Representatives based on population, that the smaller states would be outnumbered in government, which was true, and it showed the intercolonial conflict between especially big states and small states. The Great Compromise was how the states balanced population size to create the House and Senate. It solved the intercolonial issues between large and small states and led to future success within the government, so the Senate and House model really worked to balance between the states. Common law is not literal but based on precedent. It helped to simplify the Constitution and made it flexible and future-proof. Law was based on cases and opinions that can evolve over time. So instead of writing a million laws into the Constitution, they are able to write principles that would be interpreted by the judicial branch. And as times change and as we modernize, these decisions can be changed and adjust to the times, and that's why we have cases today that are based on previous rulings. Civil law are literal legal codes that defined laws. It contrasted the basis of the American government, significant in many Eastern governments. So this model of having every law written into a specific code is more of an old model of government that didn't really take complete hold in the Americas. 3/5 compromise rule that established a slave as 3/5 of a person in population. It was a compromise among North and South who wanted to balance state influence based on population and size. Anti-Federalists opposed the central government. It represented a group of people, particularly poor, who did not like the idea of central government, and it influenced the addition of the Bill of Rights. Of course, the Bill of Rights were designed to protect people from the power of the central government. The Federalist Papers, Federalists who pushed the idea for central government. It was significant in spreading the ideas of a central government and to ratify the Constitution. You might read Federalist Papers in your classes. Disestablished churches that were de-Anglicanized. It was significant in separating church and state and separating from old British traditions. Virginia Statute of Religious Freedom banned state-supported churches. It helped to separate church and state and promote religious freedom. Civic virtue, good people contributing to the common good. It helped to develop the importance of women and motherhood and encourage people to be virtuous. This eventually evolved into Republican motherhood. Republican motherhood put women in a more notable and important view in society. Highlighting the importance of women encouraged more women to be better homemakers and influences on their children. Women became essential for the future of the nation. So don't get too caught up on Republican motherhood. Obviously, there's still really defined gender roles for women in the home, but Republican motherhood really started to appreciate women's roles in the home, but it would take a long time, of course, to have women's roles evolve outside of the home. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 10 of the American Pageant, titled Launching the New Ship of State. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. First is the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments that outline the rights of the people. It was essential in convincing anti-federalists in ratifying the Constitution, because it showed the anti-federalists that were kind of scared of the power of the central government, that people had rights that protected them from the power of the government. The Enlightenment, the European philosophical movement based on the rights of citizens. Enlightenment thoughts were written throughout the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. So famous Enlightenment era authors like John Locke outline natural rights, social contract, things like that. You'll learn the definition of those terms later on. The President's Cabinet, group of advisors for the President created by George Washington. It set a precedent that evolved into a large group of people that helped the executive branch. So the executive branch wasn't just ruled by just the President, but the President had advisors as well to help him out. Judiciary Act of 1789 created the Supreme Court and other federal district courts. It created a strong legal system that could set legal precedents on cases in the United States, as well as check and balance the legislative and executive bodies with a tactic known as judicial review. Assumption, the idea that the states would give their debt to the national government. This idea would link the states together and was key to the Federalist strategy of creating a strong central government. Tariff, a tax on imports. It was an essential mechanism for funding the government and protecting small companies inside America competing with foreign enterprises. So essentially, the government would tax things getting imported into the country, and that would fund the government's actions, as well as raise the prices on foreign goods so that people would buy American-made goods from American businesses. The excise tax on a few domestic goods, notably whiskey. It was yet another way for the federal government to gain revenue, but angered people who produced the goods. The 10th Amendment, rights not outlined in the Constitution, are given to the states and the people. Access to rights and liberties were given to the people, which ensured that minorities would still retain their basic rights despite the views of the federal government. So it allowed states and localities to protect their people's rights. Necessary and proper clause, the clause that allows Congress to enact anything they deem necessary to carry out its duties. It was an essential precedent that allowed the Federalists to establish the national bank. Basically, it expanded the power of the central government beyond what was literally written in the Constitution. Bank of the United States, Federal Bank of the United States, shared by government and other stockholders. It signified that the Federalists were winning the battle over who was to create the new government and created conflict between rich manufacturers and agricultural societies. So a big centralized government-run bank was something that the Federalists really advocated for in order to regulate and control monetary policy. Whiskey Rebellion, rebellion of country whiskey farmers against taxes. The government repressed it brutally, which highlighted the strength of the new central government, but also angered people who saw the government's actions as tyrannical. So it's kind of ironic that you can see almost the same thing happening when Britain ruled the colonies as what the government is doing to the people in the United States, which is pretty funny. French Revolution, similar to American Revolution, population overthrows their monarchy. Republicans and Federalists divided over whether they should get involved in the revolution, intensified differences. So this was the beginnings of some real foreign policy debates over isolationism versus idealism and what you should support abroad. Neutrality proclamation, the U.S. would remain neutral in the French Revolution. It set an evolving precedent outlined in the Treaty of Paris about American isolationism. As it pertains to foreign policy, this was something that George Washington heavily advocated for himself, about not allying with other countries, remaining just America focused on itself. Treaty of Greenville, treaty between American Indians and the United States. It put the natives and the United States on an unequal playing field, but it helped to protect them against the government dictating their fate. So it wasn't a great deal for the natives, but it protected their independence over governmental action from the United States. Jay's Treaty, John Jay and Britain resolve issues over land. The treaty wasn't very strict on Britain, so it was very unpopular, which made people think the Federalists were being too nice to Britain. This was an event that sparked the Federalist downfall after a beginning string of Federalist presidents. Pinckney's Treaty, treaty between Spain and the United States. It gave the United States land and freedom because Spain didn't want them allying with Britain. Farewell Address, Washington's speech when he retired. He denounced alliances and political parties, which were noble thoughts that helped to keep the United States out of conflict. So you can see the trend of American isolationism, like I mentioned, George Washington supporting isolationism and America first type thinking. John Adams, second president of the United States. He was a Federalist and became the first partisan president, so John Adams was strictly focused on Federalist beliefs. He was not a great compromiser like George Washington was. XYZ affair, France demanded money to allow United States to talk with them. It caused people to be outraged against the French, which garnered support for the Federalists, who were already anti-France. So basically what happened was the United States wanted to send diplomats to France to talk about the French Revolution and other foreign policy issues, but they demanded money in order to speak with them, which was a huge kind of hit at American pride. Convention of 1800, compromise between the United States and France. It ended conflict between France and United States that could have led to an unnecessary war. Alien and Sedition acts that suppressed supporters of the Republican Party. It was a violation of the First Amendment that caused outrage against the Federalists, as people thought they were encroaching on their liberties. So basically, Federalists were mad that people were not supporting them and that their power is beginning to dwindle into the anti-Federalist Democratic Party, or Republican Party, sorry. So they started cracking down on what people could say and how they could criticize the government, which was, of course, very bad. Compact theory, agreement between states and federal government. Precedent that gave power to the states to nullify acts that were unconstitutional became the basis of civil war and secession. So this theory basically stated that states could come together and nullify laws that they felt were unconstitutional or violating their rights from the central government. Virginia and Kentucky resolutions stated that the government's acts were unacceptable. Example of the conflict between states and federal government over balance of power. So these were, of course, over the Alien and Sedition Acts and other Federalist overreaches in the government. Hamiltonian Federalists, the Federalist Party. They supported a strong centralized government and won many political battles, like the establishment of the National Bank. Jeffersonian Republicans, the Republican Party. They gained the moral support of farmers and poor people and were seen as patriots for rights. People that supported the Republicans were known as the common man, which that wasn't a term that was coined until way later on, but that's what you can think of it of. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 11 of the American Pageant, titled The Triumphs and Travails of the American Republic. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. First, the Federalist Party supported strong centralized government. They were empowered to start the new government and made a lot of the policies that helped make the United States an economic power. So a lot of the Hamiltonian ideas, like the National Bank per se, helped America really centralize economic policy and turn around the monetary problem that plagued them during the beginnings of the United States. The Democratic Republican Party opposed centralization from the Federalists. They helped to promote the agrarian society and advocated for the people's rights, like the Bill of Rights, their major accomplishment in the Constitution. They checked and balanced some of the more controlling policies of the Federalists, and overall tried their best to protect American citizens and their rights. Revolution of 1800, when the Democratic Republicans took power, it was the beginning of the end for the Federalist Party and helped to restore virtue and limit the expansion of centralized government power. So when the Federalists got the Constitution signed, really pushed for more and more power, and then you had like the Alien Sedition Acts, things like that really hurt the Federalists, and this is where they're finally taken out of power. Judiciary Act of 1801, Federalists passed a law that created 16 new judges. The Democratic Republicans argue that the Federalists were packing the court with anti-Jeffersonians right before they lost power, which of course was true. Midnight judges, these were the judges that were appointed right before John Adams left office and the Democratic Republicans took over. The midnight judges were anti-Jeffersonian, which established Federalist rule in the judicial branch. Supreme Court justices don't have term limits, they serve forever. So this was the last push for the Federalists to just keep their power before, of course, they lost it. Marbury versus Madison, conflict about who decides constitutionality. This was over the Judge Act with the midnight judges. It established the precedent that the judicial branch has the final say in whether something is constitutional. Judicial review. Judicial review, courts decide constitutionality. The power of the Constitution was given to the courts. Supreme Court was given a lot of power in this case. Basically, they now have the power to decide whether laws passed by the executive or the legislative branch are constitutional and whether they are allowed to go through. Tripolitan War, war between America and African pirates. Victory in the war inspired Jefferson to secure a lot of naval ships to protect America against foreign war. He decided that a stronger navy was necessary for isolationism. So this is where they started to build up some sort of military in the early United States. Haitian Revolution, revolution by slaves in Santo Domingo against French rule. When France lost power over the plantation island of Haiti, they no longer needed Louisiana to supply the island, so it encouraged the Louisiana Purchase. Basically, France didn't need that portion of the United States anymore when they lost Haiti. So this got the ball rolling for Napoleon to eventually sell that land to America. Corps of Discovery, explorers led by Lewis and Clark to traverse the Louisiana Purchase land. The explorers gathered information about the new land, created maps, and they learned a lot about the natives in the area and how to deal with them. Orders in Council, Britain and France closing each other's ports between them and America. America was caught between the issue of both European superpowers because they couldn't export goods to their biggest markets without creating a war. So basically, America was caught between the conflict of Britain and France, who really ruled Western Europe, and they didn't know what to do because, of course, Britain and France at this point are still much more powerful. Impressment, Britain's practice of pirating American shippers into slaves. American people were being stolen by British pirates, which angered and endangered the people. Chesapeake Affair, British ship fired upon an American ship in an attempt to capture them. American people were killed, which caused outrage across the country, and it could have been a viable pretext for war, but eventually this kind of calms down. But you still get the War of 1812. Embargo Act, government closed British and French ports from American ships. Jefferson hoped that it would cripple the French and British supplies, so they would have to avoid war, but it actually staggered their own economy, which influenced the Non-Intercourse Act. People thought Jefferson was being tyrannical. So basically they wanted to cut off the British and French from selling to hope to kind of take down their economies, but in reality the British and French didn't really need to sell in America to keep their funds. So this ended up just hurting America, and people got really mad at Jefferson, rightly so. The Non-Intercourse Act, half solution to the Embargo Act that reopened trade. In combination with the Embargo Act, it revived the manufacturing economy because shipping was no longer as profitable. James Madison, president who came after Jefferson. He was not a very effective president, who was affected by the political differences within his party and advisors. He had to clean up messes not created by him. So he was put in this really tough spot after Jefferson's pretty tumultuous presidency, so he didn't really get a lot done. Makin's Bill No. 2, bill that extended the Non-Intercourse Act, influenced either Britain or France to repeal their embargoes while America would open theirs in response, but also revealed America's dependence on their economic ties with the European powers. So basically, America would say that if Britain or France allowed them to sell, then they would allow Britain and France to sell in America. But this was kind of weird because Britain and France didn't really need America, while America needed them, so it just didn't really work a whole lot. Warhawks, new Congress faction that was pro-war against Britain. Warhawk aggression not only inspired a once again growing hatred against Britain, but also a vast Indian alliance in the West defending against American expansion. So these Warhawks were not just angry at Britain, but they were just overall very aggressive, and that included expanding into the western United States. Tecumseh, leader of Indian tribes, he inspired Indian unity against Americans and a culture against Americans, which made Warhawks even more angry. So on one side you have the Warhawks, which didn't like the American Indians, and then you have Tecumseh, who didn't like the Americans. So you could see how that would go. Battle of Tippecanoe, battle between Americans and the Indian tribes. The Americans won the battle decisively, which made the frontiersmen very happy. The American Indian Confederacy was destroyed. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 12 of the American Pageant, titled The Second War for Independence and the Upsurge in Nationalism. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to go over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Starting off the War of 1812, war between Britain and the United States. The American victory of the war in 1812 improved American morale and held the Union together. The reason why there's quotes is because in reality, it was really just a standoff. No one really won. But America won a moral victory, so we can say that the United States won. Battle of New Orleans, battle where the U.S. crushed the British. The decisive victory made the fighting Americans heroes and vastly increased nationalism and honor in their republics. Basically, the whole theme of this war is that this just increased American pride and morale as a whole. Treaty of Ghent, armistice between Britain and the U.S. to end the War of 1812. The simple terms in the treaty showed how the war was just a draw and didn't accomplish really anything regarding to grievances, although the Americans' attempt to spin the treaty increased nationalism. Hartford Convention, secret meeting of New England states. The meeting was actually fairly moderate, but it showed how the New England states were politically different than the rest of the country, and they felt threatened by that. Its failure to make any change resulted in the death of the Federalist Party. So basically, the Federalist factions in the Northeast wanted to actually kind of secede from the Union almost, and this was just terrible for the Federalist Party when this news got out and the Federalist Party collapsed. The Rush-Bagot Agreement, treaty limiting military power on the Great Lakes. It created better relations between Great Britain, American Indians, and the Americans that got rid of border conflicts. Tariff of 1816, tax on British imports to America. The taxes protected domestic manufacturers and developed an idea that the government would prioritize protecting domestic industry. So remember that tariffs on imported goods make foreign goods prices higher, which make more people buy American-made goods, so they support American businesses. American system, the idea that all regions would connect through banking, tariffs, and transportation. This idea united all regions of the United States, which helped to combat sectionalism and make each region sufficient domestically. The ideas of transportation helped to spread the country westward. So they wanted an interconnected United States through the American system. Henry Clay, congressman who proposed the American system, his proposal of the American system was met by a lot of support from the people. His plans responded to the main topics that sparked a sense of nationalism with the people, especially the transportation one, because westward expansion was a huge bringer of nationalism and pride among the people. Era of Good Feelings, period after the War of 1812. The Era of Good Feelings was about the emergence of American nationalism and pride, but also the start of the 19th century issues like sectional conflict and disputes over slavery. So although there was a lot of good feelings in this period, it was kind of the bridge between a lot of the bad things that happened in the 19th century that led to the Civil War. James Monroe, the 5th president who took over after James Madison. He was not a very qualified president, but he was good at capitalizing on American views to promote nationalism and make the populace happy. So he was very understanding of what the population wanted and did his best to get it done. Panic of 1819, an economic crash that brought about challenges. It caused a great deal of harm to the West, whose farms were being foreclosed upon by the National Bank. Poorer families were hard hit, and the sense of nationalism started, and the era of good feelings started to dwindle. So like most economic crashes, it affected the poor the most. Land Act of 1820 made new land out west cheaper. It allowed for more western expansion in combination with the growing transportation system. Another policy that really capitalized on westward fervor among the American people. Buy land cheaper, more people go, expands the United States. Simple as that. Talmadge Agreement passed by the House against Missouri. It stopped the expansion of slavery into the area and made it so children of slaves would be emancipated. It also made expansionists mad who saw it as limiting the ability of Missouri to become a state, so the North could keep their advantages in the bodies of government. Peculiar institution, a euphemism for slavery. It was a term used by Southerners, and their use of this euphemism revealed that some of them actually knew the moral challenges of upholding slavery. So upholding slavery was becoming more of a challenge as the world modernized, and this was just one sign of that. Missouri Compromise between North and South over slave and free states. It balanced out the sectional battle in the Senate and set a precedent for the abolishment of slavery in the remaining area in the Louisiana Purchase, therefore preserving the balance for the future. So this established the compromise line, which you should know how slave states can only be below the line and free states will be above the line, all that. Old Northwest land opened up after the War of 1812, allowed poor white farmers who were being intruded upon by plantations to start a new life in a new land where they could set their own standards of land equality. It also brought about new economic opportunity for people failing to make it in the industrial Northeast. So this idea is really built upon as we go throughout the 19th century, how the West was a symbol for people who needed a fresh start and a symbol of opportunity for the population. McCulloch versus Maryland, I don't know why there's no definition. Whoops. It denied the ability for the states to tax the national bank and established the constitutionality of the bank, giving the federal government more authority. So it basically allowed the national bank to uphold itself. Established the precedent for loose constructionism, that anything within the spirit of the Constitution was considered constitutional. So anything that would be constitutional if it was written in the Constitution, that type of thing, where it was interpreted as constitutional, that was allowed. It's not just strictly what is literally written in the Constitution is what is legal. Cohens versus Virginia established the ability for the Supreme Court to review cases that are brought to state courts. Essentially, the federal courts were to decide on the powers of the federal government, not the state courts. So the federal courts were the ones that had power of judicial review to decide what is constitutional, not the state courts. Gibbons versus Ogden declared that only Congress had the ability to make rules on interstate commerce, further encroaching on the rights of the states and upholding the Hamiltonian idea that it was the role of the federal government to control commerce. So this is just more of the central government taking away powers from the state. Not really taking away, but establishing what the central government has instead of the states. Fletcher versus Peck. The Supreme Court responded to the Georgia government, which was nullifying a rightful contract to land, establishing that the Supreme Court can invalidate state laws that conflict with the Constitution, specifically property rights. So the Supreme Court and the central government and what their laws are always trump what state laws do. Dartmouth College versus Woodward. Similar to Fletcher versus Peck, the government said that New Hampshire cannot nullify a rightful charter, which is just a contract, but it had the side effect of creating a quasi-invincibility of chartered businesses against the government acts, which that's not really the important part. The important part is the Supreme Court trumping state laws. Anglo-American Convention, agreement between Britain and America. It helped settle land disputes and conflict over fishing territory. It eased relations with Britain as it made further compromises. Adams-Onis Treaty, agreement between Spain and America. It gave America Florida and enabled Andrew Jackson to uphold his oppression of the American Indians and Spanish leaders. So the more control the Americans had over the southern land, the more they were able to control it, and that included mistreatment of the American Indians. Monroe Doctrine, nationalistic announcement by America. It established a nationalistic precedent that the New World would be for republicanism and not the impressment by old world monarchies. So basically what the Monroe Doctrine stated was that America was in control of the Western Hemisphere and it would not fall into any sort of influence or control by the old world and the European powers. This didn't really establish anything in terms of like laws or like actual policies, but it was purely a symbol for American power. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 13 of the American Pageant, titled The Rise of Mass Democracy. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. So first off is mass democracy, institution of democracy in a large country, which is obviously the United States. It provides many challenges on the basis of how a large area with many people can value each citizen's ideas and policies. So basically, how can you make sure that everybody is represented when a country is so large and so diverse? Participatory democracy, type of democracy favoring people participation. It is evident in the separation of powers between federal and lower levels, which encourages more participation among citizens. So giving those local and state governments more power ultimately gives the citizens more power because the citizens are more in tune and in control of their smaller size governments. The Democratic Party, one of the two dominant political parties of the time, in combination with the opposing Whig Party, their competition ensured checks and balances of power between the two. So having two opposing parties make sure that one group's ideals doesn't become too powerful so that they have to compromise, and that decreases radicalization. Corrupt bargain, suspected deal between John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay. It caused an outcry against elitism, corruption, and anti-democratic action, and ensured that the people would have more power over the election of their leaders. So basically what happened was there was a sort of tie in the presidential election, and it went to the legislative body to decide on who was to become president. And Henry Clay was one of the people running for president. So what happened was he dropped out so that he would lead the vote for John Quincy Adams, and then John Quincy Adams gave Henry Clay vice president, or not vice president. It was the head of the State Department is what Henry Clay was appointed to. So essentially, this caused a lot of outrage over these kind of behind the doors deals, and it created more policies that increased democracy for the people. John Quincy Adams, son of John Adams, the 6th president. He was smart, but not a successful president. He was not able to adapt to the new wave of more democracy. He was also not able to adapt to the popularity of sectionalism over nationalism. So he struggled a lot to deal with those issues, and that ultimately made him not a very effective president. Andrew Jackson, the 7th U.S. president after John Quincy Adams. He was somebody who fought for the common man against aristocrats. He was an avid Democratic Republican who stood up for states' rights and people's rights against the federal government, symbolized political power shifting westward. So he led a huge campaign, grassroots campaign from those people out west, and he was a very controversial president. This period was literally called the Jacksonian era because of how much influence he had over everything. A lot of things bad, a lot of things good. The spoils system, rewarding political allies with government positions. The spoils system contributed to the two-party system as people were more loyal to their party over policy. People became more tightly aligned to one side over the other. So people would become super loyal to their party leaders in order for them to get jobs. So they were so blinded by who their leaders were that they didn't really care what their policies were as long as they got a job that they could make money off of. Alexis de Tocqueville, European man who investigated American society. His writings were very influential and insightful. He revealed the details of American society and its democracy. He also outlined the potential bad fates of democracy and how aspects of America mitigated those threats. Tariff of abominations, large tariffs protecting northern manufacturers. The act of the government only protected the North and Midwest, allowing their manufacturing societies to prosper, while the South had to sell their agricultural products in markets unprotected by tariffs. The South felt as if the federal government was preferring the North, so they nullified it. So the federal government passed tariffs to limit foreign goods from entering the North, so the northern manufacturers could succeed, but the South were like, we don't produce our goods, we have to buy our goods. So now the North's goods that the South needed to purchase to survive were becoming super expensive because there was no price competition, and the South basically got mad at the federal government. So they said, you know what, we're nullifying that bill. John C. Calhoun, vice president of John Quincy Adams. He secretly wrote the South Carolina Exposition against the federal government and for states' rights and abolitionism while he was currently in office as a vice president. So even when he was the vice president, he was nullifying those tariffs, those federal government laws from within the VP office, which was pretty crazy. The South Carolina Exposition pamphlet written against the tariff abominations, written by John C. Calhoun. By denouncing the tariffs, it promoted the principle of nullification, which is that the states can reject federal laws that they don't find constitutional. It encouraged states to void federal laws within their states. Between the lines, it revealed the South's worries not only with the tariffs, but also the government's eventual crackdown on slavery. So this nullification principle that the South was trying to establish was actually a protection that they envisioned in the future that they would need when the government started to crack down on slavery. Nullification crisis, conflict between South Carolina and the federal government over nullification. South Carolina's nullification action showed disloyalty and disunity. Andrew Jackson denounced nullification and dispatched troops to South Carolina. Their conflict showed early signs of what could become a civil war decades later. So you can see the South and the federal government, located largely in the North, were really starting to fight around the mid-19th century. Compromise tariff of 1833, compromise between federal and the South over tariffs. It eased the tensions of the nullification crisis because the compromise favored the South. It got rid of the threat of Andrew Jackson needing to use military force against South Carolina, but you should know that this really didn't solve much. These tensions were becoming closer and closer to unsolvable. Force Bill, act that allowed the federal government to use force to collect tariff money. This was spearheaded by Andrew Jackson. It was similar to the Declaratory Act. Remember back during the Revolution when Great Britain declared they could do anything that they wanted against the colonies? The federal government declared its right to enact its power in any way it sees fit. Another example of the federal government gaining power. Indian Removal Act, Andrew Jackson offering American Indians to march west. In what was supposed to be voluntary, it became a forced migration where many American Indians died. So even though he offered them to move west, it wasn't an offer, it was a demand. It was supposed to make the American Indian tribes face less encroachment from the whites, but the whites kept moving west as if they were chasing them. It revealed the almost inevitable outcome that America would stretch the Pacific. So even though it's supposed to be voluntary, you could just see the oppressment from the whites just increase and increase and increase, and it all really just foreshadowed the eventual takeover of the entire United States by the white people. 5 civilized tribes, active major tribes become more lawful and recognized. Their efforts to become more nationally respected failed, as the government could not keep their promises of legitimacy as ruled by the Supreme Court, although they became more culturally assimilated with Englishmen. So they tried to become more legitimized, but the government basically said, no, we're just not, and we're just going to keep on oppressing you. Trail of Tears, forced migration of Cherokees. It revealed the harshness and forced migration where many Native people died. This Trail of Tears was the major blemish on Andrew Jackson because it was pretty horrifying. Black Hawk War, war between resisting tribes and America. The American Indians were not strong enough to resist the American soldiers. Their survivors were forced to flee, highlighting yet another display of power from America over the natives. So you can see the Americans just kept on winning, I guess for lack of a better word, against the Native Americans. Bank War, Andrew Jackson vetoed the National Bank Charter. By Andrew Jackson vetoing the bank, he created a presidential power to veto a bill beyond the argument of constitutionality. He extended the power of the executive branch over the legislative and judicial branch. Anti-Masonic Party, third political party of the United States. They became prominent because they opposed secret societies and societies of privilege, which are involved in the two main political parties. So they were really trying to depose elitism, and the elitism had kind of infiltrated both the Democrat and the Whig parties. Nicholas Biddle, president of the United States Bank. His tactics of trying to manipulate the bank into securing an extended charter caused Jackson to bury the bank into the ground, ending it for good. So Biddle's kind of secretism just made Jackson mad, and not only did Jackson oppose the bank, he opposed Biddle, so he just really ran the bank into the ground. Specie circular, only metal money can buy federal land. This measure slowed the expansion of small private banks and eventually caused a financial crisis a year later. So this was trying to limit the power of paper money and banknotes, so you could only buy with gold and silver, which really hurt those small banks who didn't have large supplies of gold and silver. They just handed out paper money. Whig Party, prominent party that was anti-Jackson. They absorbed many groups who were turned away by Jackson's aggressive policies and appealed to all different types of people in America. They also exposed the Democratic Party of making themselves the defenders of the people instead of Jackson. So Jackson, you could see how he became really aggressive from the executive perspective, and he really alienated his grassroots movement that got him into the presidency. So the Whig Party stepped in and really absorbed those people. Martin Van Buren, president who came after Jackson, he was able to pass down many of Jackson's policies, including a depression, which made his reputation very bad. He had conflicts over Canada and Texas, and his rise to power angered other Democrats and anti-Masons. So Martin Van Buren was to continue Jackson's legacy, but he kind of just ruined it. Panic of 1837, economic crash after Jackson and during Van Buren. It exposed the flawed banking policies that the Democrats supported and caused many Americans to struggle. It also pinned the Democrats and the Whigs on two separate sides of the economic policy aisle. One supporting, of course, the metal money, hard money, and soft money on the other side, which is those paper money with speculation. Stephen Austin, known as the father of Texas, he brought many American settlers to Texas, which made the Texas territory more American and different from Mexico. This led to the gradual separation of Texas and Mexico. So the ultimate decider of Texas separating from Mexico was those cultural differences, because a lot of Americans moved into Texas. Santa Anna, dictator of Mexico, he got rid of all Texan rights and raised an army to suppress any potential rebellion, which only stirred that Texan rebellion fervor further. Alamo / whatever battles between Mexico and the Texan rebellion. Alamo and Goliad inspired more people to join the fight, and San Jacinto was a decisive battle for Texas independence. Texas then sought to join the Union, which caused debates between North and South over slavery, because of course, when you bring a state in, you have to decide whether they're a slave state or a free state. Log cabins and hard cider, buzzwords supported the Whig campaign. These words that were meant to criticize William Henry Harrison inspired people to support him, and it got him elected. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 14 of the American Pageant, titled Forging the National Economy. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Self-reliance, essay written about people on the frontier. The essay showed a larger point that radical individualism and loneliness were main struggles of the people in the West, and the romanticization of frontier populations shielded this reality. So the people who wanted to move west and be, those yeoman farmers who lived on their own and made a living for themselves, it was great, but the individualism of it and the whole nature of being spread out in the West with nature was really harming the people. Rendezvous system, meeting of scavengers and traders. The system made for a successful trade between frontier fur trappers and traders, connecting the frontier economy with the rest of America. Ecological imperialism, the act of wiping out species for goods like fur. It revealed the aggressiveness of the frontier population to scavenge for profit, and also showed the many natural advantages that the West had. George Catlin, painter and avid conservationist. His opposition to ecological imperialism led to a growing movement for appreciation of land and conservationism. This eventually led to the national park system. So this is where you can start to see the beginnings of the environmentalist movement, which really didn't come to fruition actually like 100 years later in the late 20th century. Urbanization, increasing population in large cities. Although urbanization made cities great economic forces, it also brought its downsides by increasing classism, declining infrastructure and safety, and the spread of disease. So a lot of urban cities became sort of great at the top in those large, nice buildings, but a lot of people lived in slums and in really unsafe environments, and it really separated those two classes of people. This is a long name, but Molly Maguire's is probably the more popular one. Societies aiding the poor Irish immigrants. They help bring the Irish immigrants out of misery and fight off the higher forces of America that were pinning them down, like wealthy landlords, and obviously racism. Tammany Hall, popular political society in New York. Many enabled Irish immigrants took power over politics in New York and other cities and dominated institutions like the police force. So the Irish really found political power in these assemblies like Tammany Hall. Know Nothing Party, the American Party. They were known for secretiveness but did not hide their hatred and fear of immigrants. They advocated for very harsh policies against immigration. This was a very nativist party. Xenophobia, prejudice, or fear of immigration. Xenophobia became prominent in many Americans' mind who wanted to preserve the purity in America. This encouraged xenophobic writings and art promoting the fear of immigrants, specifically of the Catholic origin, because remember, America was founded on Protestantism. Awful Disclosures, book depicting immigrants as bad. The piece of writing was very popular in promoting xenophobia, and writings like this can be linked to violence against immigrants. There is a lot of anti-Irish violence, for example. Industrial Revolution, influx of mass-produced goods. It was slow to come to America as land for agriculture was cheaper than becoming a factory worker. In result, European mass-produced goods had a big advantage in American markets, like British-produced goods were very popular. Mechanization, introduction of automatic machines. Mechanization made both manufacturing in the North and agriculture in the South more efficient and therefore more profitable. Although the industrial movement wouldn't take hold until later, mechanization boosted the economy immediately. Cotton gin, invention that made cotton production more efficient. The cotton gin made the cotton industry exponentially more profitable, and the entire South became economically dependent on crops that they could use the cotton gin. It also revived the slave trade as slaves became more useful because agriculture became more profitable. So essentially, the cotton economy and cotton cultivation was actually on a decline, but now the cotton gin stepped in. Cotton was easier to cultivate, and now slaves are becoming more profitable again because the more slaves, in combination with the cotton gin, you can just pump out cotton at a rate never seen before. Interchangeable parts, concept where any part could fit any like item. It became the basis for assembly lines, which was more efficient in mass production. The interchangeable parts gave way to a northern industrial revolution. This came to fruition especially in the auto industry later in the early 20th century. Sewing machines / textile machinery, production of clothing. Northern industrialization boosted as it began to dominate the clothing market with efficient textile production using new machinery. This was yet another industry that boomed because of mechanization. Patent office controlling investors' patents. The clerk of the patent office closed after they viewed that every worthwhile invention had actually been taken by a patent, symbolizing the rapid industrialization. Obviously, this is just an anecdote, but this is how much industry was booming because people thought that we were running out of ideas as a society. Limited liability, principle that limited risk of investors. The limited risk encouraged more people to invest in businesses, specifically northern industrial ventures. Larger corporations became more popular because these corporations were becoming better at gathering capital, which then they could use to produce more products. Samuel Morse, inventor of the telegraph wires. It connected cities throughout the country, making the sharing of information easier. American inventions became more prominent on the world stage, early evidence of the growth of communication through technology. So the inventor of the telegraph wires, which obviously eventually led to telephones and telecommunications, this was a huge win for America. Commonwealth v. Hunt, case where people earned their right to unionize. It was enlightened precedent that expanded workers' rights and their ability to strike for better condition. So this was the sort of beginnings of the labor movement. Factory girls working at industrial mills. Their involvement in the labor market foreshadowed greater economic independence for women and their ability to buy their own things. Lowell, Mass., a prominent mill town. Rich owners like the Boston Associates pointed to Lowell as a showcase for the successes of northern industrialization and factory culture. Cult of domesticity, married women cultural movement. It shed a positive light on the importance of women as homemakers and gave them more influence on shaping the character of their families. So although this wasn't some sort of radical women's movement that increased their rights or anything like that, it did give more importance to how women play a role in society, which of course would have long-standing impact as the women's movement moved forward. Steel plow / McCormick reaper, inventions that made farming more efficient. So this is where you can see the mechanization in the agricultural industry. The inventions helped Western farmers, the most, who could now better manage the thick soil, which exploded agriculture in the West and opened them up to new markets. Turnpike / Erie Canal and other sort of transportation technology, major forms of transportation that could move large shipments. All of these forms of transportation in combination led to a more efficient and thriving economy and connected America both domestically and with foreign areas like Europe. Transportation encouraged movement, bled opportunity, and the economy thrived as a result. Robert Fulton, inventor of the steamboat. His invention transformed water travel, which made it so water could be traveled both upstream and downstream, therefore increasing the capacity of water transportation in both ways. Transportation revolution, the vast increase in all means of transportation domestically. The increase of transportation binded the nation together, weaving all regions in all directions. This led to a greater national economy, but also led to specialization, which greatly impacted the Civil War. So with all this transportation, regions are becoming more interconnected, so regions who are better suited for certain things became very reliant on just that thing. So sort of the north became just strictly industry, south strictly agricultural, crops that were better in the Midwest versus the West versus the South. So everything became very isolated, but it was also interconnected. So that was kind of just a weird process that happened because of transportation. Market revolution, the development of the interconnected national economy. The market revolution expanded the national economy and gave more opportunity for people to be rich and for people to escape poverty. It also had positive social effects like the separation of home and the workplace. You see the cult of domesticity for women versus men who were working, therefore making the home more of a refuge space, so children were being raised better. It did have its downsides, as many poor people were washed out, and there was much controversy over the relationship between government policy and the economy. So when I say like poor people washed out, it means that people who do not have skills that could work these jobs with machinery, they were becoming very left behind in society. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 15 of the American Pageant, titled The Ferment of Reform and Culture. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. The Age of Reason, book by Thomas Paine, Against Religion. His book reinforced the waning religious zeal and supported the idea that established churches were more about profit over morality. Deism, idea of science over the Bible. It was a popular idea that turned people off from organized religion and prioritized science and reason over the teachings of religion. Second Great Awakening, religious revival larger than the First Great Awakening. This was obviously a response to things like the Age of Reason and Deism. It revived religion by making more people turn to religion and developing new religious sects. It also provided for a moral movement that looked to reform harsh institutions in American life. Camp meetings, meetings that spread the Second Great Awakening. The camp meetings spread religion to those who had never been involved, and it boosted church membership and gave way to powerful sects like Methodists and Baptists. One thing about camp meetings that you should know is that camp meetings were very open to different races and all different genders. So women could show up, African Americans could show up. It was very progressive for its time. Charles Grandison Finney, lawyer turned evangelist, spreading Christianity. His speeches of revival helped to save sinners. He was also innovative in a sense that he gave women a more important role in religion and denounced alcohol and slavery. Alcohol turning into the temperance movement, slavery turning into the abolition movement. In his later works, he helped to link Christianity and abolition. Burned Over District, area in New York where Puritans preached angry Christianity. The harsh teachings of the Puritans encouraged a positive religious movement in the region. Joseph Smith, founder of the Mormon religion. Persecution against the Mormons influenced their population to exile to the west, and they eventually settled in Utah. So if you hear any jokes about Utah, this is because of the Mormons. The religious influence inspired European missionaries to immigrate there, which eventually allowed Utah to become a state because of the huge population boost. Horace Mann, advocate for education. He led influential campaigns that inspired towns to invest in better schools and teachers. His movement spread from his home state of Massachusetts to other states across the country. Noah Webster, educator and maker of the dictionary Merriam-Webster, who everyone knows. His lessons on reading schooled many children, and his emphasis on patriotism helped promote a positive idealism among children. He also created the dictionary, which became a more standard resource for the English language. So obviously the United States was a very diverse and large country, but because of the dictionary, we became more on a standard language. Lyceum, traveling teachers. The association spread learning to the large population who didn't have access to schooling. They were able to get the masses more involved in the culture by teaching them science, literature, and philosophy. So overall, we were trying to make the American population a more educated population. Emma Willard, leader of women's secondary schooling. She founded one of the first secondary women's schools, which helped to get women's secondary schooling respect upon the education community. So a lot of schools, secondary schools, colleges were only open to men, but Emma Willard was trying to counteract that. Dorothy Dix, advocate for asylum reforms. The popular voice against the mistreatment of the demented population who were being held in poorly conditioned asylums helped to advance a more modern idea that the mentally ill should be cared for instead of punished, so she tried to preach more understanding for people who are going through mental illness. American Temperance Society, Society Against Drinking and Alcoholism. Their works promoted the idea that drinking ruins both the culture and the factory economy, and most importantly, the family. They helped to infuse more anti-drinking ideas into the culture by influencing books and pamphlets. A lot of these books and pamphlets showed the effects of a father who was a drunk on children and what a life of a man would be if they consume more and more alcohol. Neil S. Dow, advocate for prohibition laws. Known as the father of prohibition, his ideas influenced multiple states, including his own state in the Maine law, to legislate against alcohol. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, leading feminist. She was bold in ways like not saying obey in her marriage ceremony, and she was one of the leading early advocates for complete women's suffrage. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, leading feminist and medical school graduate. She was one of the early examples of women challenging dominant men's spaces like the medical world. She was the first female graduate of medical school. So Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell really promoted that if women want to challenge men, they should take up these men's spaces and really go toe-to-toe with men. Susan B. Anthony, leading feminist Susie B's. She was a lecturer on women's rights, and her bold and out-of-place actions inspired progressive women to call themselves Susie B's. Angelina and Sarah Grimke, these were obviously sisters, feminists and abolitionists. They became leading figures in associating feminism with abolitionism, and as they tried to turn the women's movement into a movement of civil rights instead of women's rights only. So they really tried to link women's rights and abolitionism because these are obviously moral causes, and they felt that if they joined together, they would be more powerful. Amelia Bloomer, leading feminist and bold dresser. She helped connect culture and women's suffrage by using her bold dressing style as an example of women's freedom. So moving away from traditional women's clothing was a sign of women's movement and women's progressivism. Seneca Falls Convention, feminist meeting led by Elizabeth Cady Stanton. By using the Declaration of Independence as a model for women, they promoted voting rights and helped to modernize the women's rights movement. So linking the women's rights with America's foundation obviously helped to convince people to join the women's rights movement. New Harmony, communistic settlement in Indiana. The communist radicals combined with criminal behavior sank the colony. It was one of the many examples of how communist settlements in America could not compete with the rest of American society. John J. Audubon, founder of the Audubon Society. His Audubon Society helped to advocate for the preservation and protection of birds, an example of the evangelical movement to preserve wildlife, another form of the environmentalist movement. Architecture, neoclassical architecture in New World America. The borrowed Old World architecture demonstrated how the New Republic felt like it needed protection by aligning with previous successful civilization roots of architecture. Gilbert Stuart, painter, became popular in America. His portraits of George Washington eventually appeared on the dollar bill, and the idealization and worship of the portraits challenged the Puritan idea that art was useless. So a lot of traditional values stated that artistic productions and just the arts in general was not useful to society, but obviously this was proving untrue. Hudson River School, school teaching romantic art. The pieces of art made from artists from this school depicted landscapes unique to America, which helped to create America's own art style. Romanticism, imaginative form of literature. Romanticism focused on the well-being of the self and of nature, and it helped to give American literature and culture a solid identity. James Fenimore Cooper, New York author. He helped to spread American literature to Europe and gain the practice more respect in the foreign sphere. The importance he put on expressing the Republican experiment helped to apply a literary perspective to common American life. Transcendentalism, liberalization of traditional Puritanism, self-truth over God. Transcendental inspired people to be more in line with themselves over institutionalized wisdom from the church or from the government. It defined traditional orders, and the dignified principles helped to destroy boundaries with race and sex. So obviously transcendentalism and individualization to its logical extreme would have many downsides, but this slight liberalization and progressive from traditional values helped a lot. The American Scholar, intellectual address to Harvard College. He encouraged scholars and writers to separate from European traditions and to promote an American scholarly society and way of thinking. So you can see just a continued promotion of education among American society. Henry David Thoreau, poet, intellectual, and romanticist. His preaching of isolationism and self-truth over societies, corruptions inspired idealistic thought. He also later inspired the nonviolence movement furthered by MLK. Margaret Fuller, transcendentalist teacher and author. Her most famous works challenged traditional values and became an instrumental piece of the early feminist movement. Walt Whitman, famous American poet. His writing became synonymous with democracy and symbols of the thriving New World. He expanded American enthusiasm to turn away from old world traditions and thrive as themselves. Emily Dickinson, poet and extreme transcendental. She was an avid isolationist who became an example of the Romanticism movement. Her poetry expressed many Romanticist themes in simple language. So Emily Dickinson's poems could be read by anybody, which really furthered the Romanticist movement. Edgar Allan Poe, gifted dark lyric poet. He became a leading figure for the anti-Romanticist literary movement that explored dark ideas of corruption, suffering, and death. So while the Romanticists tried to preach these ideas, countering society through nature and beauty, Edgar Allan Poe took a different route that explored kind of darkness and death. George Bancroft, Boston historian, father of American history. He influenced patriotic American history that archived all of the years leading up to the foundation of the United States. He was the first of many historians that flourished by scavenging the vast libraries of Boston. So a lot of things that we know about the pre-United States were really documented in this time. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 16 of the American Pageant, titled The South and Slavery Controversy. If you don't have the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Cotton is king. The reliance from other regions on the South's cotton. The South thought that because nations like Britain and regions like the North relied on their cotton manufacturing, if war ever broke out over the issue of slavery, then the South would have the advantage. Cotton gave the South power. West African Squadron, part of the Royal Navy. They captured slave ships and freed slaves, a symbol of the growing fervor for international human rights developing in Britain, but not the rest of the Americas. So some of the more civil rights pertaining to slavery had developed over in Europe, but not necessarily in America yet. Breakers, people meant to discipline slaves. These were brutal people. It is an example of the vicious and cruel tactics to make sure slaves remained subordinate to their masters, masters repelling any attempt of slaves to higher their status or dignity. So as much as these breakers were physically attacking the slaves, the psychological effect was even more daunting. The Black Belt region on the southwest frontier. It was home to the majority of slaves and the most prosperous cotton-producing plantations. Life was warm and rough, and it transferred onto the backs of slaves. So cotton could thrive the most in these warmer temperatures, and of course the slaves were the ones doing the work, not the masters. Responsorial style of African American religious preaching. It is an example of slaves combining their African heritage and Christianity and other American aspects to create a unique African American culture. At some point, either on an essay or a short answer, you'll have to compare the brutality of slavery versus how slaves were able to keep their dignity and culture, and this is big evidence for that. Nat Turner's Rebellion, slave rebellion in Virginia with bloodshed. The violence exemplified by the slaves killing many whites in Virginia became a leading example that the issue of slavery will be solved by violence over diplomacy. This principle that was basically said that it was inevitable that there'd be violence over the issue of slavery is the most obviously built upon in the Bleeding Kansas, which is later on. Amistad, Spanish ship where slaves revolted and captured it. They were freed by the North, showing a rare success of slaves fighting for their freedom. So obviously there are many horror stories about slaves trying to lead rebellions, but this was one of the rare good ones. American Colonization Society, Society for Transporting Slaves Back to Africa. This partial solution to the slavery issue revealed the inherent racism and superiority whites felt against blacks. Also, the slave resistance to the idea of being transported revealed their distinct cultural aspects tied to America. So the slaves actually resisted a lot of ideas about sending them back to Africa and giving them their sovereignty back in Africa, because after a while in America they began naturally to feel tied to it, even though it wasn't a good place for them. Liberia, West African colony for freed slaves. It was a faraway, strange land, and slaves going there would have to leave behind their African American culture. So this is just another example of where slaves could go to leave America, but they didn't really want to leave. Theodore Weld, abolitionist evangelist. He taught to many farmers in the North about why slavery was sinful and bad. He became a leading religious spirit for abolitionism. So the cause of abolitionism was closely tied with more progressive religious ideas. Tapins, wealthy merchants who preached abolitionism. They traveled along the ill-educated Northwest and advocated against slavery. They assembled a team consisting of famous beachers who were inspired to create more anti-slavery propaganda. The Liberator, newspaper against slavery. The radical and sometimes violent nature of the paper's opposition against slavery caused it to be known as the opening shots of the Civil War. So as always, as soon as issues get to the media, they become extremely polarizing. William Lloyd Garrison, passionate anti-slavery activist. His aggressive, outspoken words against slavery made the issue of slavery more about the uprooting of evil and cruelty. So this tied slavery to a broader context about trying to restore morality in society. American Anti-Slavery Society, a foundation of people against slavery. Their strict principles against slavery and the South inspired more people to join in union against slavery. Appeal to the Colored Citizens of the World, written by a black man trying to inspire more black abolitionists. So this is one of your earlier examples of other African Americans fighting for abolitionism rather than white people. He not only advocated for the release of slaves, but also the end of racism and white supremacy. He promoted violence in the form of a black revolt, yet another example of violence becoming a leading answer. Frederick Douglass, most prominent black abolitionism. This is a name you will definitely have to know. He resisted white oppression and continued to preach for abolition. He was able to write a successful autobiography that gave further insight to the struggling life of a slave and an abolitionist. Sojourner Truth, black woman who was an abolitionist. She helped to link the cause of black emancipation and women's rights. Linking multiple causes helps to expand the movement. So abolitionism definitely coincided with women's rights, and this helped to get more people to join the movement. It's also important not to underestimate the impact of women in any movement because they're often seen as the moral side of humankind. Liberty Party, political party focused on abolition. It garnered a lot of support from abolitionists. It is a leading example of how the issue of slavery established itself more at the forefront of American politics. So as most major issues in America, they eventually worked their way into the political scene. Mason-Dixon line separating the South and the North. Under that line, almost all anti-slavery supporters were met with harsh backlash from the people and, more importantly, the legislature, who made it impossible to support emancipation. Gag resolution, action to not act on anti-slavery petitions. It is an example of the federal government not wanting to deal with the issue of emancipation and an example of free speech being taken away. It was a major step back for the abolitionist cause. So essentially the government passed that talking about slavery, preaching abolitionism, they just don't want to act on anything slavery related in the legislature, and this basically completely paused the movement because they didn't want to deal with it, and it's just not a very good solution for a polarizing issue. Elijah P. Lovejoy, Reverend in Illinois and anti-slavery activist. He was killed by an anti-abolitionist group. His death became a symbol for other abolitionists against the cruelty of the people who fight to uphold slavery. Although he's not the most famous name in the abolitionist movement, it is fair to call him a martyr. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 17 of the American Pageant, titled Manifest Destiny and Its Legacy. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. John Tyler, president who took over for William Henry Harrison. Although he was part of the Whig Party, he was at heart an ex-Democrat who was opposed to many Whig policies. This difference would lead to many challenges in his presidency. Tariff of 1842, protective tariff signed by John Tyler. Once again, the issues of tariffs. If you don't understand tariffs by now, you definitely should. The long process of proposals before the signing of the tariff indicated the challenges of Tyler's presidency, but the consideration of needing to increase the treasury showed that Tyler put the country over his own personal gripes. So that's one of the things you need to know about John Tyler. He definitely shows good morality for a president. Creole, ship seized by escaped slaves and supported by Britain. It was another example of Britain not condemning violence against Americans during a period of supposed peace. The Creole incident also had southern slavery undertones. So the tension between America and Britain was definitely a thing during this period, but I feel like the slavery undertone of this, where Britain was kind of allowing slaves to have these rebellions and America wasn't, is definitely important as well. Aroostook War, conflict between British and American men in Maine. The small conflict evolved into one of the subjects in a peace treaty which favored America and also settled all disputes. This had to do with a borderline in Maine. 5440 or fight, slogan used in support for controlling Oregon, was a popular phrase at the forefront of the Democratic platform and an example of the Manifest Destiny idea taking hold in policy. The 5440 line would have given America more in Oregon rather than what Britain was saying, which was they would get more of a share of Oregon. Just another example of that westward expansion and that Manifest Destiny. James K. Polk, Democratic president after John Tyler. Although he was unknown candidate, he was fully supportive of the Democratic Party and the ideas of expansionism. He didn't have the best personality, but he was passionate. James K. Polk tried to say actually that his presidency was a referendum on Manifest Destiny because he was so passionate about westward expansion. Manifest Destiny, idea that God wants America to conquer North America, that Americans have a God-given right to expand. The idea took deep root in the minds of citizens who believed it was their destiny to conquer, specifically from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, across the United States, of course. This idea bled into the issues of Texas and Oregon. Liberty Party, third party in the 1844 election. They took votes away from Henry Clay in New York, which in turn got James Polk elected. Essentially, their anti-Texas policies actually got Texas annexed because they got Polk in office. So the Liberty Party aligned with the Republican Party about not wanting to expand, but this ended up splitting the vote, and then the Democrats got elected with James Polk, and of course they were heavily expansionist, and that led to Texas getting annexed. Walker Tariff, low tariff voted on in 1846. The low tariff made the South accept it, but it was enough of a compromise that generated a lot of revenue during the booming economic period before the Civil War. It was a successful compromise, one of the last successful compromise you will see before the Civil War. Spot resolution, acts by then Senator Lincoln asking for Polk to prove pretext for war. The resolution showed the Whigs' view against the war and also revealed the lying undertones of the pretext for the war and of Polk's presidency as a whole. So basically the Whig Party, the Republican Party, it's the Whig Party for now. I think I said Republican Party earlier, but Whigs. They really exposed that the Democrats and James Polk expansionists didn't really have a valid pretext to go annex Texas, but they did it anyway, which really shed a bad light on the expansionist movement. California Bear Flag Republic, flag of revolters in California. It symbolized the desire for Americans to free California from Mexican rule. The formation of a flag symbolized unity over the issue of California. So this is just another area in the country, or not in the country yet, where Americans wanted to take control of it themselves and add it to the United States. Buena Vista, battle between American forces and Mexico. Although greatly outnumbered, the Americans prevailed over Santa Anna, symbolizing their triumph over dictatorship. It also led to General Zachary Taylor gaining immense popularity. General Zachary Taylor, General of American Army against Mexico. He led a surprising victory against a large Mexican force, which instantly made him super popular. Some pundits thought he had enough popularity to run for president. I don't know if that was generally true at the time, but it was important that with a popular general, a lot of the people are going to support the army as a whole. General Winfield Scott, General of American Army leading to Mexico City. Despite many challenges, he was successful in leading the American Army to Mexico City. His triumphs made him known as the most successful general in the conflict against Mexico. Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, peace treaty between America and Mexico. This is a very important term that you're going to need to know. The treaty was favorable for the Americans as they gained all of Texas, California, and Oregon, and underwent a massive population boost, bringing in, of course, all those new people. The treaty supported the Manifest Destiny ideology. The problem with Guadalupe Hidalgo, it yet to solve the issue of slavery in Texas, which is looming very soon. Mexican cession, territory gained by America. This was basically just Texas and surrounding areas. The territory was expansive and it settled border disputes. There is a large population there that helped to connect the rest of America to the Pacific Ocean. The large territory eventually caused slavery debates. So this was all of Texas up into California, that western area, southwestern area. And that of course finally connected the Atlantic border to the Pacific border. A huge win for America. Conscience Whigs, faction of the Whig Party. They were highly anti-slavery and anti-war with Mexico, and their gaining popularity made passing the peace treaty a more pressing issue that made it get passed. Wilmot Proviso, legislation against slavery in the Mexican cession. It pinned the North and South fiercely against each other in basically a war, which would otherwise be a unifying issue. Western expansionism and its connection to slavery was the most divisive issue leading to the Civil War. Obviously, expanding the country would usually be a unifying issue, but because more decisions would have to be made about slavery, whether these new states would be free states or slave states, how it would affect the balance in the Senate, this made expansionism a highly polarizing issue, and slavery was at its core, and that eventually led to the Civil War. Californios, Spanish and Mexican conquerors in California. They were a successful native population that rose to power in the region before being overrun by American settlers. They represent the negative effects of manifest destiny. Obviously, when you expand, a certain population has to come out on top in control of the land, but the existing population has to be subdued, and this is an example of that. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 18 of the American Pageant, titled Renewing the Sectional Struggle. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Popular sovereignty, principle for slavery, decisions of a state. It was favorable to the public because it followed democratic ideals and it was an easy compromise for the government. It took the issue of slavery away from the sectional government into the hands of the people. Basically, popular sovereignty stated that the people in the state, the population in the state, would be the ultimate decider of whether it is a free state or a slave state. So very democratic in principle, and that obviously appealed to American citizens. Free Soil Party, third party in the United States. It was very anti-slavery. They held a more aggressive standpoint on the issue of abolition and became a reflection of the lack of ability for the Whigs and Democrats to address the issue of slavery in a timely manner. It attracted a wide range of constituencies, like in different regions of the country. It wasn't restricted to South, Northwest, whatever. The Free Soil Party really took a more aggressive stance on slavery, while the other parties were kind of restricted on what they wanted to say because it was such a polarizing ideology. California Gold Rush, influx of settlers attracted the gold. The discovery of gold in California caused a lot of settlers to migrate quickly. The migration caused a lawless land with few people finding prosperity, but the population boost caused California to apply for statehood and therefore reignite the slavery debate. Obviously, with the amount of people now settled in California, it was only right for it to apply for a state. And now the question, once again, whether it would be a free state or a slave state. Underground Railroad, pathway for slaves to escape. It helped slaves escape their masters and made the North more of a sanctuary for blacks. It also heightened Southern agitation in their advocacy for a tighter fugitive slave law. Although the Underground Railroad wasn't wholly successful in the mass freeing of slaves, it was very symbolic in the abolitionist movement, and that of course angered the South. Harriet Tubman, famous Underground Railroad conductor. She individually helped free a lot of slaves and earned the title Moses, showing how she became a high figure in slave culture. Of course, Moses in Jewish philosophy led the Jews away and freed them, and calling Harriet Tubman that really symbolizes what she means to the abolitionist movement. Clay, Webster, and Calhoun, prominent speakers in the Senate. In combination, their words and plans gave the government a vision for the future. The government realized that unless compromise can take place, the dissolution of the Union will almost certainly take place. Of course, that last sentence foreshadowing what would eventually take place right around the Civil War. Young Guard, newer group of congressmen. They were a more aggressive group of politicians who were more focused on complete reform rather than preservation. As a result, their policies were more polarizing. So as you could see, even factions in the legislative branch were embracing this polarization, not a good sign for the future leading up to the Civil War. Compromise of 1850, concessions over slavery and territory between North and South. It is a leading example of compromise between the North and South before the war. It represents the danger that the survival of the Union was in during that time. Obviously, one of the things was California becoming a free state, and then also the South getting a more strict fugitive slave law where they could now go into the North and bring back slaves. Fugitive slave law, harsh codes for how to deal with escaped slaves. It caused outrage in the North because the laws were not only threatening to slaves, but also dangerous for free blacks and whites as well. It swung the moderate population to the more abolitionist side. The key thing with this is that now it was the duty of people in the North, people who did not support slavery, to aid the recapturing of slaves, basically expanding slavery into the North, even though there wasn't actual plantations in the North. And the North was not going to settle for this. Personal liberty laws, laws against the fugitive slave law. It was a small act of secession in the North that greatly resembled acts of South Carolina in the nullification crisis. It showed how the Compromise of 1850 was not working. Although this was kind of on a small scale, the South used this to argue that the North was rejecting federal law and the North was on the bad side of this argument. Clayton-Bulwer Treaty between Britain and America. It helped to save both sides from entering conflict over trade routes in Central America. It made sure that both sides could continue their economic ventures in the area. William Walker, American adventurer of Central America. Although his plan ultimately failed, it showed the continuing ideas of Southern slave expansionism despite efforts from the North to restrict it. This plan was sort of wanting to expand the United States down into Central America to create more slave states, of course below that 1820 line. And although this obviously never happened, we don't control Central America, this really showed the inherent slavery expansionism that resolved in the South. Ostend Manifesto, secret document encouraging acquisition of Cuba, of course relating to that idea of expansionism in Central America. When it was leaked, it caused outrage in the North. It revealed the conflict between manifested territorial expansion and the divisive issue of slavery. This was now revealing that manifest destiny to the South was not wholly about God-given right to expand, but it really connected to their deep thoughts about expanding slavery. Opium War, Britain winning war against China over ports. Since Britain won, they gained access to ports in China. This caused American merchants to fear losing their successful trade with China. So Britain was expanding their sphere of influence in China. This is obviously more about foreign policy. Treaty of Wanghia, I think. Treaty between China and United States. It helped to make American trade prosper with China and align themselves with the European precedent of taking advantage of China's markets. So this was America trying to save their sphere of influence in China. And now they were joined by many other European nations in trading with China. Matthew C. Perry, missionary to Japan. He helped to impress the once isolated Japanese to the advancements of America, which influenced a productive relationship between the two nations. Obviously now you can see that it was very fruitful for Japan because Japan is one of the most heavily industrialized and advanced nations today, when back then they were definitely not. Gadsden purchase of land in the Southwest. The purchase of territory helped to ensure that the Continental Railroad would run through the South. This ensured further economic prosperity to the South, who were losing the economic battle with the North. So the federal government purchased a lot of land in the South to build that railroad, which interconnected the South and the North more, which interconnected the economies, and the South prospered from it. Stephen A. Douglas, Senator of Illinois. He was an avid expansionist, and his desire to push railroad projects without the interference of the slavery issue made him pass one of the most destructive bills before the Civil War, which we'll get to later. Here it is. Kansas-Nebraska Act deciding popular sovereignty in Kansas and Nebraska. It made both the North and the South angry over slavery and destroyed the Missouri Compromise and the 1850 Compromise. It all but undid any progress towards saving the Union and polarized the Democrat Party and the rising Republican Party. Basically, the Kansas-Nebraska Act repealed the sacred Missouri Compromise, which really stoked these national tensions over slavery. The main principle of this Kansas-Nebraska Act that blew up any compromise over slavery is that it now stated that since popular sovereignty could exist in Kansas, Nebraska, which is obviously above that southern line, it basically states that slavery can exist anywhere in the United States if the people vote on it, which blew up all of the previous legislation, and now we're basically on to civil war. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 19 of the American Pageant, titled Drifting Towards Disunion. If you know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Uncle Tom's Cabin, abolitionist novel about slavery. It had immense outreach across the country and in foreign spaces. It awoke people to the evils of slavery. It had a profound effect on politics and is also credited to have started the Civil War. Uncle Tom's Cabin was absolutely critical to revealing the moral issues with slavery beyond the technical, political issues about it, and it really awoke a lot of people who weren't interested in politics to now identify themselves with the abolitionist movement. Harriet Beecher Stowe, author of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Her novel was extremely popular, and her meeting with Abraham Lincoln showed how she had become a symbol for abolitionism and the Northern cause. So as Harriet Beecher Stowe became synonymous with the political abolitionist side, she obviously gained a lot further popularity beyond Uncle Tom's Cabin. The Impending Crisis of the South, book about how slavery affected whites. It articulated a perspective about the effect of slavery not only on blacks but on whites, specifically in the South. This caused the southern plantation elite to grow increasingly upset with the North and fueled their fears of poor whites to abandon their elitist causes. So it's important to know that in the South, the plantation elite were a small group of people, not even close to the majority of people actually owned slaves. It was just the institution of slavery that inspired these poor whites to eventually, get on their level. But once this book really exposed that the majority of white people in the South were actually not well off because of slavery, it really influenced many people inside the South to abandon slavery as well as the North. New England Emigrant Aid Company, anti-slavery organization funding ventures to Kansas. They funded trips of abolitionists to Kansas in order to throw the popular sovereignty vote to the abolitionist side. They helped to join the North and the West as lands of the free. Now, not only abolitionists were flooding Kansas, but anti-abolitionists from the South were also flooding into Kansas, setting up for a conflict. Beecher's Bibles, Guns for Pioneers. They were named after Harriet Beecher Stowe's brother, showing how the Kansas pioneers thought of them as abolitionist tools. So this really revealed how tools of violence were the resorted to item, I guess you could say, for these abolitionists. John Brown, violent abolitionist in Kansas. He's very famous. He turned to violent attacks in order to rid Kansas of the pro-slaveryites. His actions helped to start bleeding Kansas, which spilled into the Civil War. And the eventual creating of John Brown into a martyr even further polarized the South and the North over the Kansas issue. The Compton Constitution for Kansas, which allowed for slavery. It was a sneaky tactic by the pro-slaveryites, which caused a boycott of its ratification. They really took advantage of the chaos in Kansas to try and pass some government, even though it wasn't really legitimate. This led to it becoming a national issue promoted by Democrats, where it was shot down by free soilers across the country. Ultimately, it delayed Kansas' statehood and divided the Democrats between James Douglas and more radical Southerners. Bleeding Kansas, years of violence in Kansas over slavery. It showed how the differences between abolitionists and pro-slaveryites were growing greater and turning to violence. It foreshadowed the Civil War, and how it was solved by violence instead of diplomacy. One of the main narratives of the United States' approach to Civil War is really understanding how violence played a role in these debates and how we drifted slowly towards violence. Sumner-Brooks clash, abolitionist Sumner versus pro-slavery Brooks. They actually started fighting on the congressional floor. Sumner and South Carolinian senators had been exchanging words until Brooks stood up for his state and in turn beat Sumner unconscious. It revealed how dangerous the opposing opinion on slavery were becoming, and politicians and people couldn't see wrong if the person agreed with their side. So even after this clash, the senators on their side did not condemn the actions because they felt that violence was something worth in the fight for slavery or against slavery. Republican Party, Northern Sectional Party, they were basically only concentrated in the North. They were passionately against slavery, and they helped to clean out the North and eventually sectionalize the North behind Republicans and South behind the Democrats. So the Republican Party really consolidated every political faction in the North, and this basically pinned the Republicans directly against the Democrats as the two main parties, which of course we still have today. Know Nothing Party, Party for Nativism. Although they were not immensely popular, they gained the dying Whig Party's supporters and shed light on a greater American nativism and racism that extended beyond slavery. So the racism in America wasn't only against black people, only against slaves, but also against other races that were not, American whites. Election of 1856, Democrat James Buchanan won the election. It showed that conservatism, regardless of slavery, was still dominant in America because James Buchanan did not take real hard stances on slavery and things like that. He was just a conservative. It delayed the battle between North and South, but it set the stage for a wild election in 1860. Looking back in history, it is pretty evident that a conservative was not needed in this time of immense debate. Something had to be solved. So James Buchanan election pretty much did nothing to stop our approach to a civil war. Dred Scott versus Sanford, ruling against Dred Scott's sue for freedom. It was an unexpected win for the South, who saw the Supreme Court rule that Congress cannot outlaw slavery in a territory, which is huge. When the North refused to go along with it, the South angered in the fact that the North refused to follow the Supreme Court's ruling, pushing them further towards secession. On the legal side of this, basically the case stated that property could not be taken away from someone. So if a Southern plantation owner were to take his slaves into the North, the government could not take their slaves, which basically legalized slavery in any part of the United States, which was obviously a crazy ruling and a huge win for the South. In this case was extremely controversial. Roger B. Taney, Supreme Court Justice. He backed the decision of the Supreme Court to move farther than just the Dred Scott case and to pursue the more aggressive action of outlawing Congress's ability to even legislate slavery in the territories. So this would basically immunize slavery, the institution of slavery, from any action by the government. Panic of 1857, economic and psychological crash. I used the wrong word. It caused both an economic crash, but a depressing outlook on life from the perspective of many poor people. It led to many poor people asking the government for land to bail them out of their hunger and misery. So here we see the beginnings of a narrative really exploded in the 20th century of the people looking to the government for handouts and bailouts. Homesteads, free land of 160 acres. Many poor people wanted the land in response to the economic crash, so when the Homestead Act was set to pass, Democratic President James Buchanan struck it down. It showed further evidence of how the planter elite was hell-bent on expanding slavery, and in turn, poor Southern whites against the rich landowners. So obviously, if this Homestead Act was passed, the planter elite would not be able to expand into all of this land because it would be given out to individual people. But as long as the land was left to be independently bought and sold, these rich plantation owners could expand and obviously expand their slavery. Tariff of 1857, lower tariff after economic crash. Although the North advocated for more federal funds, their true reason for being against the lowering of tariffs was because they wanted more economic protection. It shows how each side was using federal policy to advantage them before the Civil War. So both sides are actually preparing and kind of foreshadowing a civil war, and they were trying to get ahead before it eventually commenced. Abraham Lincoln, Illinois Republican. Yes, the Abraham Lincoln. He was a rising Republican who eventually used his background as a poor frontiersman that influenced his honesty and patience to lead America through the Civil War as a president. His role in American history is going to be shown more in the next coming chapters. Lincoln-Douglas debates for Illinois Senate. Their debates were insightful and challenged the views of Democrats and Republicans. They were influential in posing many questions that were subject to national debate and policymaking. These were very revolutionarily public debates, and the people had a lot of involvement in asking questions, kind of like the debates we see today. Freeport Doctrine, opinion that slavery trumps the Supreme Court regardless. It was a popular Douglas Democratic opinion that popular sovereignty is the answer for slavery debates, not legislation and not the courts. This opinion further split the Democratic Party, and it aided the split of politics to pure sectionalism, northern and southern, and free versus slavery lines. Harper's Ferry, federal arsenal in Virginia. When an abolitionist force led by John Brown raided the fort, it led to a national divided response. The North regarded Brown as a martyr, but the South argued that they could no longer exist in a union where their own countrymen were violently attacking them. The South took the innocent victim side of this, which honestly is fair in the situation, and they really tried to play up their shock about the abolitionist violence. Constitutional Union Party, moderate faction of the Democratic Party. They were based on the Constitution and the laws, which made them stay away from taking sides on controversial issues. This way, they remained as moderate as possible between the growing sectional divide of the North and South. So obviously, this party was trying to place themselves in the middle of the two sides. But as everyone knows, in politics, this sort of compromise and staying in the middle doesn't really work to garner votes. Election of 1860, Abraham Lincoln wins. Although Lincoln won, he was a clear minority president, displaying the immense divide in the country. He did not even come close to the popular vote. The Southern response was defiant, leading to South Carolina being the first of many states to secede shortly after the election. Many Southern states started seeing his election as an end to all hope of them ever having representation in the government, ever having a chance to secure slavery in the government because they were losing power in the government. Crittenden Amendments, compromise amendments for slavery. The last-ditch effort failed as Lincoln rejected them and all hope for compromise was lost. The rejection of the Crittenden Amendments all but made the Civil War inevitable. Confederate States of America, the new government created by secessionist states. Despite all of the chaos in the South, the secessionist states were able to form a somewhat organized government with a strong president. It put on display the South's ability to organize against the North. So the South's kind of quick ability to establish a government really showed that the Civil War would be a fight, not just a failed rebellion. Secession, act of a state leaving the Union. It was the final act of many Southern states. They left for many reasons, but the chief issue was always, of course, slavery. When the North refused to allow the Union to be dismantled, the Civil War was started. So at the outbreak of the Civil War, it was supposed to be about the dissolution versus resolution of the Union, but was really central to the debate was obviously slavery, even though a lot of these secessionist documents published by the states that, of course, seceded tried to talk about different things, but it was obviously slavery. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 20 of the American Pageant, titled Girding for War, the North and South. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Fort Sumter Federal Arsenal in Charleston, South Carolina. The South responded to Northern attempts to supply it with a military bombardment, which caused outrage in the North. This became the first engagement of the Civil War. So the North tried to recapture their federal military arsenals, but the South basically took control of any of those arsenals that resided in, well, the South. Border states: Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware. The states were mixed between Northern and Southern sentiment, and they were crucial for either side to gain the support of. This caused Lincoln to pursue softer rhetorical campaigns, talking about what the war was only for the Union and not about slavery. Border states dictated decision-making on either side. So these states in between the South and the North, they were critical, just not only on a numbers wise, but just in terms of military strategy. They needed that land. So this kind of moderated a lot of the rhetoric that was coming out of either side. Billy Yank, symbol of a Northern soldier. Billy Yank reflected the typical Northern stereotype of intellectual, practical, and conscientious, and concerned about themselves over the greater issue of war. Johnny Reb, symbol of a Southern soldier. Johnny Reb reflected the Southern societal makeup that typically aligned with toughness, religion, strong emotion and passion, and, of course, a personal connection to the issue of slavery. Wage slaves, poor people in Britain. They were against the slave-owning South and broader aristocratic principles. They kept the British government from intervening on behalf of the South because they protested Southern sympathy. In an attempt to kind of throw chaos into the United States, Britain was sort of leaning towards supplying the South, which obviously would break up America's power heavily. But these people in Britain who were staunchly against slavery, they kept the government from pursuing this. King wheat and king corn, productive crops for the North. They produced an immense supply while the British simultaneously had a bad crop season. This tied the British to Northern exports and therefore funded the Northern economy and abandoned their Southern sympathy. So not only did the British abandonment of any type of Southern intervention come from the people, but also came on these economic issues. Trent Affair, conflict between Union warship and British mailship. The Northern actions of taking prisoners, including Confederate diplomats, almost provoked a war between the Union and the British. Lincoln's patience and skilled diplomacy helped to cool the tension. This is just one of the first of many actions of Lincoln really being critical to the outcome of these events. Laird rams, British building Confederate warships. It was one of the many conflicts that almost sparked war between the Union and Britain, and thus involving Canada. Dominion of Canada helped unite and bolster Canada in 1867. It helped make Canada stronger, thus preventing it from potential American imperialism. It emerged as a strong nation after the Civil War. So any type of northern expansion into Canada was sort of quelled after this. Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy. His general unpopularity and stubborn personality created problems for the South and the relationships between bodies of government. The task of keeping the chaotic South organized proved too tough to handle. So Jefferson Davis, as great of a power that he had, he was not very effective in keeping the Confederate States together. Writ of habeas corpus, constitutional protection against unlawful imprisonment. When Lincoln suspended the law, it enabled the Union Army to take more prisoners of war. In the larger scheme, it was another example of Lincoln's borderline authoritarian wartime actions. One of the things that historians look at, one of the narratives historians find in Lincoln's Civil War handling was definitely this slight authoritarianism, and he really took advantage of wartime to kind of impede on rights. New York City draft riots, protests against the federal conscription law. It highlighted the internal battles the North faced upon trying to get people to sign up for the war. It also revealed portions of the population who were against the war, like anti-black Irish immigrants. So although the abolitionist cause was noble, a lot of people weren't willing to go to war for it, and that caused the kind of conscription situation to really spark some conflict in the North. Morrill Tariff Act increased federal tariffs. The increased tariffs helped to gain revenue for the government and also helped to protect American businesses against the new taxes employed to fund the war. At this point, protective tariffs became synonymous with the Republican Party, just like they had with the other conservative parties before. Greenbacks, paper money issued by the government. It was a failed plan by the government as the currency depreciated in value as inflation crept upwards. There was definitely some economic problems in America during the Civil War. National banking system, federal banking system established banknote currency, paper money. It helped to take steps toward unifying the banking system. It also stimulated and stabilized the inflation and depreciation that had been going on during the war to try and increase that home front economy, home front living situation for people, as obviously a war is a long process. Homestead Act of 1862, free land for westward expansion. It continued the westward expansion movement even throughout the war. 300,000 people moved out west by taking advantage of the Homestead Act, further tying the North and West together. So even during the time of a civil war, the principles of manifest destiny and westward expansion did not die out. That kept going. U.S. Sanitary Commission, organizations that assisted Union armies. It trained women in various skills and not only helped the soldiers, but also further advanced the importance of women's society, which propelled the growing women's movement forward. Obviously, in this moment, abolitionism and slavery was in the forefront, not women's rights, but that doesn't mean they weren't making progress. This also fits in the broader APUSH context of women during the war, women expanding their place in society during wartime. That's a key narrative. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, first female physician, organized Sanitary Commission. She helped to organize the important Sanitary Commission, which empowered women and increased their skills and confidence. Clara Barton, Union Army nurse. Her hard work and energy she dedicated to nursing. The Union Army advanced nursing into a profession rather than a simple service. She helped to create a vast employment category for women. Obviously transitioning nursing, not just on like a person-to-person service, but into a profession, into a broad job employment opportunity. This gave women access to jobs. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 21 of the American Pageant, titled The Furnace of Civil War. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. George McClellan, General of the Union Army of the Potomac, or Potomac, I'm not sure. Although he was a smart military mind, he was overcautious, which created numerous problems for the Union, who needed to be on the offensive. If you ever seen the oversimplified video on the Civil War, you know just how cautious and ineffective McClellan really was. Peninsula Campaign, Union offensive in Virginia. Although it was a Union defeat, the defeat prolonged the war, which caused Lincoln to pursue emancipation policies and the South to undergo more destruction and losses. So by extending the war, Lincoln had more time to gradually shift the purpose of the Civil War from resolving the Union to emancipation and abolitionism. Merrimack and Monitor, iron warships used in the Civil War. They were examples of the expanding naval technology used in the Civil War and spelled the end for wooden warships. It made the Battle of the Blockade more advanced. Remember that since the Industrial Revolution, there hasn't really been a war testing America's power, but the Civil War, we can really see how both sides, North and South of America, are using that technology to fight against each other. Emancipation Proclamation, Lincoln's proposal for abolition. It made the war about abolition, transferring it to a moral crusade, so it really tied the moral cause to the war. It also ended all hope for peace, as for the Emancipation Proclamation to come to fruition, the South would obviously have to be destroyed. 13th Amendment, constitutional amendment for abolition. It foreshadowed the ultimate end to slavery, which made the North and South fight more viciously because the South knew what would happen to the slavery if they lost. An important thing about the Emancipation Proclamation is that it actually only stated that slaves would be freed from the rebellious states, but the 13th Amendment enshrined it into the Constitution, which made it so that any state, regardless if they seceded or not, would outlaw slavery. 54th Massachusetts Regiment, all-black Union Army Regiment. It symbolizes how the Emancipation Proclamation influenced many blacks to join the war, which bolstered the Union military. Now, it's not so much a numbers game with how many blacks actually joined the Union Army, but it's more about just the optics of having blacks fighting alongside the white Union soldiers for the abolitionist cause. Fredericksburg, General Burnside offensive in Virginia. It was a humiliating defeat for the Union Army, who suffered many casualties and made General Burnside give up his command of the army. So you can start to see how the Union Army, especially in the beginning, started to cycle through commanders and leadership. Gettysburg Battle in Pennsylvania. It was a long and large battle, but the Union Army eventually came out on top. This loss spelled the end for the Confederate cause for victory or peace, although spirited fighting continued on. This obviously led to the Gettysburg Address. Gettysburg Address, speech made by Lincoln at Gettysburg Cemetery. Although his remarks were not revered at the time, his words became a famous symbol of his nobility. You will definitely read the Gettysburg Address sometime in your APUSH class. If you don't, you should definitely read it on your own because it is a really powerful document. Ulysses S. Grant, General of Union Army and future president. His military experience made him one of the greatest military generals of the time, and he led many successful campaigns that ensured the Union victory. Shiloh Battle in the Western Sphere. The Confederacy showed an impressive performance, although they lost, showing that there would be no quick end to the war despite Union successes. This is an example of the sporadic fighting that happened after the Battle of Gettysburg. Vicksburg, Confederate fort in Mississippi. It was a vital pathway for Confederate supplies coming from the west and became an essential point of attack for the Union forces to destroy the Confederate Army. Sherman's March, Union March through Georgia. Sherman pursued the total war strategy where he not only attacked the enemy military but also homes, cities, and valuable items. His tactics ruined Southern morale, increased deserters, and led to a quicker end to the war. So this was a show of Northern power and Northern domination over the ruined South. Congressional Committee on the Conduct of War, Committee Against Presidential Expansion During Wartime. It ran against Lincoln's pursuit of more radical wartime policies, which plagued some of his efforts to bolster control. If you remember back to the previous chapter, Lincoln was definitely showing some authoritarianism, not like he was a totalitarian dictator, but he was definitely expanding the executive power during wartime. Copperheads, Northern Democratic faction against war. They were outspoken against the war, emancipation, and any efforts by Lincoln to exert control and bolster support for the Union Army. They made the border states harder for Lincoln to possess. Even though the Republican Party definitely had a sectional control over the North, there was still a population in the North that were not in favor of the Civil War or any abolitionist cause. The Man Without a Country, story about a man exiled from the United States. It showed the negative effects on what disunion would have on the people, which made people more devoted to the Union cause. Basically, developing a world where the Union was not reconsolidated and that there existed a North and South. There consisted, the United States and the Confederacy, and it was not a good world for the mankind to live in. Union Party, Republican Party supporting war. It helped to expand the Republican Party to war-supportive Democrats, which united the Republican Party against the divided Democratic Party. This was definitely a huge Republican effort to consolidate the people in the South who supported the Civil War and supported abolitionism, which just expanded the Republican Party. Election of 1864, Lincoln wins re-election. It was a victory for the Republican Party and therefore spelled the end for any Democratic success in the North. The South faced the most crushing defeat as any potential political success in the North was ruined. So if the South were not able to win the war militarily, they could try and infiltrate the political scene up in the North, but obviously that was not going to happen. Wilderness Campaign, bloody Northern assault on Virginia. The casualties the North faced called Grant's leadership into question, but the North's advantages in numbers made it so they could win despite bloody battles. Appomattox Courthouse, site of the Southern surrender to the North. The South accepted the North's terms for surrender and the Civil War was over. This was the symbolic end of the Civil War. John Wilkes Booth, murderer of Abraham Lincoln. His death helped to get rid of all the shortcomings of his presidency and helped to turn Lincoln into a martyr. His death was perfectly timed to the moment. Although obviously it is not good for a president to be assassinated, it definitely helped Lincoln's legacy, and it also helped in the moment to have someone dying for the cause on the national stage to really show that moral side of abolitionism. Reform Bill of 1867, British Bill for Democracy. It showed how the Civil War's expression of successful democracy influenced democratic expansion in foreign nations like Britain. So basically, even though America was consumed by a civil war, It really showed how the democratic processes won in the end, where the moral side, the good side against slavery, came out on top, and that influenced other nations around the world. The lost cause, the idea that the South lost, but they won't stop fighting for their cause of white supremacy. Although the South lost, it doesn't mean they don't have other methods consisting within the Union at attempting to achieve white supremacy. Obviously, even though they lost the war, it's not like the racism all throughout the South is just gone. It will shape Southern behavior for the Reconstruction years and beyond that to Jim Crow and things like that. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye.
Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 22 of the American Pageant, titled The Ordeal of Reconstruction. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. First is the freedmen. These are the newly freed slaves after the Civil War. After the 13th Amendment, they are free from slavery. There were nuances in the status of freedmen. Some rejected freedom, some were suspicious, and some were excited in their newfound liberation. Emancipation brought upon a new set of challenges for freedmen. So just because all these African Americans were freed from slavery, it doesn't mean that their lives suddenly became good. They're still obviously suffering from major setbacks from years of slavery, and these aren't just going to magically go away. Exodusters, these are freedmen from the deep south moving to Kansas, so they're trying to escape that racism by moving up north. It symbolizes freedmen taking advantage of their freedom to form cultural communities to support each other after emancipation. So all these slaves are coming around, they're scattered across different plantations in the South, and they're all trying to move up north to join each other and create communities that are positive towards the black community. Freedmen's Bureau, this is a welfare agency for emancipated slaves trying to get their lives on track. The Bureau was successful in supporting freedmen and women, especially in education in forms of reading and writing. Although the organization wasn't always perfect, it symbolized hope for emancipated slaves and therefore was resented by Southern white supremacists. So as all bureaus and other bureaucracies and organizations, there's some level of corruption and negativity throughout, but the majority of what they did was successful, and that of course was great for them and not good for the racists back down in the South. Andrew Johnson, vice president who took over for Lincoln, his inability to identify with any side of the political aisle combined with his stubbornness that prevented any understanding, he was quite possibly the worst possible politician to be in charge of Reconstruction. So Andrew Johnson was quite indecisive. He was not very powerful in any way. He didn't really like to get things done. So he was probably the worst person to be in charge of Reconstruction because he basically let the super radicals on both sides just kind of take control of Reconstruction, which made it obviously have a lot of conflict. 10% plan, a loyalty Reconstruction plan proposed by Lincoln. This was sort of the passive plan from the northern side. The bill was mild and simple to follow for the South, since only a small portion of the population had to pledge allegiance, so literally only 10% of the southern population had to pledge their allegiance to the Union. This made Republicans push more intense Reconstruction policies because they felt that this wasn't enough. And now that Lincoln is obviously dead, they can push a plan a lot more tougher than this. The Wade-Davis bill, a more radical Reconstruction bill demanding 50% allegiance. So just quick math, this was 5 times more heavy than the other bill. The bill offered much more safeguards against any Southern rejections as it protected emancipation and demanded more allegiance and loyalty from the populace. Its rejection by Lincoln revealed the interconflict with Republicans over Reconstruction. So obviously there's battles between Republicans who wanted to put more pressure on the South versus some who were just happy that the Union was restored and were just want mild pressure on the South. So this is obviously a battle that raged on during Reconstruction. Radical Republicans, a smaller faction of the Republican Party, they believed the South should be treated harshly in the Reconstruction period and that its institutions should be destroyed and replaced. They would obviously support more of that 50% plan. Sharecropping, freedmen work for a farmer in exchange for some of its production. This is a huge key term from that post-slavery era. This was a huge kind of idea that the South still kind of pushed racism even after the Civil War. So essentially, it returned freemen to an essentially slavery-like system. They had to work for little to no gains and were once again subordinate to their master figures. The North began to question whether the Civil War efforts were in vain, which was partially true because of this, that even though slaves were free, this sharecropping system just once again put them at the bottom of the economic and social class. So even after the Civil War and emancipation, they really didn't advance much in society. The Pacific Railroad Act, Transcontinental Railroad Plan, proposed in 1862. It was not only an example of nationalized transportation and federal improvements, it symbolized a series of bills that Congress was able to pass that favored the North in the period of Southern secession. So the Transcontinental Railroad was obviously going to be better for the North because more goods could flow and they were an industrialized area. Congressional Reconstruction, the period of reintroducing the South to federal politics. So not only did they have to rebuild the South economically and socially, but they had to reintroduce them to the government, where this is kind of an underrated part of Reconstruction, I think. Northern Republicans, rightfully so, were against readmitting Southern delegates to federal politics because they felt that the South could gain more power because of slaves counting for more population strength. So there's definitely some fears upon readmitting Southern representation to the government that maybe the majority of the South would just kind of forget about the Civil War and just continue to vote for their Democrats, which were the majority, racist party. But it will take the coming years throughout Reconstruction to see how this would really play out. The 14th Amendment, a constitutional law giving citizenship and other civil rights to blacks while also stopping the South's political takeover. It was a sacred law to the future of the freedmen, and it was also hated by the South. Almost all secessionist states rejected the bill, but nevertheless it obviously passed. Basically, the 14th Amendment gave everyone the same constitutional rights, so that the Bill of Rights was not only given federally, but also throughout any state. No state could abridge people's rights, and this was very important for those people living in the South, that the southern states could no longer take away the rights of their people. Charles Sumner / Thaddeus Stevens, radical Republican leaders in the Senate and House, they pushed past the simple theory of Reconstruction. They pushed for racial equality and the restriction of southern states. Although they gained strength, the modern Republicans were in the majority. So a lot of more radical Republicans sought total racial equality along with a lot more control over the South from the federal government. But this wasn't an idea that was going to fly back in this day, and obviously it never did. Reconstruction Act, a drastic Reconstruction bill that controlled the South both militarily and through law. The bill helped to increase requirements for readmission to the Union for southern states in order to protect rights for blacks, although its attempts at moderacy would prove to be in vain later on. So although the bill made some progress in requiring southern states to do more to be readmitted to the Union, it had to pull back and attempt to appease to the Republican moderates, and those attempts to be moderate didn't really work. The 15th Amendment, constitutional protection of the right to vote for freedmen. It safeguarded the right to vote even after a secessionist state was admitted into the Union, which satisfied radical Republicans' fears that southern states would return to old ways after joining the Union. So essentially, radical Republicans, and rightfully so, feared that once the southern states are readmitted, they would once again start restricting people's right to vote, and then, of course, all the racist Democrats would be in office. But now that everyone had the protection to vote, obviously the power of voting would prevent this from happening. But as we'll see later on, that the South went to as far as it could possibly go to restrict voting access. Ex parte Milligan, Supreme Court ruling against military power in courts. The rejection of rulings like this during the military Reconstruction period showed that Reconstruction was a unique period that required even sacred documents like the Constitution to be bent. So essentially, the military occupation from the federal government in the southern states was in no way really constitutional, but the Supreme Court really rejected to rule that way, and they just allowed it to happen, which really shows the kind of key moment that Reconstruction really was. Redeemers, Democratic sympathizers in southern governments. It ensured that reconstructed governments would return back to old Southern democratic ways despite attempts by the North to control the formation of their new governments. So even though they tried their best to give black people the right to vote, they put more controls on the South during Reconstruction. There is a large part of the South that still held a lot of faith towards the Democrats, towards the Confederates, and toward that racist way of life, so that the South would still uphold this way, and that obviously materializes into Jim Crow. Women's Loyal League, women's abolitionist group. It helped to conjoin the abolitionist movement with the women's rights movement and led to important questions about the expansion of civil rights to women. So now that the Civil War was over and the emancipation abolitionist movement was kind of over, you could see how the women's rights movement started to take hold. The Union League, political club transformed by freedmen for black advocacy. It helped to educate and expand the importance of blacks in society, and they threw their support behind Republican candidates and other advocates for protection for black communities. So now that African Americans had their right to vote and they also were becoming more involved in the political scene, they obviously threw their support behind Republicans who were more sympathetic towards racial equality. Scalawags, derogatory term for Southern black sympathizers. It showed how Confederates treated not only the black population poorly, but also their own white population if they were sympathetic toward freedmen. Scalawags, derogatory term for Southern black sympathizers. It showed how Confederates treated not only the black population poorly, but also their own white population if they were sympathetic toward freedmen. So you can really see how there was a large population in the South that were basically would cast people who supported the North, people who supported racial equality, cast them as outsiders. Carpetbaggers, derogatory term for Northern people coming to the South. It showed an almost nativist-like sentiment that Southern people had against their Northern counterparts, and that they felt their culture could not be encroached upon by outsiders. So the South really kind of retained some sort of weird, like, sacred attachment to racism, and they didn't like anyone from the South being sympathetic toward the North. They didn't like anyone from the North coming down to the South. Ku Klux Klan, everyone knows what this is, the discriminatory organization against blacks. It became infused with Southern institutions and culture, which struck fear through blacks and black sympathizers by often resorting to violence. So not only did the KKK have a lot of physical power, where they would obviously use a lot of violence, but they had institutional political power throughout the South, and that became super influential. Force acts by the government to curtail KKK efforts. They had positive effects on reducing violence, but at this point the damage had already been done as white supremacy lived on as a deeply rooted mission in the South. And this is really important because even after the Civil War, racism would live in America for obviously another 100 years until the 60s. Tenure of Office Act requiring Senate to approve a president's removal of somebody from his cabinet. It gave more control to radical Republican government over representation in government, and gave them grounds to impeach President Johnson. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 23 of the American Pageant, titled Political Paralysis in the Gilded Age. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Waving the Bloody Shirt, Grant's campaign strategy involving Civil War memories. It was the first of a common campaign strategy that relied on reviving memories of the Civil War, encouraging people to vote in the same way as they sided during the war. So presidential elections, they really relied on the romanticization of the Civil War. Fisk and Gould, partners who tried to corruptly profit off of gold. It represented the growing corruption and its connection to wealth that the political world had. Politicians were linking with the rich population to make money, forming an elitist class. Tweed Ring, powerful scandal in New York. He represented the corruption and greed that was prominent in the post-Civil War age, where Tweed bribed and defrauded his way to riches by exploiting New York. So you can really see a trend here where there's an elitist class growing that's really hell-bent on money and power, and this sort of comes to fruition more in the early 1900s. And then you get up to the Great Depression and it kind of breaks that. Credit Mobilier, government insiders forming a construction company to complete their own railroad project. It showed an example of government corruption and how powerful political figures were making money from their positions. Government underwent growing distrust from the media and the people. So I can't really explain the entire Credit Mobilier scandal. There's a lot of interesting parts to it that you could definitely watch a YouTube video about. But at the end of the day, government was basically profiting off of this project that they were secretly connected to. And it was just a huge scandal in terms of government corruption. Liberal Republicans, new faction of the Republican Party, they formed because of the growing disgust of corruption emerging in the Grant Republican leadership. Their ability to gain some support in the election of 1872 caused an overhaul in Republican leadership. Now I'd like to interject with a point here that Ulysses S. Grant's presidential years in office weren't actually as corrupt and bad as they were looked on before. Historians recently have really looked at that a lot of the things that went on weren't really his fault, but in the APUSH context, basically just think of the corruption at the time being tied to Grant's presidency, but don't really attribute it to Grant. It would be my advice. Horace Greeley, Liberal Republican nominee in 1872. He was a bad political candidate which ensured Grant's re-election, but his ability to gain some support hurt Republican confidence. So you can really see there is some sort of a turn against Republican behavior, even though they didn't lose power. Panic of 1873, the worldwide economic collapse due to unpaid loans. The inflationary pressure and failing banks hit all classes of America, especially blacks. The push for a solution caused a paper versus hard money battle in politics, where the hard money advocates won with various legislative wins. So a lot of the economic turmoil at the time turned people back towards hard money like silver and gold. The Gilded Age, the post-Civil War era, it was a delicate and shaky era socially, politically, and economically. Political representation and support seesawed dramatically. The economy was a roller coaster and the populace went under immense social change and class changes. So obviously the most likely outcome after the Civil War was complete turmoil, and that's what the Gilded Age was. Patronage, rewards given in turns for votes, a classic political sort of system. It was the lifeblood of the Gilded Age political scene. It specifically caused division in the Republican Party about whether the party should use such a system, and this was basically just handouts in turn for votes. Compromise of 1877, electoral compromise in 1877. The conflict over vote counting in the 1877 election almost led to another Civil War type conflict, but the last minute ability to compromise by the North, giving into some concessions toward the South, saved the nation. It also ended Reconstruction when the Republicans, as part of the deal, ended its commitment to meddling in Southern affairs when it comes to racial equality. So basically, in short, there is a contested election between the North and South over vote countings in various states, and basically the compromise was that the North would get their Republican candidate to win in turn for ending Reconstruction. So the big thing you need to take away is that the Compromise of 1877 ended Reconstruction. Civil Rights Act of 1875, a sort of feeble racial equality bill passed by Republicans. It was not only ignored and failed to achieve its intentions, it was actually ruled unconstitutional by various court cases. The final blow to the first civil rights push was dealt when the North withdrew troops from the South. So you can see at the end of Reconstruction, the end of really any ability to get real consequential civil rights bills done, the Republicans and the North kind of just gave up. Sharecropping, system of tenant farming, similar to slavery. We talked about this in the last chapter. The system of sharecropping was meant to keep blacks subservient to white landowners, and the system was further manipulated to keep black sharecroppers in debt indefinitely. It returned many blacks to quasi-slavery. So like I said, we talked about sharecropping in the last chapter. It's obviously has a huge influence. You should really know what sharecropping is by now. So yeah, basically know this term. Jim Crow, everyone should know what this is already. Systemically racist state-level laws, mainly in the South. The laws were meant to uphold the system of white supremacy and use tactics of disenfranchising towards blacks to keep the systems in place. So they made a lot of racist laws, and then they tried to restrict any sort of activity in the political system to keep those laws in place. Plessy v. Ferguson upheld Jim Crow laws as constitutional. It ruled that the 14th Amendment did not outlaw segregation of public spaces, but the technicality of separate but equal was not held up under Jim Crow laws anyway. So basically it said that even though the 14th Amendment created equality, they could just create separate spaces, segregated spaces, as long as the two spaces were equal. But obviously that was never enforced, and what ended up is segregated spaces were a lot worse for African Americans. Great Railway Strike of 1877, a labor strike over reduced wages by railroad workers. They faced immense resistance from all levels of government and law enforcement, which revealed the weakness of the labor movement against the power of the government, and also revealed the linking of big business and government protection. So a big process in the Gilded Age is the government's tie towards money, so obviously that naturally ties government towards big business, so the labor movement faced major setbacks during this period. The Chinese Exclusion Act, Congress Act against Chinese immigration. It banned all forms of immigration from China, which helped Irish immigrants in the labor market. It showed nativism and bias towards white people over other areas. So this was basically just a bill that was over jobs, and they were trying to restrict Chinese immigrants from taking jobs away from the white people. U.S. v. Wong Kim Ark established citizenship for people born in the U.S., naturalized citizenship. It protected immigrant communities against nativist forces and threats of deportation, specifically helped Chinese Americans in the face of threats. So even as the nativist movement grew, they couldn't deport people that were born in the United States. Pendleton Act, Reform Act against political corruption. It was an example of the Republican Party leading the way on reform and rid politics of the most obscene abuses of the spoils system or the patronage system with the handouts for votes, although it did cause powerful politicians to turn further to big business as a source of bribery and opportunity. So if they couldn't do handouts to the average person, they turned towards the big business and other large powers. Homestead Strike, a violent industrial worker strike against pay cuts. It represented the growing discontent among the lower class, like farmers and laborers, against the government's bias towards big business and capitalist practices. So there's definitely a major conflict between the labor movement and the kind of team up between big business and the government. Populists, the Radical People's Party against big government and business. Their ability to gain support alarmed both Democrats and Republicans and showed the growing separation from politics and the needs of underprivileged groups. So although the populists never gained power at the federal level, they definitely garnered a lot of votes from people, and they really kind of exposed the lack of connection between the government and the people at this period. Grandfather Clause got rid of voting requirements for anyone whose ancestors voted in 1860. It was an example of disenfranchisement of black voters because it was a biased law, considering that black people could not vote in 1860. So essentially it gave more freedom for people to vote who voted in 1860, or whose ancestors voted in 1860, but everyone who voted then were white, so it just expanded voting for whites while not expanding votes at all for blacks. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye.
Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 24 of the American Pageant, titled Industry Comes of Age. If you know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Transcontinental Railroad, a railroad spanning from east to west in the United States, so all the way across the country. It helped unify the country socially, politically, and especially economically because goods could easily be transferred. It also provided a sense of modernization for a nation turning industrialized. So obviously the main effects of any type of railroad transportation, large transportation system is going to be economic, but in a period of westward expansion, obviously a railroad that can help transfer people as well as goods is going to have some great social effects, and that obviously is going to influence politics because now you have a population that you have to appease out west because of this railroad. Land grants, federal land loaned to railroad companies. It encouraged the construction of railroads, and in combination with federal loans, companies were able to build railroads with more adequate funds and slightly lower risk. So because of federal funding and land funding, basically more railroads, more transportation systems could be constructed, and they were better and more efficient because of that. Cornelius Vanderbilt, steamboat businessman turned to railroad mogul. Obviously, Vanderbilt University. He was the owner of many railroad lines that offered the best transportation services of any of his competitors. He became the most prosperous and most famous of all the railroad investors. Standard time, standardized time zones consisting of 4 regions. So you have, East, West, Pacific, whatever, all the different times that we have today. It helped to organize and therefore make railroad systems safer. It also connected regions in one sense of time, which speaks to the greater sense of national unity that the railroads brought about the U.S. So it's obviously interesting how something like a railroad can unify us in something as broad as time itself. So you can obviously see the profound effect of railroads. Stock watering, railroad stocks being sold for far too high amounts. It was part of the greater sense of corruption that surrounded the big railroad business, where consumers were hurt by the power of the wealthy managers. So things like speculation, people who would game the stock market would take advantage and get a lot of money, and it just fits into the corruption of the time period. Wabash et al. V. Illinois. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but it decided that states could not regulate interstate commerce. It meant that the growing power of the railroad monopolies could only be combated by efforts by the federal government. So in the structure of federalism, intrastate commerce, which is commerce occurring in only one state, state governments have regulation over that. And then interstate commerce, which transfers across state lines, the government is the only authority that can rule over that. Interstate Commerce Act regulating the railroad business. It attempted to rid the railroad business of most of its corruption and attacks on consumer interests, but the Interstate Commerce Commission established by it could be easily exploited. So essentially, even though this act created some good guidelines to help keep the interstate commerce through railroads and stuff like that at bay in terms of corruption, it didn't really have a great effect in its actuality. Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone. His invention helped to connect the world through communication, and it had vast effects on social relations. It also gave new opportunities to women, as many jobs as telephone operators were given to women. So although a telephone doesn't really fit into that transportation type theme that this chapter goes into, it sort of transports verbal ideas, which is just as powerful as physical transportation, and it obviously had some undergrowing social effects on women's rights and equality. Thomas Edison, famous inventor of many things, especially the light bulb. His light bulb was important in changing human habits as they could now see in the night. He made people more productive, as evidenced by the average hours of sleep going down after the light bulb. So of course, the light bulb could now make the night just as productive as the day, and businesses could now work through the night and have those night owls, and that just increases overall economic production. Andrew Carnegie, or Carnegie, however you want to say it, rich profiteer of steel. Chalk this up with Vanderbilt as your list of business moguls. He developed an innovative business model where one business would employ all stages of production, including transportation, thereby making everything more efficient and higher quality. So he would integrate his control into all stages of production and making goods. And if everything was running through one company, he would have more control, and therefore it'd be a lot easier on him to get goods out at lower prices. J.P. Morgan, a highly successful banker, he took advantage of failing businesses by consolidating them under his own power by placing his own men in their board of directors in exchange for bailing them out. He became a powerful banking imperial. So he would spend money on bailing these businesses out, but he would put himself, basically through his men, in charge of all these companies and businesses, and he basically would control a whole lot of capital and businesses through this method. John D. Rockefeller, owner of Standard Oil Company and the creator of the trust. His formation of the trust business model proved to be an effective way of drowning out competition, which increased the power of his oil company and other large companies in other fields. So through trusts, he would consolidate other companies by basically buying out other companies that were in the same business line as him, his direct competition, and he would control entire markets, which was extremely powerful and impressive. Vertical integration, connecting all phases of manufacturing. This was Carnegie. It helped to make the transportation of supplies more efficient and reliable, which in turn made goods that were of higher quality and lower prices by owning all phases of production and thereby eliminating extra fees and costs. So if you were to say transport through another company or to get your raw goods from another company, you would obviously have to pay them kickbacks and fees. But if you own everything, you don't. So you're able to get things out how you want, more productive, more efficient, and at lower prices. Horizontal integration, forming alliances with other competitors. This was Rockefeller. When competition consolidated together, it formed monopolies in the market and helped make powerful business moguls who took advantage of smaller businesses. So these powerful business moguls would keep consolidating with other companies, gain more and more market share, where eventually they were the majority in whatever good they were producing, and that basically gave them the power to buy out entire markets, and that would be extremely enriching for the company, but would also place a harmful effect on society trying to interact with the market. Trusts, pooling stocks together under one management. It made big companies like Standard Oil more powerful because they manage money in many different businesses, giving moguls more control. So the more businesses they would sort of gain control over through trusts, one business owner, one manager would just get more money, more market share, and that was that. Interlocking directorates, banks controlling failing businesses. This was like JP Morgan. It gave powerful bankers more control over businesses because they took advantage of failing ones by bailing them out and controlling them. So if you were a bank and you were basically supporting a business entirely financially, or else they would fail, you obviously have immense control over them just inherently, and that gets you a lot of in and control in the business sphere from a banking perspective. Steel, metal alloy that could be used for things like railroad tracks, a big booming business. The production of steel became an important industry that helped to turn America into an industrial superpower, and it was used to make anything in all aspects of life. So wherever there was a city industrializing transportation in any form, in some, at least a part of it, they were using steel. Social Darwinist idea that people achieve status based on talent. The idea connected to a harsh view of classism in which each class doesn't have a duty to one another, which led to a growth in imperialistic thoughts often connected to racism. So some groups believed that in the social Darwinist system, if you were more rich, you had more talent, and if you were poor and didn't have a talent to do anything, then you didn't have a duty to help them out. They were just not talented, and that's just sort of their fault. And the rich person, as a talented one, could just keep getting things for himself. So obviously not a very societal based way of thinking. Acres of diamonds, religious preaching backing social Darwinism. Lectures like these aided to keep the poorer classes down at the expense of the rich, and such thoughts prevented adequate social reform. So the more preachings like these that basically said that rich people were born to be rich, be successful, and poor people were just born to be unsuccessful, really kept any sort of societal gluing together. Plutocracy, society or government owned by the wealthy class. Wealthy people and businesses were protected by the Constitution, which upheld plutocracy and limited state government control. So the more, not only were rich people in control of politics, but they are protected by the laws of government, upheld this sort of rich people in control type thing going on. Gospel of wealth, idea that wealthy people had a duty to serve the poor. It was a noble and philanthropic thought popularized by Andrew Carnegie, which gave wealthy moguls a purpose in life beyond their immense wealth and large businesses. So Carnegie is a guy who donated for colleges to schools and helped people with his money, and this was sort of a mode of philanthropy that he started among rich people who didn't want to be just drowning in their own wealth. Sherman Antitrust Act, largely unsuccessful law aiming to limit big trusts. Although it had little effect at preventing large monopolies, it did have a great effect on workers' rights by limiting the formation of labor unions. So part of this Trust Act was not only to stop trusts at the business level, but also at the labor level. So it had basically no effect on businesses because it was pretty easy to get around, but it did have an effect on workers trying to fight for their own rights, which is a whole nother issue in itself. New South, idea of turning the South to industrial production. Back in the day, They were an agricultural, farming-based economy. Many people saw opportunity in industrial ventures in the South because there wasn't much industrial competition down there. But Northern moguls exerted control, largely due to their owning of the railroads, which stunted the South's economic growth. So people in the North, rich people who had the transportation and capital controlling down there, they basically wanted to keep the South agricultural because they wanted their control up where it was already in the North. Gibson Girl, magazine depicting independent women. It reflected the growing movement of women into the workforce during the industrial age and the growing popularity of the idea of the independent woman. Lewis Hine, photographer and advocate against child labor. His popular photographs depicted harsh scenes that aroused public contentment towards child labor. His work was also highly influential in the wider world of photography. So as we move into the 20th century, child labor becomes a bigger and bigger issue, especially in the industrial world where the conditions were harsh, and that people like Lewis Hine exposing what was happening to children in these industrial areas with their labor helped to have the child labor laws that we have today. National Labor Union, one of the first large-scale labor unions. It helped to challenge big bosses and the power imbalance between employers and employees. Although it ultimately failed after the Depression in the 1870s, it inspired further movements in uniting laborers. So over the course of the rest of the 19th century into the 20th century, more large-scale labor unions will start to form, all stemming off this National Labor Union. Knights of Labor, here's one of them. Labor Society turned into a union. It was a more inclusive and therefore wider replacement for the National Labor Union, where they were able to make progress in workers' rights, specifically in the 8-hour workday. So the 8-hour workday, 9 to 5, started from labor unions who were advocating to reduce what in some places were 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days. Haymarket Square, labor protests turned deadly. The events at the protest negatively affected public opinion on the Knights of Labor, which spelled the end for their movement. Factions within the Knights went their separate ways. If I remember correctly, bombs went off at this protest and were blamed on the Knights of Labor, which basically ruined any credibility that labor unions had. But it's not to say that the labor movement was stopped completely. American Federation of Labor, collection of numerous labor unions. They had a plan of more moderate and straightforward strategies at creating reform for labor, and this popular but simple boycotts and walkouts threatened business owners. So if you start to sort of consolidate different labor unions in different spheres, different types of work, they become very powerful against these business owners. Closed shop, union-only employees at a business. It unified employees at one business, which balanced the relationship between employers and employees, where the employees were united and could therefore advocate for their rights. So if everyone working at a place was in a union, they could sort of move together against the owners if they were violating their rights, and they would have more control over the business, because if all the workers are in a union, the business cannot survive without the union, so that gave them a lot of power. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 25 of the American Pageant, titled America Moves to the City. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Louis Sullivan, an architect of skyscrapers. His principles on development aligned with the invention of the electric elevator, which eventually influenced the development of skyscrapers in big cities that became both centers of business operation and the site of large apartment buildings. I think it's also important to say that skyscrapers are also just a visual sort of psychological effect on how we view the country, and obviously with bigger buildings you're going to think of better progress, and you're going to be more apt to participate in these big city productions and be more apt to live in a city. Sister Carrie, a novel featuring a rags to riches storyline. The popular novel romanticized city life and encouraged rural people to move to the city as the key to moving up the ladder of classes and success in life. It inspired people to move to the city. However, obviously this romanticized view of, escaping poverty by moving to the big bustling city isn't true for a lot of people. New immigrants, new wave of immigration from Southern and Eastern Europe. Obviously, the first wave of immigration came from Western Europe. The immigrants that arrived came from backgrounds unlike America, which diversified American culture. Also, they were hardworking people who came from the slums of Europe that were overpopulated. So with a vast new wave of immigration from different backgrounds, you're going to see a cultural and demographic shift take place in the now industrialized America. Birds of passage, people who came to America to make money and then they just left. This symbolized the expansive economic opportunities that were available in America and how they influenced immigrants to come no matter if they felt like true Americans or not. So the American dream in some way was the cultural and lived experience aspect of the United States. But for people like this, they would just come to make money because they were attracted to the economy in America, and then they would go back to where they wanted to live. Social gospel, the idea that churches can help with social issues, which I think in most people's mind is very true. They believe that Christianity would eventually lead to outright socialism, and their words would influence the middle and lower classes to advocate for reforms, leading to the progressive era. So they felt that religious principles of equality and uplifting others would help to reform the sense of poverty in many people in the industrialized America. Jane Addams, educated woman who helped uplift urban poor people, she condemned the idea of poverty, and her work to create spaces of opportunity, like the Whole American Settlement House for poor people, eventually won her a Nobel Peace Prize. This is honestly a very useful term for a lot of essays you'll get in the units surrounding this time period. Jane Addams can work for women's rights, how people responded to problems in industrialization in cities. A lot of short answer stuff with Jane Addams, so know this person. Settlement houses, houses that provided hospitality for immigrants. They helped to assimilate struggling immigrants into society, which better prepared them for life in America. Just go back for a second, Jane Addams was one of the leaders of the settlement house kind of movement. It also gave women opportunities for more virtuous job opportunities by working in the houses. The houses became spaces to advance social reform. So not only did the settlement houses provide help for minority people to live in them and get, the basic needs they need, but also for people who weren't living there but working there, like women, to get opportunities in the city. Florence Kelley, a female social and political activist. She helped to pass key labor rights legislation and helped to fight social and economic inequality. She's an example of how women found opportunity in the city to join the human rights frontier. I think what's also interesting is that you have a female fighting in the labor movement. Most people obviously working back then were men, so this kind of connects to the women's rights movement and how they found more of a space in the job market. Nativism, resistance of immigration. Americans felt that their country was being dumped with too many people who were unlike them and that they would eventually become the majority. This caused resistance similar to resistance faced by Irish and German immigrants, like blaming them for problems in cities and towns and their political and social views causing changes. Nativism is a huge theme that's kind of everywhere in United States history, but from this point on, nativism is going to be a big thing that's going to appear on a lot of quizzes and essays. With the new immigration wave combined with obviously the old immigration wave, you're definitely going to want to keep track of the demographics in America. Liberal Protestants, new progressive faction of Christianity. They helped to adapt Christian principles with modern culture, which advanced Christian influence on reform movements. They were able to advocate for the furthering of human rights and economic rights. So remember back to the social gospel. Darwinism, scientific theory of evolution and natural selection. It challenged beliefs within Christianity and its explanations of history, which divided traditional conservatives and progressives in philosophical discussions. It symbolizes the early progressive era challenging traditional beliefs and practices. Booker T. Washington, ex-slave and advocate for black education. He advanced respect for black people in society by teaching schools of black children useful trades that would help them seek economic opportunity. His vision was that education would lead to representation, so he felt that it was the best way for African Americans in the United States to gain footing was just to put their head down, learn trades, learn jobs, learn ways that they could produce for themselves, and that would lead them to prosper. Tuskegee Institute, all-black school founded by Booker T. Washington. It helped to train black people in trades, specifically agriculture, that guided black youth to advance in society. It helped make black people more important and influential in society. In an era in the United States where industrialization, agricultural, mechanization of agriculture, all forms of production are booming, it helps to have more people join the workforce, and the African American community was involving themselves in that through Booker T. Washington and the Tuskegee Institute. W.E.B. Du Bois, I think is how you say it, a more radical black leader. His achievements at Harvard and his foundation of the NAACP, or the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, uplifted black importance in society. He was influential in the civil rights movement and the push for the integration of blacks on equal footing. I remember back writing an essay comparing W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington and how they approached uplifting black people fighting for civil rights in a different way. Land-grant colleges federally funded upper education. It helped to extend upper education to more people and teach them a wide range of skills in mechanical and agricultural fields. It created an advanced educated class of people. So now with colleges, they were able to prepare people to fill more elite jobs like doctors and accountants and high-level bankers, things like that. Pragmatism, idea that perceived truth could be tested. It represented a growing philosophical movement that the truth or goodness of ideas must be tested in the real world, and that actions were more important than words. So this was just an overall push for more objectivity in people's actions. Sensationalism, new type of exaggerated and attention-grabbing journalism. It was a type of news writing that appealed to the bustling urban class that changed the headlines and the way people view the press. This is extremely influential in the culture back then and still the culture we have today, as a lot of social media and other forms of press is very sensationalist. Yellow journalism, sensationalism-inspired journalism. The eye-catching headlines expanded the circulation and profitability of journalism and news, which expanded the profession altogether. Yellow journalism is probably the term that you want to use in place of sensationalist. You will be asked a lot about yellow journalism and its effects on various issues. William Randolph Hart, journalist who built powerful newspaper businesses. He helped to expand yellow journalism, which expanded the profession but also hurt its credibility and the way the public viewed the press. Journalists were encouraged to write about scandals and rumors. The unfortunate reality for press and newspapers is that writing more about scandals and more controversial things is going to get you more attention, and it's going to be more entertaining for the reader, and that's just how it seems the incentive structure is laid out for making money in the journalist business. Henry George, journalist and author. He advanced ideas that advocated for equality of the poorer classes. Many of his opinions were synonymous with socialism. He became a very controversial figure. Victoria Woodhull, radical feminist and reformer, used propaganda. She helped to change traditional views on sexuality and women's roles in relationships, which advanced women's independence. Charlotte Perkins Gilman, feminist and author. She promoted liberating ideas of female physical and economic strength. She strayed away from traditional roles of women. She also challenged standing views on motherhood and advocated for the relief of that element so women could focus more on the workforce. So you can obviously see a theme here with many of the feminist activists that they're trying to take advantage of the changing America, and they say that women also have a right to have these opportunities in the workforce, in the economy, and that is powerful for the advancement of women's rights. NASA, Organization for Radical New Wave Feminists. It helped to refocus attention to the women's movement after the Civil War had diverted attention to abolition. It contained a new generation of feminists advocating for the right to vote along with other causes. The right to vote would eventually be realized in the 1900s. Carrie Chapman Catt, leader of New Feminist Generation. People like her employed a new strategy, not based on equality, but based on the need of the franchise to advance women's roles in the home and make virtuous citizens, the franchise being the right to vote. New Wave feminists linked the vote to women's roles in the world. They felt that political power for women would be the best way to advance women in society. WCTU, women-led advocacy for prohibition. They helped to combat alcohol by explaining the harm it caused to men and how it affected women and their families. Eventually, the WCTU influenced the passage of the 18th Amendment, or prohibition. There were definitely a lot of feminist principles woven into the prohibition movement. Realism, type of writing focused on real-life accounts without romanticized depictions. It encouraged popular literature to address real problems like divorce that would otherwise have been considered forbidden to talk about. It encouraged people to address real issues in their life rather than hiding behind romanticized views. This definitely tied more of the harsh realities of American life and just worldly life within literature that was, in my opinion, much needed. Regionalism, type of writing emphasizing characteristics of certain geographic areas. It helped to emphasize the importance of each region of the United States, and although the literature focused on unique differences, it helped to create regional unification through the understanding of other places and cultures, the most famous of these regionalist productions being Western films and Western books. They are very, of course, entertaining, and I think they're a really central part of American culture. City Beautiful movement, new architectural form that emphasized the appearance of urban buildings to be, well, beautiful. The movement to improve architecture in cities uplifted American urban life to rival cities in well-established European places like Britain and France. It furthered the movement of American life to cities. The overall attractiveness of American cities is going to influence more people to move there, more people to produce there, and it's just going to better the economy and culture as a whole. World's Columbian Exposition, architectural project inspired by the City Beautiful movement. It showcased beautiful construction inspired by old world traditions, specifically in regards to Columbus and his voyage, that elevated the standards for American art and creations. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 26 of the American Pageant, titled The Great West and the Agricultural Revolution. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Reservation system, establishing boundaries for American Indian settlements. The federal government vastly misunderstood American Indian culture in regards to how they are mostly nomadic and had no interest in forming chief-structured governments on reservation land. The government often had to force many different clans of American Indians into one reservation where they would not prosper. So the way that the United States handled American Indian relocation, putting them into their own sort of reserved land, just was not a good way to do it because they didn't understand how they lived, and they basically set them up for failure. Battle of Little Bighorn, brutal Indian massacre of Federal Army. It symbolized the growing tension between American Indians and the U.S. Army that was portrayed through immense violence when the two opposing groups met time after time. It was clear by this time in the late 19th century that Native American and United States relationships weren't going anywhere good. Chief Joseph, Native American tribal leader, he led the large Nez Perce tribe who showed resistance to American efforts to relocate Indians onto reservations. He symbolized American Indian resistance and also how it eventually failed. So there are definitely Native American tribes who tried to resist the government's efforts, but they did not work. Geronimo, fierce leader of Indian tribes. He led the southern Apache tribes against the federal troops. He installed immense hatred in his people against white people. Overall, his people were eventually subdued and sent to Oklahoma. So not only were there tensions from both sides over land disputes, there were definitely racial tensions as well. A Century of Dishonor, a book about violence against the American Indians. This work, along with other books written by author Helen Hunt Jackson, inspired sympathy for American Indians through storytelling and narrative. Focusing in on specific stories about Native Americans really reveals the United States' horrors towards their culture at this time. Battle of Wounded Knee, battle against religious American Indians. It showed that even so-called civilized American Indians were in danger to the Americans if they did not totally assimilate or adopt American culture and give up their own. The American government tried to classify different types of American Indian settlements. The tribes that were uncivilized in their mind they would exert more control over, but even the so-called civilized ones were subject to the same scrutiny, so there was really no difference. Ghost Dance, religious movement for American Indians. It inspired American Indians to continue practicing their cultural traditions and behaviors despite persecution from the United States. Unfortunately, it caused conflict with religious whites. If you ever need a religious example for different cultures, use Ghost Dance for the Native Americans. Dawes Severalty Act, American Indian Reformation policies protecting their families. It abolished the tribal reservation system, which made American Indian families feel more free and autonomous. where they would have an easier time experiencing prosperity and working towards citizenship. It established a forced assimilation principle. Although the reservation system, moving them onto specific lands, kicking them out of where their homes were, that was sort of abolished. It did force them to assimilate to American culture, which was very far different from American Indian culture, so overall it didn't make the situation really any better. Mining industry, business of mining raw materials, typically had out west. The minerals in the west meant greater economic opportunity in the open land, which brought more settlers. Hint hint, California gold rush. Eventually, big business became attracted to the area and made it even more economically prosperous. The need for settlers meant everybody was valuable, which helped to bring about equality for men and women in the West before even the East. Long drive, free-roaming cowboys bringing cattle from the Southwest up to the North. It was an important route that independent cowboys would take to connect open fields of cattle in the unsettled West to meet markets in the North. It economically connected the West to the North in the cattle market. This cattle connection would eventually expand into total connection across all regions in the United States through the economy, but that would wait a little longer. Boomers and Sooners, migrants to Oklahoma. It symbolized how poor Americans seeking opportunity were eager to move out west, and how America could easily expand because people were motivated to do so. It showed how America was good for immigrants because there was plenty of opportunity in cheap land. One of the developments later on in APUSH, we'll talk about when the frontier was closed, when the West became totally civilized, and what that did to American culture now that there was no sort of new place of opportunity. But for now, it's certainly a golden area for anybody. Frederick Jackson Turner, American author and historian. His essay highlighted how the Western frontier and Western migration was deeply rooted in the attitudes and motivations of American culture. It was significant geographically, but it was also highly significant in influencing the economy and culture. The history of America could not be understood without taking a deep look into the existence of the frontier. This is why Western type themes in literature and films and all types of culture is extremely central, because it was very important at the time and still is today. Mechanization of agriculture, modernization of agriculture production. It helped to make agriculture a bigger business by connecting it with the educated, upper-class management rather than independent operations. It followed a similar path as industrial ventures by driving out smaller competition and creating big agricultural corporations. Farmers driven out by big businesses turned to industrial labor, which expanded urbanization and made America less rural. So overall, the large agricultural moguls could produce crops better, so they would boost crop production, and then everyone who wasn't able to compete on their level kind of assimilated into the industrial side, so both industries ended up becoming more prosperous through this, which is very interesting. Populist People's Party emerging from poor farmer alliances. Despite racial divisions in the agricultural South, the party's socialist-like policies attracted many underprivileged groups in the agrarian communities in the West and South. If they could join causes with the poor laborers in the North, they could establish a powerful political base that could fight upper-class power. So in the intense prosperity that America was feeling, there are of course a lot of lower classes that were left behind, and they started to band together. Coxey's army, group of marching unemployed to the capital. It showed the extent to which discontent of the poorer classes was influencing actual movements and demonstrations. Poor people organized a long trek to the capital, which is very telling of the sense of frustration among the lower classes. Pullman strike, railway union strike in Chicago. They caused significant effects to railway traffic, vandalism of company property. They faced backlash from the government and troops to put them down, showing how oppressed poor workers were. So this sort of discontent among the lower classes was now turning to significant action and even violence. So obviously, at some point, this would have to be solved. William McKinley, Republican presidential candidate. He was a strong candidate because he came from politically active Ohio and had a strong record from his time as a congressman. He was associated with many old-style Hamiltonians and their views on the government's role in the economy. William Jennings Bryan, Democratic presidential candidate. He was much different than Grover Cleveland. He brought back traditional Democratic principles that Cleveland had strayed away from, finally giving the Democratic Party its first strong leader in many years. This was setting up for an interesting election. Cross of Gold speech, WJB's, William Jennings Bryan, speech on Democratic soft money policy, which is cash, not gold or silver. It was highly influential in recasting enthusiasm for the Democratic Party, appealing to the masses on advocacy for silver and inflationary economic policy. I think I said soft money, silver, and gold, but hard money is more about gold because gold is a lot more stable than silver. Silver's in the soft money category. So with lower classes, obviously, their money becoming inflationary, their money becoming worth more is better to pay off their debts. So that's why a lot of lower classes prefer soft money policy. Free silver, unlimited government coinage of silver. It was popular democratic and populist policy that would create inflation for poor farmers and debtors so they could make more profit and easily pay off their debts. It was the top issue within the Democratic Party, which made lots of people support Jennings Bryan. Fourth party system, era of Republican majority, no competition within Democrats. It marked the end of agriculture versus industrial politics. Political operations would now focus on the people in the city. Policies that divided these groups, like the money problem, would not be important anymore. Questions about labor and regulations would be the most important questions. Voter participation during these years was also remarkably low. Republicans continued to win. So all around an intense political shift. Gold Standard Act, United States currency would be backed by gold, backed by non-inflationary hard money. It ended the money debate by officially ending the silver supporter cause. Although the expanding nation faced sufficient inflation due to new ways of extracting gold and newly discovered deposits in other countries, the money debate was essentially solved and over. So if you're not one who likes to learn too much about economics and how money and fiscal policy, then this is a good way to wrap it up and say that the hard money gold side won. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 27 of the American Pageant, titled Empire and Expansion. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Our Country, Its Possible Future, and a longer title, is a book by a reverend encouraging imperialism. It gave reasons stemming from a hypothetical crisis situation for America to spread their values to other lands, reasons also rooted in American superiority, altogether just encouraging American expansion because America can institute better values than other places already have. Alfred T. Mahan, author of a book highlighting the importance of sea power. His works helped to encourage America to join the naval race against other powers to gain control over the oceans. Other places like Spain, France, and Britain already have very powerful navies. Big Sister policy, policy encouraging connection between US and Latin America. It encouraged relationships between markets throughout the Americas, which upheld American superiority. A lot of these relationships with Latin America definitely favored America because they were more powerful. Great Rapprochement, agreement of cooperation between the United States and Britain. It reversed the long status quo of the two sides disliking each other, which dates all the way back to the American Revolution, and reflecting it through their policies. It set a stage for unity among Englishmen in the imperialist age. Britain, as just like the United States, is already a very industrialized and cultural booming, economic booming area. So tying the US and Britain together across the Atlantic Ocean is very powerful. Hawaii, island off the coast of the US in the Pacific Ocean. It was gradually overtaken by white Americans, despite the opinion of the majority of natives stating they did not want to merge with the United States. Hawaii became an early example of American imperialism against small and vulnerable populations, specifically to serve their economic interests, which was to cultivate sugar. Hawaii obviously eventually became a state in the late 1950s, I believe 1959. McKinley Tariff, larger tariff against foreign imports. It negatively affected Hawaiian sugar markets in the Americas, which inspired efforts to annex Hawaii, which would eliminate foreign barriers economically. In order to import goods into the country, you have to charge tariffs, which would input an economic burden on sugar coming from Hawaii to America. But if it was just part of America as a state, they would avoid the tariff, and that was a large motivation for annexing Hawaii. Queen Liliuokalani, I believe, the last queen of Hawaii. She was against merging with the United States as she blocked annexation efforts. Her presence encouraged Grover Cleveland to try and block annexation efforts as well, but in the end, Hawaii and her rule eventually fell to the United States. Cuba, island in Central America. Their people were woefully mistreated by their government, and in combination with the United States tariffs affecting sugar crops, it encouraged the population to revolt, and they would eventually establish a socialist sort of dictatorship down there with the famous Fidel Castro. Yellow journalism. We touched on this, I believe, in the last chapter. Journalism based on emotion rather than facts. The atrocities being committed against Cubans by the government became easy material for American journalists trying to inspire sympathy for the Cuban revolt and therefore encourage a similar path as seen in Hawaii. USS Maine, U.S. naval ship destroyed off the coast of Cuba. Although it blew up because of internal problems, it inspired the inaccurate but popular opinion that it was attacked by Spain, which was just exacerbated by yellow journalism, which led to a greater lust for war and imperialism among the population, which, like I just said, can be attributed to yellow journalism. So you can see how yellow journalism really impacted current events in the United States and abroad. Teller Amendment essentially declaring war on Spain and Cuba. Although it claimed that after American intervention in giving Cubans their freedom, it received rightful skepticism that the United States would exert control over Cuba after the conclusion of the war. So even though America just said that they would quell their revolt and just give Cuba back, based on America's imperialist sort of culture and determination, people weren't so sure that would happen. Rough Riders, volunteer regiment fighting in Cuba. It consisted of various groups including Western cowboys and criminals, which worked to symbolize the broader theme of confusion and disarray that encompassed the Cuban invasion. As we will see, the Cuban invasion was sort of just something that did not work. Anti-Imperialist League, organized group against American imperialist expansion. It encompassed a diverse range of people including labor leaders and business tycoons, showing how the issue of imperialism was a new issue that did not follow typical party alignment or social divisions. Obviously, something like a labor leader and a business tycoon would not usually be on the same side of anything, but here it was obviously something different. White Man's Burden, poem written by a British pro-expansionist. It described an idea that it is the duty of the rich and civilized white man to help uplift other people of the world out of their underprivileged state, which encouraged imperialism while also invoking underlying racist tones. So although it's kind of good on its face that people should try and help each other, it's really brewed in the idea that white people are better than everyone else, and that it is their job to uplift other minorities out of their so-called dangerous cultures and try and assimilate them into white culture, which is a very dangerous idea with just simple, thinking. Foraker Act giving Puerto Rico small rights in government. It spells out the early story of Puerto Rico, one of which progress and gains were made under American rule, but with little hope for actual independence or autonomy with the United States. Even today, Puerto Rico is still a territory of the U.S. Insular cases, Supreme Court cases not extending constitutional rights to conquered territories. The ruling meant that America could rightfully treat people of annexed territories as subjects, which opened the door for mistreatment following American imperialism, which was not the intended goal. So for any of you AP Gov students, you might be taking it next year, subjects are way different from citizens. Subjects are basically in total control of the government. They don't have rights for themselves. And according to the Supreme Court, people of territories not yet deemed states could be treated as subjects, which was just full imperialism, and that was realized. Dr. Walter Reed, doctors who ran experiments on sick soldiers. His experiments helped to discover the cause of yellow fever, which fit into the greater theme of medical progress against the growing diseases spread due to imperialism. He helped to eradicate yellow fever. Diseases coming with imperialism dates back all the way to the theme of the Columbian Exchange back in the 17th century. When you combine new areas, new peoples, you get disease, and thankfully now at this period, the medical field was advancing and getting out ahead of it. Platt Amendment, agreement in Cuban Constitution appealing to the United States. Despite Americans leaving Cuba in 1902, various promises in the agreement gave the government small levels of control in various areas that were meant to keep Cuba out of the hands of other countries looking to invade Cuba, like the United States did. So Cuba gave some provisions in their constitution. The United States still had some control, just so another country like, say, Spain would come back and take Cuba again, or would not do that. Emilio Aguinaldo, I believe, man who led a revolt in the Philippines. He created a war between the Filipino people and the United States troops, which eventually developed into a gross race war that completely flipped the script when it came to original American purposes for annexing the Philippines in the first place. The Philippines definitely exposed America's imperialist undertones when they were trying to shroud it with some moral objective, because this basically turned into a race conflict, which was not good. Open door note, US urged to other powers to respect Chinese rights. Although it had good intentions, it was actually a message from the perspective of serving American interests rather than from the philanthropic perspective of upholding Chinese rights. The reason why they wanted to uphold Chinese rights is because they wanted to promote good trade relationships with the Chinese people, because America wanted to profit economically from China. Boxer Rebellion, group of Chinese people against foreign Europeans. They killed many foreigners and Chinese people converting to Christianity, showing a sense of nativism and resistance from the Chinese against European imperialist nations trying to serve their own interests through China. So although America and other Western nations were trying to uplift them economically by trying to establish good trade relationships, they obviously had some undertones of imperialism, and the Chinese people recognized that, and the Boxer Rebellion was basically saying, we don't want anybody siding with the West. Election of 1900, election in which McKinley won and Roosevelt became vice president. Although the Republicans won, it was not a mandate for imperialism, but rather a mandate for prosperity and protections from foreign powers within the domestic regions of the United States, not outside. So although broadly Republicans supported imperialism, just because they won, the votes were scattered and the messaging was not for imperialism, which basically stated that even though McKinley won, he could not just come in and become a full imperialist president. Theodore Roosevelt, vice president and eventual president, he will become a major character when he becomes president. He was a cowboy who became famous for his military efforts in Cuba, and when he took office, it connected cowboy culture to Washington, connecting that western side to the east. It also sprung him up and out of New York, where he was making headway against powerful and corrupt political machines. Speak softly and carry a big stick, a motto adopted by Theodore Roosevelt. His motto encouraged action above words, which encouraged him to take the powers of the presidency much above the precedent set by the Constitution and previous presidencies. This is where the power of the president starts to greatly expand into the 20th century. This will become full blown out when you talk about guys like Franklin Delano Roosevelt and his New Deal, but for now, Theodore Roosevelt starts that process. High Poncefote Treaty, I don't want to even say that I pronounced that right. Treaty allowing for the United States to build and control the Panama Canal. It allowed for the United States to finally legally complete the project, while also having full authority over how it is used. Major diplomatic victory. I'm not too understanding of the geography here, but the Panama Canal is a major economic route, and because the United States had control of it, they would now have control of a lot of the trading and economic activity down in Central America. Panama canal built crossing Central America. It helped to give America more control over affairs in Central and South America, economically and politically, which led to various effects. Roosevelt Corollary, amendment to the Monroe Doctrine. It's not actually like a constitutional amendment, but it's just Theodore Roosevelt's little twist on the Monroe Doctrine, which is obviously very old. It essentially gave full control to the United States for addressing the well-being of Latin American states, stripping any ability for foreign powers to take advantage of struggling Central and South American nations. So kind of like that Monroe Doctrine idea, the United States were basically claiming that they own the Western Hemisphere and that it is their duty to take care of these lesser countries, not inviting any imperialism from the East, but basically imperialism from the United States. 1908, Gentleman's Agreement where Japan stopped immigrants from going to the United States. Although it was secretive and discriminatory, it helped to ease race relations and tensions between Japan and the US by stopping the mixing of the two populations through immigration. Basically, it was like a racist solution to the already intense race relations. So it stopped the, not really violence, but the tensions at the time, but it wasn't a good long-term solution. Great White Fleet of American ships traveling around the world. It was a show of great American power, but its warm reception from many foreign nations was a sign of improving relations with America becoming a world power. So although America was sort of flexing their muscles because it was well received, we can assume that it wasn't a total power grab for the United States, but is actually a show of trust with other nations. Root Takahira agreement to be respectful and uphold Chinese rights between Japan and America. It helped to create peace and a cordial relationship between two powers, which had gained so much power in such a short time period. Japan and China rose very quickly in the 19th and then into the 20th century, so making sure they sort of agreed with each other would prevent any violence and conflict in that area. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 28 of the American Pageant, titled Progressivism and the Republican Roosevelt. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. The Theory of the Leisure Class, an essay attacking the elitist class. It represents the growing distaste for the wealthy class coming from the baseline of the population, and that they didn't view immense wealth as progress for America, but rather something that needs to be checked as it is harmful exploitation. So this is just a backfire sort of from the lower classes against the wealthy class, who are becoming more disconnected from society, and that obviously affected the social fabric. How the Other Half Lives, a report from the New York Sun about the NYC slums. The report spread national awareness to the miserable conditions in cities that most people live in, highlighting the diseases and other forms of misery. It heavily influenced Theodore Roosevelt. So as more awareness was being created for how the wealthy class was becoming more disconnected from society, there was also growing awareness on the other end of the spectrum for the mistreatment and bad living conditions of the lower classes. Muckrakers, yellow journalists trying to expose evil. So remember back to yellow journalists, who were very emotional-driven journalism. They went to great lengths to expose stories to the public that they knew would garner a lot of attention, as people love scandals. That's just human nature. It's still the way it is today. They faced criticism for their practices, but their stories were popular and successful. When you're trying to expose sort of the establishment, you're naturally going to face a lot of criticism because people are comfortable with the establishment. But a lot of their stories were true and real, and that had a great long-term impact on social change. Initiative, referendum, and recall strategies meant to curb legislative power. This is some AP Gov sort of here. All three plans were meant to give the people more power over the government by having the power to propose laws, approve laws, and remove lawmakers who aren't serving them adequately. It also served as a way to check the wealthy class who are buying out the government with bribery. The main thing about initiative, referendum, and recall is the power of the people, the majority class, which obviously aren't the wealthy class. The majority class to get involved with the government and affect change in the government. Australian ballot, a system that allows private voting. It helped to limit the amount of bribery because wealthy bribers could not tell whether the people they would bribe actually voted for them, so it discouraged bribers who lost trust with their constituents. So wealthy politicians, the wealthy class, could no longer come to power using their money. 17th Amendment established direct election of U.S. senators. It gave more political power to the people because instead of rich people being able to buy out bribery-prone legislatures, they had to garner the support of the people by competing in popular elections. The 17th Amendment helped to rid upper levels of government and corruption. Remember back to the original U.S. Constitution, the way senators were chosen was through the legislature. They would pick their state's senators, but now since the people could directly elect senators, people could no longer bribe the legislature, or powerful politicians can no longer put the people they want into the Senate. So more of a direct connection from the government to the people instead of going through these kind of loops and barriers that would disconnect the majority of the people. City manager system, depoliticized representation for control over cities. People could create councils that would assist mayors and other elected officials, which helped to counteract corruption. It was more efficient to get the people to create change rather than having to run in through the political system. So there's a growing trend here of to counter government corruption, to counter government inefficiency. They're trying to get the people more involved. Robert La Follette, I don't know, progressive governor of Wisconsin. He was a very passionate and militant progressive within the Republican Party, who on his rise to governorship, he rid Wisconsin from being controlled by corporations. He also helped to regulate public utilities, which made them run more efficiently. Florence Kelley, Illinois 1st Factory Inspector. She helped to start the action against poor factory conditions and worker conditions. She eventually took over the National Consumers League, which encouraged women to advocate for laws protecting women and children in the industrial sphere. So this is sort of a labor movement connected type activity. Mueller v. Oregon, landmark Supreme Court case. It decided that the government must make laws protecting women in the workplace constitutional, which helped to alter the existing system in which employers control the workplace. It was in part discriminatory by only focusing on women and not everyone, but it was a landmark in the progressivist movement. It was one of the moments in female activism that helped create the American welfare system. So although it's sort of inherently discriminatory by focusing on only women, it's kind of the same thing as the Equal Rights Amendment, which you'll see much later in APUSH, where even if it's discrimination, if you're trying to help a certain affected class, a discriminated against class, trying to target them and help them is held up under the court. Lochner v. New York, Supreme Court case setting back the labor movement. It was decided in New York that made a law regulating a 10-hour workday unconstitutional, which set back the popular progressive labor movement for regulating labor hours, although years later it was eventually passed. Obviously now, labor hours and worker hours are a lot more regulated. You have your traditional 9 to 5, and then you have your longer work days. But it was a struggle initially for the labor movement to get more regulated hours. The Square Deal, Roosevelt's plan for control over big corporations, protection for consumers, and conserving the environment. This is a big part of Teddy Roosevelt's presidential initiative. His plan influenced many laws and bodies that carried out this plan. It put more of an emphasis, coming straight from the president, on curbing business power and malpractices and uplifting the labor movement. So more and more you're going to start seeing in the progressive era, progressive presidents siding on behalf of laborers and targeting big corporations that were controlling a lot of power, because the government has sort of their own self-interest to curb corporation power because the government is fighting for power. So it's sort of a weird but good teamwork almost between the government and the laborers and the majority of the people. Elkins Act, law that regulated railroad corruption. It made the rebate system illegal and punishable by hefty fines, a system where railroad companies would lower prices for companies that accepted them based on various deals, bribes, and other corrupt acts. So these big, powerful railroad companies could no longer side with big corporations and uplift their power sort of equally. Upton Sinclair, socialist and author of The Jungle. His novel, intended to bring attention to the mistreatment of workers in the meat industry, actually had more of an effect on revealing the gross practices that went into producing and selling the meat, which appalled consumers. It inspired movements to investigate facilities that produced and sold food items. This is a weird personal anecdote, but I remember reading this and thinking it wasn't really a big deal, but I actually wrote an entire essay on a test about Upton Sinclair. So if you ever have a question about progressive era reformers, Upton Sinclair is a great one to write an essay about. Meat Inspection Act, act allowing for federal inspection of meat products. This is stemming right from the Upton Sinclair thing. It helped to rid the unsanitary meat products from the markets and also encouraged companies to better their practices so they could earn the government seal for their exports. Although ruthless, big companies could drive out smaller companies who could not afford to improve their practices. So overall, it helped the companies that had the resources to put in better practices to make their meat products safer, but it did serve the overall larger public health purpose of just making sure that people's food was safe. Hetchy Valley, kind of a weird name, controversy over building a dam in San Francisco. It pinned conservationists who felt that the government should use land responsibly against preservationists who felt that the government should leave land alone, against each other, although they were seemingly on similar sides. They are both obviously environmentalists, but they both viewed how the government's relationship with, nature should be. Roosevelt conservationists had to battle corporate greed as well as romantic environmentalists. So some people felt the government could use land to preserve it, but also use it in a good and responsible way. and then more sort of nature-loving, romantic environmentalists wanted the government to just leave it completely alone. Roosevelt panic, short but severe economic crash in 1907. It tainted public opinion on Roosevelt because his aggressive reforms were blamed for the economic downturn, and his harsh responses to criticism did not sit well either. So the progressive movement, progressivism, was blamed for the economic crash. It had positive, long-lasting effects in which the panic encouraged passing of monetary reform that allowed banks to back more currency in times of panic. So as with a lot of economic crashes, they create panic and hardship, but they also lead to the most impactful reform because, when problems start to hit the public's wallets, that's when the most reform and lawmaking starts to happen. William H. Taft, Republican 1908 nominee, appointed by Roosevelt, so he's a Roosevelt disciple basically. Although he was nothing special, he was sufficient enough to carry on Roosevelt's progressive policies, and his victory in 1908 displayed Roosevelt's lasting influence on politics in the country. So even though Roosevelt had done his 8 years and was on his way out, he got basically a copy of him to enter in office. Dollar diplomacy, economic practice of investing American dollars abroad. Although it received some blowback, it gave America the edge over other countries by tying foreign areas to the United States dollar, which increased political imperialist power abroad, but was also a powerful source of economic prosperity domestically. So America was definitely asserting their economic power over other countries by converting them to the dollar. Rule of reason, decision that only unreasonable trusts would be busted. The fine print rule protected many trusts if the courts could not prove any malpractice or unreasonable restrictions that large companies were doing, which limited the scope of antitrust laws and regulations. So trust busting obviously is trust busting being the practice of breaking up, large corporations who were kind of consolidating a lot of power in their whatever economic sphere they were in. But this sort of principle was basically if the corporations weren't doing anything malicious and outright wrong, then they wouldn't have an incentive, or they don't have a reason to break them up, which is fair, but it does limit the scope of the corporate power breaking. Payne-Aldrich bill that raised tariffs on many goods. Congress was initially called in session to lower tariffs, but when Taft signed the bill that increased tariffs, he lost the progressive wing of his party. The Payne-Aldrich situation split the Republican Party. Some more progressive Republicans wanted to lower tariffs to limit the government's protections of big business, but Taft kind of abandoned that when he signed an increase in tariffs, so that was a big hit to the Republican Party and their coalition. Woodrow Wilson, Democratic nominee for president. He was a sweeping progressive who gave the Democratic Party a new vision and light, aided by the New Freedom program. He had a quick rise in politics due to his abilities to not succumb to others and pass strong policy. He defeated Roosevelt and Taft in 1912 and revived the Democratic Party when it came to national office. So the Democratic Party have basically been dead since the Civil War, but they came back in great triumph actually with the Woodrow Wilson victory in 1912. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye.
Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 29 of the American Pageant, titled Wilsonian Progressivism. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Triple Wall of Privilege, Wilson's name for the systems of tariff banks and trusts. It became the basis of one of Wilson's big plans, which was to attack privileged and protected systems. He tried to lower tariffs, limit power of banks, and eliminate exploitative trusts. So he carried on a lot of what Teddy Roosevelt was trying to do with trust busting. Wilson had this placed himself in the stance against the establishment, so going after positions of power, and he dubbed it obviously the Triple Wall of Privilege. Underwood Tariff, act passed that lowered tariffs. It symbolized the growing power of the presidency carried on by Wilson and showed that his plan was working. It was also a landmark piece of tax legislation because it passed the first income tax bill, which is still a staple for funding the government today. So the tax bill kind of positioned itself where Wilson lowered tariffs, which is a decrease in government funding, but then he put in the income tax to kind of bring that funding back. So he lowered tariffs but kept the government funding steady, which was an interesting play by Wilson. 16th Amendment gave the government the ability to tax income, which is like the biggest source of government funding now, except if you live in Florida. It allowed the piece of the Underwood tariff to pass that levied taxes on incomes over $3,000. It made so much money for the government that it passed revenues from tariffs. So tariffs after the income tax became a huge thing. The importance of tariffs for the government was kind of diminished, so more anti-tariff kind of action could take place. Federal Reserve Act that gave government power over banking districts. It is considered one of the most important pieces of economic legislation. It gave the government power to control the issue of currency so it could be more efficiently handled in times of panic. The federal board gained the power to issue paper money, tying currency directly to the government and not private banks. So now that the federal government regulated the economy more, they could control it better, but it also was a massive increase in government power and kind of deprivatized a lot of the economy, which, depending on your views on the economy, you could either say it's good or bad. Clayton Antitrust Act, antitrust laws extending the previous Sherman Act. It extended the list of business practices that were deemed harmful and would qualify for government action against businesses, which helped to root out the source of monopolies more effectively. It also legalized striking and protected labor unions against antitrust action. So not only was this increasing government's entanglement in business, but it was uplifting laborers and the labor movement. So definitely a crackdown on business overall from this act and basically the whole Wilsonian progressive administration. Workingmen's Compensation Act that helped workers and restricted child labor. The act served as a good start for protecting workers who had become disabled, as well as the start of the process of eliminating child labor. It was an example of Wilson helping workers. Wilson definitely tied himself to the labor movement through many acts, definitely this one. Child labor sort of disappeared as an issue shortly after the early 1900s. Adamson Act that established an 8-hour workday. It set legal hours for trained employees, yet another example of getting the ball rolling on workers' issues, this time with set working hours. It also established overtime pay now that there was a legal work period of 8 hours. So with most of these issues, child labor, disabled workers, other workers' rights, they weren't solved completely by these acts, but it was starting to put more pressure by Congress passing laws and legislation aiming towards eventually achieving these certain labor movement goals. Jones Act made the Philippines a territory. It showed how Wilson was undoing the pro-imperialist policies of his predecessors, in this case by upgrading the Philippines to a territorial status, so they were no longer just subjects to the United States. Although it did not become independent according to the bill's clause for 36 years, symbolizing Wilson's racial prejudices. So this is a thing that kind of takes hold with a lot of historians' views of Wilson's presidency. He tried to do a lot of more liberal things, like in this instance, which is making the Philippines more independent, but a lot of his racial and other prejudices really shined through a lot of his action, so that's just something to think about. Tampico Incident, conflict between the United States and Mexico's new government. President Woodrow Wilson did not support the Mexican Revolution's new leader, Victoriano Huerta, which almost led to an armed conflict. Although nothing much happened, it was an important event of foreshadowing for negative US-Mexico relations. So not a good time for the United States and Mexico here. It's been a weird relationship for hundreds of years. But clearly here with the changing Mexican government, Woodrow and the rest of the US government was not a huge fan. Central powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria. So here World War I starts to come in. Collectively, they were one of the two sides in World War I, all joining together due to chained alliances, and had some territorial disadvantages going into the war. So not that all of these sides loved each other or were on the same side, but they had chained alliances, so some were allied. They were allied with other countries, and they had kind of these mutual alliances, so that tied them together into the Central Powers. Allied powers, France, Britain, and Russia. Notice how the United States is not here. Collectively, they were the other side of World War I, again joined together due to chained alliances, and eventually were joined by the United States, because the United States came in later. They had advantages, but were often big, clumsy, and disorganized, a characteristic led by Russia. So they were a lot bigger, more powerful than these Central Powers, but because of geography and other reasons, them being most of these powerful nations obviously wanted to act for themselves, not for each other. They weren't as cohesive as maybe the Central Powers were. U-boats, new German submarines. They were able to avoid international law because submarines were new technology, which gave the Germans almost free rein to attack ships heading to supply their enemies. Eventually, these submarines would come back to bite Germany in the foot. So even though these are a great piece of technology for Germany, the way they used them in very controversial ways got a lot of people to hate them and got more people involved in the war, hint hint, the United States. So they eventually came back to not be very good for Germany. Lusitania, British passenger ship containing Americans. Here's the consequences of the U-boats. When the ship was sunk by a German submarine, it gave the United States a pretext for war when 128 of them died. After this event, the United States joined the Allied powers. So even though the United States wasn't a superpower by this time, them joining into a war was no small sort of event. This was huge for the Allied powers as a whole. Election of 1916, Woodrow Wilson defeated Charles Evans Hughes, so he's going on to a second term. Theodore Roosevelt decided not to run, ending the Progressive Party. The Midwest and West carried Wilson to victory, showing how the country had moved west. So the main constituencies that were now propelling the president to power was out west, which is kind of crazy to think about. It also showed that Wilson's borderline socialist policies were appealing to the poorer Western classes, and that an anti-war stance on World War I was popular. Zimmerman note, intercepted telegram from Germany. That intercepted information exposed plans of a German-Mexican alliance, which is pretty upsetting to many Americans because it's right on their border. Yeah, so it angered Americans who saw Germany trying to encroach upon them through Mexico, through the southern border. Combined with the sinking of U.S. ships, it led Woodrow Wilson to finally join the war. So even though, as I just said, Woodrow Wilson and the rest of his party were very anti-war, this was something they could no longer ignore, and they had to join the fight and fight back against Germany. 14 points, address made by Wilson to the Allies and the world. He made a lot of points that satisfied liberal ideologies, appealing to the subjects of many imperialist nations. His words are appealing to self-righteous Americans, but not to imperialism allied leaders and more conservative Republicans. So a lot of more liberal foreign policy, I guess, viewed people. They really liked this speech because Wilson was siding with the world against imperialism, but other leaders, especially from the other allies and conservatives, weren't a huge fan of this sort of lenient and liberal foreign policy. Committee on Public Information, American Propaganda Committee. Their purpose was to inspire Americans to support involvement in the war. It took various forms through speeches, news and pamphlets, billboards, advertisements, movies and entertainment, and all other forms of media meant to persuade Americans. So when you think propaganda, don't think of like North Korea or like the Soviet Union. It's just basically an ad campaign from the government to have people get involved in the war because the military wasn't yet strong enough to send all those people to global wars, because you see the draft comes in World War II and all that. So this was a campaign to get more people to join the military. Espionage Act prohibited information gathering on the government. This was highly controversial. In combination with the Sedition Act, these laws were enforced further than their original intent to arrest anyone who criticized or raised any speculation against the government's involvement in the war. Germans, socialists, and other minorities were persecuted, often violating the First Amendment. This gave way to a very famous free speech case in the Supreme Court called Schenck v. U.S. You might hear about it in your APUSH class. Here it is. Schenck v. United States, decision that allowed the government to restrict harmful speech. The decision in this case validated the government's efforts to restrict criticism and oppress minorities related to the Central Powers. This isn't exactly the case, a little like AP Gov for you. The court only ruled that the government could restrict speech that was dangerous, that created a clear and present danger to whoever the speech was intended or whatever. But the fact that it was sided with the United States, even though it was on kind of like a technicality, it did, I guess, validate the government's efforts to restrict the criticism. This case was part of the rather ugly period in the category of American civil liberties, especially in relation to freedom of speech. War Industries Board allowed the government to plan the economy during war. Using this board, the government could take a more organized approach on mobilizing the country's economy for war, both in the existing export economy but also in domestic production. The precedent this board set was giving the government power to take control of the economy during times of crisis. This will come a lot more apparent in the Great Depression and then in World War II. Industrial Workers of the World Anti-War Laborers Union. They engineered various strategies of industrial sabotage and other forms of striking after the government and employers had encroached on any union gains during wartime. Their largest strike in the steel industry ultimately failed and proved to be a setback for the labor union movement. So although the labor movement was making strides in mobilizing and organizing even more, they weren't able to achieve total success as symbolized by their very large strike failing. Great migration from south to north, mainly from African Americans escaping the racist South. It showed how wartime provided African Americans with opportunities in the workplace. A lot of them worked in wartime production factories, but the resulting race riots showed how little progress had been made with civil rights. So even though they escaped to the north, not only seeking jobs, but just fleeing from the deep South racism, they still face a lot of that in the north, to show that even though the Civil War is over and the north was kind of a symbol for progress, it wasn't exactly the case. 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. The right to vote was largely due to the wartime opportunities capitalized on by women, which led to Wilson endorsing suffrage. It was an example of women's political victory during the war, but they made little headway on the economic front. A lot of women's arguments in the time was that they were helping so much on the home front in war that the least that they could get was getting the vote, so they were able to use their involvement in important wartime activities to gain the right to vote. Alice Paul, women's rights activist, she advocated and helped secure the signing and passage of the 19th Amendment. She was critical in designing the strategy to take advantage of the wartime moment to advocate for women's rights. American Expeditionary Forces, the army being sent to France on the Western Front. The army needed a highly controversial conscription bill to pass, which is just a draft, in order to gather enough manpower. The draft was highly effective in raising the army, but because of the existing crisis, many men were poorly trained. The crisis exacerbated when the army was dealing with segregation rules and also not enlisting women. So even though it doesn't seem very important, this army was sort of a symbol for the various civil progress problems that were affecting the country as a whole, and that came very much to light just in the problems with the army. League of Nations, world body consisting of the leading powers. The committee organized all of the nation's powers together, although not all of them agreed with each other, creating an interesting dynamic when it came to peace talks. The League of Nations was extremely controversial, especially in the United States. That will come to more of a light in just a moment. Irreconcilables, people in the United States government who did not want to be part of the League of Nations or the Treaty of Versailles. A lot of their arguments were rooted out of the fact that they didn't want the United States to become too closely tied with the rest of the world, especially when there's so much turmoil in Europe and in Asia, that the United States was kind of secluded off in the Western Hemisphere, and they didn't want to be tied to any of the problems. They led a powerful, though somewhat unsuccessful, resistance movement against the Treaty of Versailles, being supported by valid grievances coming from many groups on the basis of supporting Americans or their home country of other religion or other origin. Treaty of Versailles, proposed peace treaty for World War I, and admission of the U.S. to the League of Nations. Conflicting ideals, isolationism, traditionalism, and other political feuds combined with the growing distaste for foreign involvement after the sadness of the Great War all contributed to striking the treaty down. America failed on the world stage to put themselves at the forefront of peace and democracy because of internal issues, a bad look for the country. But, however, even though this is a bad look for the United States, this isn't really the worst decision if on behalf of America, because remaining more independent kind of allowed them to evolve into a global superpower by World War II and the Cold War. Election of 1920, Republican Warren G. Harding won the election. It spelled the end for the treaty, the League of Nations, and the high-rise presidential figurehead that Wilson created. So moving from a more liberal progressive administration now to a conservative Republican administration. The election ended American involvement with World War I consequences, which ultimately led to other failures, eventually leading to World War II. Because America was no longer involved with World War I recovering initiatives, Europe kind of slipped back into turmoil again, leading to World War II. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye.
What's up, APUSH students? Today is chapter 30 of the American Pageant, titled American Life in the Roaring Twenties. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Red Scare, attack against left-wingers suspected as communists. This will get a lot worse in the second Red Scare later. The Attorney General was a fervent Red Scare zealot who arrested 6,000 suspects who were accused of being communists, or their Americanism was called into suspect. So as the rise of communism and centralized states in the 20s were happening, Americans had fears that that type of ideology was infiltrating them into America, and they obviously reacted to this very, not violently, but they were extremely suspicious of people who expressed communist views. Buford, ship that deported suspected communists. It revealed that the fear of communism was so high that people suspected of supporting it were expelled from the country, even if it was unjustified. So a lot of the norms of law were thrown out just to curb the spread of communism, or the supposed spread of communism. Criminal syndicalism laws restricting protest and speech of radicals. It set back progressivism and free speech as a whole because advocacy of violent or aggressive social change was made criminal, and even words or voting in socialists were made unlawful as well. So not only was just communist or extremist speech expelled or taken away, but also just progressive or forms of political views or political ideas that weren't mainstream were criminalized because of the fear of communism and extremist views. American Plan, Red Scare inspired anti-unionism. It showed how the Red Scare is being taken advantage of by political parties to get what they want, in this case, deunionizing the labor movement, specifically pro-business conservatives who made it so workers' rights was seen as communist or Soviet-like. So workers banding together and fighting against corrupt business practices, that was lumped in with communism. Sacco and Vanzetti, men put to death for murder. They were foreign atheists and socialists regarded as aliens in America who were convicted largely due to an anti-red courtroom. Liberals and radicals regarded them as martyrs after their deaths in the cause of class struggle. So Sacco and Vanzetti just became an example of progressives and liberals and even more radical communists who were being persecuted by the government because of the Red Scare. 1920s KKK, conservative extremist groups, not limited to anti-black sentiment, so they expanded beyond what you typically think about in terms of the KKK. Influenced by the Red Scare and liberal progressivism, the new KKK grew from a racist group to a nativist and ultra-conservative group that wanted to abolish all systems promoting diversity and modern culture. So from anti-black racism, it really expanded into a sort of anti-foreign, other ideas that weren't conservative in America first. So it became a larger group and a more broader sort of idea base. Immigration Act of 1924, Discriminatory Immigration Act. It showed a triumph of nativism stemming from the Red Scare and anti-progressivism that wanted to stop the growing diversity and uphold the dominant Northern European majority. It lowered immigration quotas and even banned immigration from Japan as a whole. So this is another example of politicians sort of using the Red Scare moment to get what they want in terms of stricter immigration laws and even outright discriminatory and racist immigration laws. Quota system establishing how many immigrants can come in. Lowering the quotas was often discriminatory against certain regions based on race, and the system as a whole was put in place to stop the expansion of racial diversity. America wanted other ethnic groups to leave more than they came in. So certain areas of the world, certain regions, hemispheres, whatever, they had quotas that were set of how many they could let in, usually per year. And these were reduced just for the goal of limiting certain races from entering the country. 18th Amendment, constitutional abolition of alcohol. This is back to the temperance movement from the progressivist era. It was one of the last major triumphs of progressivism and the moral crusader ideology, but prohibition was doomed to fail because of prohibitionists' lack of understanding about American culture and how the government could not regulate long-lasting popular traditions. It also led to the rise of organized crime. So it is a fact about America that they love their alcohol and beer and other forms of, drinking. It's a way of culture that politicians trying to ban, it just was never going to work. And it also had the political effects. Politicians could more easily use the effect on like crime, when the rise of like Al Capone and organized crime syndicates, selling alcohol illegally. So politicians trying to ban prohibition could easily use that as a lane to say, we need to legalize alcohol again to stop these organized crime syndicates. Al Capone, most famous mobster from the Prohibition period. He symbolized the growing phenomenon of organized crime during the Prohibition period, revealing its direct relation to bootlegging. His ability to steer free from prison showed how the criminal underworld grew more powerful than law enforcement through money and power. So how Al Capone, the leader of basically of all crime in America, stayed free, shows how these crime syndicates were becoming so powerful that they are more powerful and more influential than the government, and they basically controlled themselves. Racketeers, people who made money illegally through exploitation or violence. Racketeering was becoming a popular culture and even invaded labor unions to promote fraud and exploitation against rich people for money. So racketeering was definitely an aspect of organized crime and organized power, and there are people who did this on behalf of them to get money or get certain things done for them or for their group. Scopes trial over the teaching of evolution. The trial represented the large culture war between modernism and religious fundamentalism. Although the fundamentalists secured a minor victory, the arguments within the courthouse revealed the ridiculousness of the Bible literalists. So the people who wanted to stop the teaching of certain sciences and the science of evolution, like Darwin and all that stuff, based on their religious views, these people were basically shunned as being sort of ridiculous and a little bit out of their mind, and that spelled the end for a lot of the religious power in like the school system and what they could teach and what they couldn't teach. Bible Belt region in the South with immense religious fervor. This region was hostile to progressivism and teachings in public schools that strayed from the Bible. In the early 20th century, where education was expanding, the Bible Belt rejected progressive education, especially in scientific fields, so they retreated more back towards the traditionalist religious views, and that differed from the growing expansion in the rest of the country towards more progressivism. Andrew Mellon, Treasury Secretary. His tax policies tried to encourage investment into capital, both machinery and labor, to create rapid economic expansion and growth. So really deep diving into that free market principles and trusting the market to work out the economy through investment. Spectator sports, large part of the expansion of consumerism. Big names in sports proved to be the most effective form of the new idea of advertising, and some events even brought it $1 million alone. The sporting industry was primed to be the largest leisure industry in the economy, and obviously now today with the NFL and the NBA and all the major sports, they drive a whole section of the economy by themselves. Scientific management, labor management, limiting wasted time. It led to more efficient production, but it somewhat violated workers' sense of agency in the workplace as production became timed and based on quotas. Laborers could work quicker, but much harder. So this was an aspect of the growing factories and companies just making their production more efficient through management practices and workplace practices, and that helped boom the economy in certain industries. Fordism, assembly line production. This is similar to scientific management. It was a method of more efficient production that fit into the popular economic practice of standardization. Fordism drove prices down, which made automobiles more affordable, expanding automobile culture. So Ford is sort of the father of not only the automobile industry, but the whole idea of production. It was a method of more efficient production that fit into the popular economic practice of standardization. Fordism drove prices down, which made automobiles more affordable, expanding automobile culture. So Henry Ford had a lot of impact on not only the automobile industry, but just factory production as a whole with his assembly lines and his ways of producing products. Charles Lindbergh, first man to fly across the Atlantic. It made people more inspired to fly and created a bigger demand for the expansion in flying technology. It also created a larger threat in warfare, where the Air Force followed a similar path to the Navy many years before. So the Air Force started off, with the new plane technology and then expanded a lot. In terms of commercial aircraft, it definitely wasn't a thing anywhere near now, but it grew in popularity and grew in accessibility as airplane and technology improved. Radio made wireless communication possible. After purely audio communication, radio wave technology expanded into television as well. Not only used for communication, broadcasting networks also aired advertisements, where the radio became a new center of enterprise and business. So television, radio, electronic mediums became an entire economy and industry in itself. The Jazz Singer first movie was sound. It spelled the end of silent movies, where through audio movies could better express messages and ideas. It also paved the way for further innovation in the entertainment industry, including color. Hollywood, Center for Movies and Entertainment in California. Perfect for production conditions, California became the center of production for movies. Movies and entertainment itself became hubs of progressivism and controversy, where theaters started to censor certain films. So I think even now more than ever, the film industry and entertainment productions have become a sort of outlet for political talk and political messaging, and that definitely took place in the progressive era. Flappers, progressive women with more freedom. They began to dress and act more free and independent, straying away from traditionalist culture. Flappers fit into the modern culture and made their way from advertisements to daily life. A lot of this was expressed through fashion and types of clothes. Jazz, modern music in the 1920s. Jazz tunes became attributed to modern culture, specifically sexual culture. Jazz was a new style of music that captured the modern mood. Jazz was definitely, their lyrics were definitely more edgy, the sounds was more emotional, and that aligned itself with the progressive mood. United Negro Improvement Association promoted the organized settlement of blacks. It helped to create areas like Harlem where African Americans could settle in place to create safe spaces for their culture to thrive. The UNIA sponsored businesses and families. Although its leader, Marcus Garvey, failed on the economic front, the pride he inspired in northern establishments helped to increase black self-reliance. So this whole organization was put in place to improve black people's ability to serve themselves and thrive in the economy, when it was definitely set up to for them not to succeed. So private organizations they took their responsibility to help them. Modernism, culture that questioned traditional customs and rules. Modernism revealed that traditional political, social, and religious customs could not keep pace with the rapidly changing economy and population. As the country grew, freedom, liberty, and independence had to grow along with it. So the 20th century was a rapidly changing era, and things sort of moved faster than traditional culture and politics and things like that. It moved past that, so modernism took place, and that helped people progress through these tumultuous and changing times. F. Scott Fitzgerald, modernist author. His writings became moral teachings for modernist followers, where he expressed the illusions of traditional people. I think most people know, if they haven't read it, The Great Gatsby. Ernest Hemingway, realist author and war veteran. His works became some of the most respected pieces of storytelling about war experiences, where he exposed the world to their own disillusionment after World War I. He won the Nobel Prize in Literature, but obviously his harsh messaging on war didn't do much because World War II broke out. Lost Generation, the disillusioned post-war generation. The Lost Generation found refuge in literature, which stated that their disillusionment was normal, and realist teachings transformed perceived depression into common reality. So the largely depressed and angst and just overall negative mood in the post-World War I, and then leading into the Great Depression, that period, this generation needed to find solace in certain things, and things like literature and other like entertainment and things like that told them that it was okay to feel how they were feeling. Harlem Renaissance, black literary and economic movement. It fits into the broader theme of black cultural expansion, where the small neighborhood of Harlem thrived off of entertainment, music, and literature created by African Americans. The city grew due to culture, and because of the success of their productions in music and literature and other arts, they made a lot of money, and that helped in terms of their own economic future and black economic success. Langston Hughes, Harlem Renaissance poet. He personifies the principles of the Harlem Renaissance. He was the most famous literary figure in the movement. His poetry created a new form called jazz poetry. So now you have jazz music, jazz films, and jazz poetry. Buying stocks on margins, borrowing money to buy stocks. This is now where you start to foreshadow the Great Depression. This increased the amount of cash available, which increased investments. This practice led to overblow speculation, which creates riches for some, but a large pile of debt for many. So if you were borrowing money to buy other stocks that weren't guaranteed to give you money, if your stocks failed, now you were both in debt from the stock that you bought, but now more in debt to the money that you borrowed to buy the stock, and all this speculation in the growing market was not good because people failed, and this led to economic crashes and then the Great Depression. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 31 of the American Pageant, titled The Politics of Boom and Bust. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Adkins vs. Children's Hospital, an invalidated female protection in the workplace. This was a court case. It reversed the previous decision of Mueller v. Oregon, effectively eliminating protections for underprivileged populations in the workplace and getting rid of the minimum wage law for women. The decision fits into the long debate of how to handle gender differences between women and men, which will continue for the rest of time. Not only is it about just the gender debate, but it's also a labor issue. This is the court kind of pulling back certain labor reforms and labor union goals. Warren G. Harding, soft president elected after Woodrow Wilson. He was afraid to take any action of importance or meaningfulness, which often got him taken advantage of by more aggressive figures. His cabinet and Supreme Court justices pursued aggressive conservative action against progressive legislation and made in the previous decades. His lack of willingness to take action rears its head more as we get closer to the Great Depression. Washington Disarmament Conference about stopping the expansion of the Navy. It binded the United States, Britain, Japan, and China on a smaller level to each other through numerous deals. They agreed to not only keep an even navy, but also to disarm possessions far away in the east to keep peace. Unfortunately, the deals were not well backed up and became empty promises. This leads into World War II, where none of this really ends up mattering at all. Kellogg-Briand Pact, agreement to only fight a defensive war. It was a noble idea that displayed American diplomacy and peace, but in reality it was written with many loopholes that any war aggressor could bypass to achieve justification for war. In reality, it displayed the American ability to go under a false sense of security through words rather than action, which will lead to further troubles. This passiveness also starts to show itself again with Hitler, where some of the actions he was taking before World War II really broke out, America kind of ignored and thought it wouldn't lead to anything, and that's just kind of a theme that came out between World War I and World War II. Teapot Dome scandal where government accepted bribes for oil field leases. It revealed to the public the failures of the government and further disillusionment towards existing systems. The acquittal of the bribers also created disappointment towards the courts. Overall, it is a symbol of the dark side of the 1920s, just the Gilded Age and corruption and money. This scandal goes a lot deeper than just like an oil field thing. It does not really matter to know all the details for like APUSH or anything, but it is very interesting, so I encourage anyone to like watch a more fulfilling video on it. McNary-Hagen bill encouraged government to buy up crops to keep prices high. This is just government meddling in the free market. It was a bill that fit into an entire plan supposed to make farmers happy, but when Coolidge vetoed it twice, Coolidge is another president after Harding, it kept farmers' political anger high. Their anger came out in the election of 1924 when progressive Robert La Follette amassed 5 billion votes. It's not like he won the presidency or anything, but you could see how populist movements among the farmers were starting to rise because of events like these. Dawes plan that allowed American money to cycle through Germany and the Allies, then back to the United States. The plan made debt repayments rely on American credit as private American loans funded Germany's reparations and the Allies' payment to the US government. When the Great Depression hit years later, this plan became a central reason that the world's economy was destroyed. So a lot of Europe recovering from World War II was tied to America's economy because of the Dawes Plan. So when America fell apart in the Great Depression, it sparked just a world economic drought. Agricultural Marketing Act meant to help farmers. It established a government board receiving federal funds, which they would put back into the agricultural market to create American surpluses of crops. The board encouraged the creation of farmers' organizations to distribute the funds. So going back to the other kind of populist farmers movement, there's definitely an effort here for the government and the farmers to try and find some mutual way for the farming and agricultural industry to thrive. Hawley-Smoot tariff raised tariffs to the highest rate ever. The protective tariff was meant to protect American agriculture domestically, although it was made so high that it actually hurt farmers. It reversed the trend of pro-foreign lowered tariffs and increased economic isolationism, exacerbating the worldwide depression. So it hurt farmers because beyond just selling their crops, they now could just buy basic goods and like needs for themselves and what they needed to run their farm and just to live. So raising tariffs super high didn't accomplish much, and the whole principle of raising tariffs themselves is just about economic isolationism, and as the world starts to section itself off economically, you lead to the Great Depression. Black Tuesday, the day where people sold all their stocks, the stock market crash. This caused the rapid deflation of all stock prices as so many were sold off. This global stock market crash is marked as the official start of the Great Depression. Brother, Can You Spare a Dime, song that captures the mood of the Depression. It replaced a song that was originally named about money rolling in, and it shows how poor people in America were. The word brother reveals the sense of connection among the jobless poor class developed during the Depression, which could influence political change in the future. The Great Depression would become a massive moment. A whole government was basically restructured, but we'll get into that in further chapters. Hoovervilles, shanty towns for poor people during the Depression. The suffering that was evident in these places spoke to the true despair of the Great Depression. Society being reduced to living in these conditions symbolized the threat of the Depression on the social and political structures of the country. So even though it's a decent amount into the 1930s, America and the whole world is very modern. The Great Depression was pretty brutal on everyone's living standards, and it's something that you never want anyone to go through. And the Hoovervilles kind of symbolize that even though we're now in modern America and all that, it was still very bad for the people living under this economic crash. Reconstruction Finance Corporation, bank meant to provide depression relief through indirect ways. Its indirect involvement in aiding the economy bypassed the socialist rhetoric and made sure not to give out any personal loans to avoid government handouts. Although it was passed a bit late, it helped greatly in getting people back on their feet by loaning money to all necessary economic institutions like banks and railroads. But the socialist rhetoric would definitely pick up later as the New Deal comes in. Norris LaGuardia Anti-Injunction Act helped unions and supported strikes, boycotts, and peaceful protest. Altogether, it greatly impacted the labor movement by outlawing unfair employer contracts that were anti-unionist and forbade courts to intervene on lawful strikes and labor protests. It also allowed the labor movement more freedom to push for what they want. So overall, just a massive win for the labor movement. Bonus Army, war veterans who demanded the government to assist them. They represented the masses of suffering veterans through their fierce and bold protests right in Washington, D.C. Their protests were dangerous and unsanitary, but they were necessary to capture the attention of the government. So not only was this a veterans sort of World War I issue, but it was obviously tied to the Great Depression with the economic crash and how that was affecting veterans. Japanese invasion of Manchuria, Japan's imperial invasion on China during the Depression. Their capitalization on the Depression showed how the Depression had weakened the Western world's authority and was giving way to foreign powers like Japan and foreshadowed Germany's rise. So obviously China's not in like the Western hemisphere, but America had a lot of influence over China at the time. China, unlike today, was sort of an ally to America, and Japan since America was obviously focusing on their own problems, Japan was able to come in and take over China. America's lack of interest to get involved showed their isolationism that developed during the economic downturn. Good neighbor policy, Hoover's policy of limiting indirect imperialism. It showed how the economic crisis limited America's power to reach over other nations and how they had to shift their foreign policy to not be as imperialist or as aggressive. So definitely retreat to the isolationism, not because they wanted to, but sort of because they had to, because they had their economic issues they needed to deal with. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 32 of the American Pageant, titled The Great Depression and the New Deal. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Quick disclaimer for the rest of the video, a lot of the New Deal specifics are going to be left out because there's so many that I actually decided to put it in its own special video. So go check out that one. It's going to be released right after this one is out. So if you're looking for that, then go over there and watch that one. Franklin D. Roosevelt, progressive Democratic president after Herbert Hoover. He took over during the Great Depression, and his charming attitude made him appealing to the American population, which was ravaged by the Depression. His progressive attitudes fit the moment of the Great Depression, although his policies would be debated by historians years later. So not only was he a very progressive and different type of president that I think America had never seen before until he came along, he was also very aggressive with his policies, and a lot of it would have good effects, but a lot of them would also be bad. Some people even say that he prolonged the Great Depression, but again, that's sort of like a debate for another day. But just know that Roosevelt was a president that is unlike any other president who ever took the office. Eleanor Roosevelt, FDR's wife. She came from a tough background but emerged as a prominent figure, somebody who symbolized the attitudes of the Great Depression. She was very active in FDR's political career and helped to garner support from women and other disadvantaged groups of the time. Eleanor Roosevelt kind of changed the mold of what it means to be a first lady and turned it into more of a popular position rather than just being the president's wife. Brain Trust, reformers that would write FDR's speeches. This group of ghostwriters sometimes made his speeches rather vague and often contradict one another. They added to FDR's image of controversy among conservatives. This isn't anything special or different from any other president. Presidents always, or most always, have their speeches written for them. New Deal, FDR's policies meant to help impoverished people after the Great Depression. Many of these policies went against previous conservative legislation. These policies were supposed to erase the immense spending and deficits, but it actually just deferred the money away from businesses and into the hands of people in a quasi-socialist system. This, albeit, is a very conservative take on what the New Deal was. It was a government set of government programs for just uplifting people out of poverty in the Great Depression. And it is true that this heightened the budget and blew out spending, and it is very debatable on whether this actually helped the Great Depression or prolonged the Depression. But a lot of his policies did help in the immediate of just uplifting people from their, unemployment and impoverished state. But whether it helped the economy as a whole nationally, that's something that no one's ever going to agree on. But just know that the New Deal is incredibly notable, incredibly controversial, and you have to know this for anything in this time period. Election of 1932, FDR decisively beat Herbert Hoover. It symbolized America's turn back to full-scale progressivism over conservative reforms. Remember the progressive era at the end of the 1800s and the beginning of the 1900s, before it turned conservative again for a little while. One of the key groups was African Americans, who for the first time lost their sympathy for the Republican Party. In short, the Democrats' preachings for change outdid Republican hopeful rhetoric. Remember, the Republicans were the anti-slavery party back during the Civil War, so a lot of African Americans and freedmen just tied themselves to that party. But now, when times have changed, they have gone back to the Democrats, even though the Democratic platform is totally different than what it was in the Civil War. Anyways, just a party shift is what it is. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, just to quote line in Roosevelt's inauguration speech. It symbolized FDR's attempt to instill a new sense of hope among the American people, an attitude that he felt would help America escape the Great Depression quicker. I'm just noticing now that for the quotation marks, a lot of the quotation marks are replacing apostrophes in these sentences. It's kind of weird. Anyways, I think the quote just symbolizes the progressive attitude as a whole. It's very aggressive, and they don't want to back down in the face of fear. 100 days, period in which the new government drafted the New Deal. The first 100 days is just a massive moment for any new president anyways. With much of the country on pause during the governmental shift, FDR's administration wrote an unprecedented amount of reform legislation and pieces of remedial legislation for combating the Depression. This period foreshadowed FDR's legacy of big government policy and top-down takeover. There's that little quotation mark again. It's kind of weird. Anyways, the 3 R's, relief, recovery, and reform. This is just an acronym or just a saying, whatever you want to call it, to understand the New Deal a little bit. These 3 goals were what the New Deal focused on. The short-term goals were to provide relief and quick recovery to those who were suffering, and the long-term goal was to write reforms that would prevent Great Depression abuses from repeating again. A lot of the agencies that were designed for reform are still exist today, like the FDIC or Social Security or other things like that. Fireside chats, speeches from FDR encouraging people to put money back into banks. These speeches encouraged people to reinvest in banks, which were at the center of FDR's recovery policies, where he assumed the power to regulate banking. Another thing about the fireside chats is he utilized a lot of radio and telecommunication services the technology was very new at the time. This was a cultural type of thing for FDR almost. It really changed how the president communicates with the people. Managed currency, money that was regulated by the government. The government expanded their regulation in a lot of money in the country and in the economy. When FDR assumed the power to regulate money, he took control over banks and gold reserves so that all currency was managed under the government. With the gold standard gone, all currency was paper, and all paper currency was inside banks. Which were overseen by the federal government. FDR took control of money to inflate it to relieve debtors. This is where the controversy in the New Deal starts to kind of kick in, where the government took an enormous amount of control over the economy to try and uplift it out of the Great Depression. Whether you agree with it or not, that's not something you need to know or need to have an opinion on, but just know that this is the source of a lot of the controversy in the New Deal, the economic stuff. Glass-Steagall Act created the FDIC, which made governmental deposits in banks. This act created a federal agency meant to examine banks to prevent further failures, and also made loans to banks to bail them out. In combination, this act got banks back on their feet and made sure that they wouldn't slip again. The FDIC still does a lot of stuff today. It sometimes slips back in the news when major banks start to fail, because the FDIC is responsible for relieving people who have their money in banks from just losing all their money when the banks mess up. So it's quite important for people who invest a lot of money in banks, which most people do. Harry Hopkins, head of Federal Emergency Relief Administrations, FERA, one of the organizations that I'll cover in the New Deal video. His administration distributed money to the states to pay wages and finance reconstruction projects. He received this job because he was a trusted friend and advisor to FDR. His administration also provided government jobs, but many of the jobs were effectively useless and were only meant to tie people to the Democratic Party. Not only were they useless, they were enacted in a useless way to get people to tie with the Democratic Party, but it was just a way to get people jobs. That was a kind of a theme of the New Deal, was creating these projects and weird jobs just to get people employed, get people money in their hands. And anyway, employment was a huge problem, and this was just a way they tried to solve it, was just finding ways to get people jobs. Father Charles Coughlin, Catholic priest who didn't support the New Deal. He expanded his anti-New Dealism over the radio and turned 40 million supporters to also be anti-Semitic and fascist, that he and his fans basically rejected all forms of progressivism and decency. This is a very radical sort of group right here. He symbolized the growing opposition to FDR and his policies. He also symbolized the international principle of fascism rising during the economic crisis, a pattern being seen in other parts of the world, including Germany and Japan. This will blow over into World War II, but that's still a little ways away. Although this is a very radical group, this doesn't cover everyone who's against FDR and his policies. His policies are very controversial for moderates and slightly conservative people. It wasn't just extreme right fascist people that were opposed to the New Deal, but this type of group definitely existed. Huey Long, senator of Louisiana. He bursted fascist rhetoric followed by extreme redistribution plans. He and all of his craziness were put to rest by an assassin. Frances Perkins, Secretary of Labor. She was the first female cabinet member and symbolized the growing importance and visibility of women on the national stage outside of Eleanor Roosevelt. Political expressions of diversity become a major theme with the progressives, and it continues along with more people hiring maybe the first black person in their cabinet, the first black woman in their cabinet, or other type of political positions. Mary McLeod Bethune, Director of Minority Affairs. She also broke barriers, being the highest ranking black American in government. She, along with Frances Perkins, showed further progressivism within FDR's administration. We do our part, slogan symbolizing support for the NRA. This is not the National Rifle Association, the NRA, that everyone knows about today. I'll cover the NRA again in that New Deal agency video. This slogan displayed a business cooperation with the labor codes under the NRA, which encouraged fair labor competition and heightened wages. Dust Bowl, drought followed by winds carrying dry soil into the air. This unfortunate series of climate events was not only a threat to the farms, but a threat to public health. It was so bad that some religious zealots believed the world was coming to an end. If you read the American Pageant, I think the impact of the Dust Bowl is a little bit overblown. Just know that it affected the agricultural market, and the agricultural market became a target for the New Deal and FDR with his policies trying to bail out farmers and their crop supplies and all that. Okies, people who fled the Dust Bowl. They were essentially a group of farmer refugees, where eventually a lot of them moved to California. They faced many challenges by moving with no belongings, and many of them suffered for a long time before getting back on their feet. The Grapes of Wrath, book about the Okies. The book narrated the sad experiences of people affected by the harsh climate events, and it became known as Uncle Tom's Cabin for the Okie migrants. Indian Reorganization Act in 1934, the New Deal for Native Americans. It encouraged unorganized tribes to establish governments to preserve their culture and traditions. It helped to stop the encroachment on Indian lands because they had a more organized front. Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, Union of Unskilled Laborers. It provided much needed representation for unskilled workers who had largely been unappreciated by larger unions like the American Federation of Labor. Unfortunately, the friction between skilled and unskilled made the CIO leave the Federation, although they thrived on their own, especially in the automobile industry. With unemployment rates skyrocketing under the Great Depression, the labor union stuff starts to come back in a lot of ways, like it did in the Progressive era back in the late 1800s. There is a crisis among both skilled and unskilled workers trying to get their jobs back. and it does turn into a moment for the labor unions to get, not only just to get people back in the workplace, but to get a lot of their reforms passed. Court packing plan, FDR's plan to add new judges to the Supreme Court. This comes up a lot in American politics, especially now. It's probably never going to happen, but just know that court packing is not this is not a one-time thing. This happens a lot. Type plans like these, the court never actually gets packed. It came purely in response to the fact that the Supreme Court was conservative and followed the Constitution over the New Deal. The conservative Supreme Court cited a lot of things in the Constitution to just strike down at will all of the New Deal policies that were maybe reaching a little bit too far beyond government power. This was a bad political mistake because it showed that FDR wanted to change things to get what he wanted, dictatorial tendencies. This isn't a conservative take. FDR actually lost a lot of support when this plan kind of went public. It was a little bit scary. The American people, even though they like progressivism a lot, they tend to hold, near and dear that Constitution, and they don't like when these things start to happen. Although it had minor success, considering his threat to the Supreme Court made the judges more sympathetic to the New Deal. The Supreme Court was a little bit threatened by a plan like this gaining maybe a little bit momentum, getting a little bit of notoriety. So they were like, you know what, let's relax on all the attacks on the New Deal from the court. Maybe we'll let a couple things slide. And that's what started to happen. Keynesianism, I think how you say it. Government ideology on the economy. This ideology said that the government should spend more money to stimulate the economy so as to encourage consumer spending and therefore keep demand in businesses alive. This ideology encouraged the government to increase the deficit. Keynesianism, or however you say it, is a very complicated concept, but the gist of it is the government pumps money into the economy to try and get it back on its feet, rather than letting the free market kind of play itself out. Roosevelt recession, 1937 economic downturn. This is separate from the Great Depression. As the economy started to recover from the Depression, it went down again in 1937. It happened within the timeline of the Great Depression, a bad look for Roosevelt. Many people blamed FDR's boondoggle policies, boondoggle meaning just outright a lot of spending, which they were actually right. It was especially caused by Social Security compressing company payrolls as businesses were forced to be taxed on their employees. So there's definitely an observable trade-off where when FDR and his administration spent a lot of money to get people back on their feet from the Depression, get money in their pockets just to be living again, just to make the world livable again, it affected the economy greatly. The debt was, exploded, and this led to a downturn again, not nearly as much as the Depression. So this is where a lot of the controversy starts to come in with the New Deal and whether it's good, because some people even say that it prolonged the Depression. So it just depends on what you think, what you value, how the government responded, whether you believe in it or not, whatever. It's a complicated topic. I don't understand economics that well, but this is where a lot of the controversy comes. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is a sort of different version of the normal chapter reviews. This is going to be all the New Deal reforms and organizations you're going to have to know. This connects a lot to chapter 32, but I felt like this deserved sort of its own video. And as always, if you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this, not chapter, but era, that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC. It gave young men easy employment on environmental projects to help bail out the unemployed masses. So this is a way to help the people getting affected by the Great Depression, just a way to get jobs and to get put to work and to make a little bit of money. Federal Emergency Relief Administration, or FERA. It distributed $500 million to states to spend on various relief projects and institutions. States were able to use the money to help those in need. So this was basically just a massive national bailout, but instead of directly giving it to the people, they gave it to states because some states had different needs. They were affected differently by the Depression. So the government gave discretion to the states to spend that money how they felt it was best needed for. Homeowners Loan Corporation, the HOLC, helped people to pay off or refinance their mortgages to prevent more people from being foreclosed on. This helped to lower the rates of homelessness to eventually have an easier path to recovery beyond relief. One of the major effects of the Depression was people just couldn't afford to make payments on their homes. And that was creating just this massive rush of homelessness. And in order to get the economy back on track, obviously you need to get people back working, back, consuming in the economy. But how can you do that when you have just a massive homeless population? So that was sort of step number one, get people back in their homes and feeling some sense of security in their lives. Works Progress Administration, WPA, this is a pretty famous and notable one, created public projects in which employment for the projects was given to those who were unemployed. Beyond unemployment relief, the projects constructed roads and buildings. So the government kind of took a two kind of faceted advantage of the Great Depression. They got going on a lot of infrastructure projects that they wanted to get going on for a long time, and they also used these projects to help people just find jobs and get employment. So it was all around better for society, even though some of it, you could argue, was sort of useless and it was just arbitrary to get people back in the workplace, but that's a discussion for another day. National Recovery Administration, the NRA, this is not like the National Rifle Association, don't get that confused. Agency that reformed capitalism to rid it of its abuses of the lower classes. It aimed to put forth government regulation on labor and business. It introduced wage controls and price controls, although it was eventually ruled unconstitutional. This is an example of FDR and just the national government as a whole really overstepping its authority, putting a lot of national control and influence onto the economy. This is where the conservatives and a lot of conservative historians start to push back on FDR with acts like these that were really just far beyond the national government's power and reach. And you can argue if it helped or if it didn't help, but that's just the reality of it. Agricultural Adjustment Act, the AAA, bought off farmer surpluses and paid farmers to not overplant in order to bring up the prices of agricultural products. This provided relief to the struggling farmers impacted by the Depression and the drought/Dust Bowl. So this is another arbitrary government intervention on the economy. They bought off all the farmers' extra crops that people weren't buying just because they didn't have the money to buy crops anymore because of the Depression. So this sort of helped the farmers market, but the government was just buying all their crops and then basically leaving them to just rot and go to waste. And they also paid farmers to not overplant, just to kind of reduce the supply of farmers' goods, just to raise their prices back up to help the struggling farmers' economy. So all in all, just the government sort of play to just uplift the agricultural economy that was really struggling. Securities Exchange Commission, the SEC, enacted government supervision on stock trading and securities trading to regulate speculation and risk, and also eliminate fraudulent trading practices. One of the things that finally implanted the Great Depression on the economy was just the stock speculation and the stock market failure across the population in America, so the SEC was just designed to make sure that didn't happen again. Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, this sounds a little bit irrelevant, but it actually is pretty important for some APUSH questions, just in my experience. Led environmental projects mainly consisting around the building of dams, which provided employment for the unemployed, created electric power, and controlled flooding and other climate disasters to help farmers. So this is another example of the government kind of capitalizing on the Depression to get things they wanted to get done, and they also use that to just employ the masses. The government took control of land to promote better agricultural and industrial practices. Social Security Act, SSA, this is highly relevant, especially now that it's sort of failing at this point in the country, but again, that will come up in very, very like the last chapter, I think. Provided government checks to suffering old age people through payroll taxes. Social Security eventually expanded to provide relief to those suffering during and after the Depression. It was highly controversial. Why it's controversial is because young people have to pay into it, and that money goes to old retired people who need the money to just live their final years of life. But why it's so controversial is not only is it's just a government bailout program, which a lot of people just don't stand for, but also as the country grows older, there's more people taking out of the sort of supply than the young people that are paying into it. So it just creates this negative sort of account, and there's just no money left, and people have to start accepting less and less payments, and it's just not gonna work, and that's actually a crisis that the country's dealing with now. National Labor Relations Act, the Wagner Act, established the right for private employees to organize into unions and protest through strikes and sit-ins, so just a labor movement sort of work in and tie into the New Deal stuff. The right to undergo collective bargaining balanced the power between employer and employee. Fair Labor Standards Act, law that established a minimum wage and overtime pay. It also eliminated child labor. So obviously some labor union stuff, labor goals stuff in this, but also the goal of just getting more money into the people's pockets through their wages. This act ensured that workers would have more rights in the workplace to uplift their standing in the economy and reduce capitalist abuses. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 33 of the American Pageant, titled FDR in the Shadow of War. If you know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. London Economic Conference, Conference of World Powers to plan to combat the Depression. The world plan to stabilize currency went against Roosevelt's inflationary policies, which would restrict Roosevelt's ability to institute the New Deal policies. FDR was also hesitant to join international agreements over his own domestic plans, so he rejected the conference altogether in a bombshell radio message to London, foreshadowing the extreme nationalism that caused World War II. This is also kind of a break from progressive norms. FDR was definitely a progressive president, and a lot of progressives like Theodore Roosevelt, for example, got involved in lots of foreign spheres and lots of foreign deals, but FDR was rejecting this in favor of his own policies, which just resembles a lot of the trends in the world that because of the Depression, because of the economic state of the world, they kind of retreated back to themselves and they only were worried about their domestic affairs, and that led to some tensions in World War II. Good neighbor policy planned to have good relations with Latin America. It revealed that America was giving up any interest in being a world dominant power and that they wanted to refine yet bolster their influence to the Western Hemisphere. Latin Americans were helpful allies against the warlords in Europe and Asia. Another reason for this is the fact that Europe and the rest of the East, like going towards Asia, was just in such turmoil after World War I, and they hadn't really recovered, and the Great Depression only made it worse. So America was just comfortable more with the Western Hemisphere and that sphere because it was a little bit more stable, but the Depression, obviously nothing was stable at the time. Reciprocal trade agreement, laws that tried to reignite foreign trade. The agreement followed the principle that trade was a two-way street, so America bought more from others as it opened their goods to others. It also encouraged low tariffs, but did not radically lower them. This agreement and subsequent action raised American trade dramatically, so America was more apt to sell their goods, and they were also more apt to just import goods from other countries, so just increasing global trade as a whole. Rome-Berlin Axis, agreement between Italy and Germany. It was a powerful allyship between the two fascist powers that tied them together. It was the start of the Axis powers, which eventually included Japan. These three nations wanted to conquer more land, which was the primary motivation for World War II, so Hitler and Mussolini united themselves over fascism. And even though Japan was late to the party, Germany and Japan became the most prominent, and Italy didn't really do a whole lot when it came to World War II. Gerald Nye tried to push blame for war onto American war manufacturers. It aroused people to blame Americans for the outbreak of war, which put pressure on the legislature to make laws against war. This was based on the principle that if the profitable incentives were removed, then war would not come to America. You can definitely form your own opinion on this, but it is true that American manufacturers and American military producers did profit a lot off of war because obviously more countries and more people needed military supplies, so they were able to sell it. Whether or not that's actually the cause for World War II is, I don't know how much weight that holds, but that is that. Neutrality Acts, 1935, 1936, and 1937, there's 3 of them. Policies that restricted American involvement in the seas. The policies worked together to restrict any transactions made by Americans in the seas during a declared time of war, which ended freedom of the seas. This encouraged blindness to world problems, did not work, as America could have used its power to alter the course of dictator expansion. So instead of really using its power to step in and stop dictators from taking over not only land but the seas, America just kind of pulled out of it, and that this sort of isolationism is a major cause of World War II when it eventually breaks out. Quarantine speech condemning Japanese and Italian aggressors. It was a sign of a slight shift in isolationist policy, as FDR suggested economic restrictions against the aggressive powers. The harsh isolationist response slowed the shift away from the status quo. So a lot of people were outraged by this speech, as they thought that FDR was kind of warmongering and coming out and igniting tensions. So the isolationist tension was very much still there, and they weren't going to let FDR kind of overpower that. Appeasement, making overtures towards the dictators. This is the major cause of World War II. Appeasement policies did not work and played into the hands of Hitler. It only allowed Hitler to continue on his conquest without restriction, as he kept defying agreements and making new agreements, which he then defied. It showed the weakness of the democracies. Hitler ignored a lot of the deals that he was making with other countries, and some of these countries just did not catch on or did not want to catch on, is more like it. As the world continued to make overtures to the major dictators, World War II only became closer and closer to happening. Hitler-Stalin Pact. Russia agrees to let Germany be. Russia's agreement to not denounce German aggression gave way to Hitler's attacks on Poland and other areas in Europe. It ended Western hope that Stalin and Hitler might rival each other, so neither side could gain war momentum. Remember, coming into World War II, that Russia was not really on the United States' side, but they weren't against them. So don't get something like this confused when you go into World War II, that Stalin did not side with Hitler and was against America or anything like that. Russia failing to stand up to Hitler was a major disappointment for the United States and other more Western countries. Neutrality Act of 1939, agreement that America would fund war but not join it. It stated that America would not use their ships or take on any war debt, staying as far away from any economic or physical conflict. This was not actually completely neutral, considering that Britain and France controlled transactions into the Atlantic, so most of America's funds would end up going to the Allied powers. By selling to the Allies, America improved its moral stance against dictators and raised itself out of the Depression through selling to a brand new war market. The reality of funding wars and getting in on the economic side of wars, that eventually it is going to become a military and physical conflict. It's just how it is. You can't just stay on the economic side, so America eventually obviously gets pulled into World War II. Fall of France. When the Nazis took control of France, it crushed French morale and Western morale as a whole. It convinced Americans that they needed to mobilize against Hitler. The threat of the fall of England worried Americans that Hitler would take over Europe and would threaten life across the Atlantic, which, as it was revealed, was Hitler's major plan. America First Committee, isolationist group against American involvement in World War II, so the isolationism just kept persisting even despite Hitler's actions. They argued that America should take time to bolster its own defenses to protect America from what Hitler could do after he took Europe. So this is a long-term plan to protect themselves if Hitler was to cross the Atlantic. It valued American defense over aiding an offensive in Europe. War Refugee Board intended to save the Jews from the Holocaust. It opened up America to Jewish escapees and improved America's moral stance. Altogether, it only worked to save a fraction of the Jewish population, but every life that was saved held tremendous importance. St. Louis, ship that carried Jewish escapees. The ship was rejected at ports in Cuba and America due to immigration restrictions and anti-Jewish sentiment. The ship had to drop the refugees back in Europe, where many of them fell to Nazi rule again. It symbolized how immigration restrictions conflicted with the issue of the refugees. So isolationism and domestic policies as a whole just restricted not only wartime preparation and wartime involvement, but just the simple fact of helping out refugees and people trying to escape the war. Foreign policy is definitely a big issue, but in times of war, isolationism definitely seems to fail. Destroyers for bases deal with Britain that exchanged planes for bases. It was part of America's idea to fund the war, and it also indirectly helped them by acquiring bases between America and Europe. They not only were angered at America's intervention, but with the president's swiftness and secrecy evading Congress. So a lot of isolationists inside America and in the West were not happy with this deal going on, with America bolstering Britain with money and bases and all access to military stuff. All aid short of war, idea that America should provide supplies for Britain, but not declare war and shed American blood. Most Americans, according to polls, favored this ideology in approaching the war. They actively wanted to help democracy in Europe and against the aggression of Hitler. So the American culture is starting to turn away from isolationism after seeing all the horrors in World War II, but they don't yet commit their own people to go to Europe. They want to just send everything, as it says, all aid short of war, all money and supplies short of just sending people there. Election of 1940, Roosevelt defeated Wendell Willkie. It was the first time a president was elected for a third term. FDR's win was not a triumph, as many believe he would not have won if war did not break out. Democratic majorities in politics remained constant. A lot of FDR's New Deal and Great Depression failures turned people away from him, but because the war was happening, people wanted an experienced person in office, and FDR having already served 2 terms, I think most people just felt, let's just stick with him throughout this war. Atlantic Charter united Britain and America, and later the Soviet Union, to protect the interests of democracy and human rights. It was very specific in its protection of self-determination and anti-imperialist human rights. It favored disarmament and peace, and returning conquered territory to the people in order to enact a viable democratic government. This was a glaring symbol that America was no longer neutral. America was definitely sided with the Allied powers, but a lot of this anti-imperialist and and all this disarmament and peace talk falls apart when the USSR and America begin to break apart and the Cold War happens and all that. So a lot of the sentiments expressed in the Atlantic Charter don't really hold up. Pearl Harbor, Japanese attack on the American Navy in Hawaii. Japan's attack on American ground was essentially a declaration of war. Germany and Italy, as allies of Japan, also declared war on the United States, which officially thrusted America into World War II. The course of World War II was altered significantly. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was extremely horrific, and America could no longer ignore sending people into Europe and into Japan's sphere to just stop the violence in the war. The gist of it is, America began very isolationist when World War II started to happen, and they progressed slowly towards giving more money, giving more support to the Allies, and eventually, when the war came to them, when it attacked their home turf of Hawaii, they could no longer ignore what was happening, and they had to get involved. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is Chapter 34 of the American Pageant, titled America and World War II. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. ABC 1 agreement, idea that Germany was the main threat. It was a wise alteration from angered American sentiment that Japan was the main enemy, even though Germany proved to be a bigger threat. America had a lot of outrage against Japan after Pearl Harbor, obviously. It proved to be a solid foundation that protected other democracies against European takeover, because always the main threat in World War II was Hitler and the Germans taking over, or I should say Hitler and the Nazis taking over Europe, and maybe even going to England and then threatening the power of the United States. Executive Order 9066, don't confuse that with Order 66, order of putting the Japanese in camps. It symbolized the Pearl Harbor hysteria that encapsulated the American government and bypassed any thought of justice or fairness. It was a harsh step back to all the ethnic assimilation progress that made World War II American culture so strong. The progressive era in the early 20th century helped a lot of diversity and inclusivity in the United States. A lot of progress on that. Not that it was ever, finished, because the civil rights movement hadn't happened yet or anything like that, but it had gotten a lot better in terms of race relations in the country, and this set it back a lot, and this was challenged by the people in the courts, and it was also held up. You'll see that later in the chapter, or maybe it's the next chapter, I don't know. But the whole Japanese internment event was a massive black mark on the United States. Korematsu versus US, actually, this is the case right here. Case that upheld Japanese concentration. It provided constitutional authority for Japanese concentration camps, which allowed the government to continue doing it. It set a wartime precedent that gave the government much power over human rights. Think back to Lincoln in the Civil War, where he used a lot of government power to take away rights of the people, especially criminal justice rights during the Civil War. This is a similar thing right here, where the court is granting the executive branch and just the government as a whole to restrict a lot of human rights during wartime. War Production Board that oversaw booming wartime manufacturing. This organized committee helped to orchestrate the immense production that finally lifted the American economy out of the Great Depression. It also helped the military mobilize for the war quickly. A big unexpected or indirect consequence of World War II was just a booming production economy in the United States, which finally helped to lift them out of the Great Depression. Office of Price Administration organized price controls to bring down inflation. This was a sort of government arbitrary thing, kind of following that New Deal theme. It was made in response to the intense inflation due to high wartime production and low wartime demand. These price controls were not of sound economic policy due to its artificiality, but it worked in the moment. Price controls as a principle, now with modern economics, they're not really seen as a good thing to really institute ever, but they did help in the moment just to bring prices down so consumers could buy their goods. But artificial government caps on prices and the free market isn't always the best thing to resolve economic crisis. National War Labor Board put limits on wages. The wage ceilings angered labor unions who resorted to strikes and walkouts. During a time of needed employment and production, labor conflict was not what America needed. Businesses were really relying, and the country as a whole were relying on people being able to enter and go to the factories and produce these goods that are needed for war. And having labor conflicts and labor union issues is just not a good thing when you really need to ramp up production to support the war. Smith-Connolly Anti-Strike Act gave government authority to seize strike-torn businesses. It was in response to the threat of a loss of production that strikes created and legalized striking against government-operated businesses. This is again the government cracking down on rights, in this particular instance the labor union rights. It seemed like a major government overstep, but it was necessary wartime policy to ensure production ran smoothly. WACS, WAVES, or SPARS, organizations that aided women participation in the military. This bolstered the American military and nursing corps, which expanded upon the immense male force. Their non-combat duties were vital in the war efforts. Another unintended effect of World War II was increasing the involvement of women and the importance of women in society. This will also extend to African Americans because they eventually fought in World War II towards the end, and that gave African Americans more recognition and heightened responsibilities and just being able to be seen on a national stage, which was really important for them. Bracero program brought Mexican immigrants to work in the U.S. It helped to popularize the employee market as the draft stole many men away to the war. The program was vital to keeping the agricultural economy running, where it lasted many years beyond the conclusion of the war. The Bracero program was responsible for bringing a lot of Latino Americans down to the South to work on farms and stuff and in factories during war, and their population eventually stayed down there. It's not like they left after the Bracero program, even though that's what it was kind of designed to do. So they stayed there and really grew the Latino population in the United States. Zoot Suit riots, violence between white servicemen and Mexican Americans. It showed the still ever-present racism in America despite the expansion of patriotism that commenced during the war. It was a negative fallout of much of the wartime demographic shifts that mixed many ethnicities and areas. So when desperate times come for desperate measures, a lot of people are fighting to get into these factory jobs. You get this unintentional mix of lots of ethnicities and cultures that didn't really mix at the time in the United States. It was still very segregated, and that creates violence, unfortunately. Sunbelt states in the old Confederacy. In order to finally bring up the old Confederate heartland into economic prosperity, the Sunbelt received a disproportionate advantage in federal wartime investment to become a large center of production and job creation. So the government put a lot of emphasis on getting production and factory jobs and other just economic things down into the South because they wanted to bring up the South again to rival the North. The Sunbelt becomes more of a major term and factor later on after the war because they really start to make an impact in the economy. Fair Employment Practices Commission instituted racial equality in employment. This was a response to a major push by blacks to leave oppression in the South and take up the wartime job offers. Many blacks felt they needed protections against segregated facilities. This is not only a labor union thing, but definitely a racial civil rights movement. Because so many African Americans and other minority races were entering into the workforce and combining with a lot of traditional white-dominated fields, I guess, they needed more protections to help them really integrate into these fields. Double V, Victory in War and Victory for Racial Equality. It was the idea adopted by African Americans to not only aid wartime production, but take advantage of their expanded role in employment to advance arguments for racial equality. So remember how women were really getting involved in the war and making their presence known. African Americans are doing the same thing, really trying to take advantage of the moment for their cause. Congress on Racial Equality, or CORE, organization pushing for direct racial equality. It was a new organization in response to the expansion of African Americans' importance and prosperity during wartime. This Congress committed itself to direct action, although nonviolent. This is where you start to see the modern civil rights movement really break out, and it obviously doesn't become a really big thing until Martin Luther King and into the 50s and the 60s, but this is where you start to see the signs shown. Tuskegee Airmen, Air Squadron of all African Americans. It symbolizes African Americans' importance and involvement in the war. Although it was a result of segregation, their triumphs in battle in North Africa were inspiring. So the reason why it was an all-black squadron is because there was segregation. They didn't want to mix whites and blacks together, and that is not a good thing, but it did really uplift black presence and black voices in America. It really showed how important African Americans were to the wartime efforts and how they helped to uplift America, and that just puts them in a better place when they start to fight for their civil rights in the 50s and 60s. Douglas MacArthur, commander of the United States Army. He commanded the resistance against Japan in the East. MacArthur led with great attitude and perseverance, but his army was defeated and many soldiers were left to be brutalized as POWs. MacArthur is kind of a symbol of how brutal the Japanese fighting sphere could be, even if you were a great commander and a great general and really fought with, great attitude, as it says. But a lot of him and his men were subjected to just bad ends, and that just is a symbol for how really brutal the Japanese sphere was during the war. Bataan Death March, path to prisoner of war camps. On this path, American POWs faced brutal atrocities that symbolize the overall brutality of World War II in the Pacific. These camps became the site of many war crimes that the Japanese committed during the war. Again, this is just explaining how brutal the Japanese sphere was for the war. A lot of people hear about the European fronts and how bad the warfare was in there, but Japan was just as bad and sometimes worse. Battle of Midway, battle between the US and Japanese Navy. It was a critical battle because if Japan took Midway, they could threaten Hawaii and their entire naval fleet. The US victory finally halted Japan's advance and saved Hawaii and Pearl Harbor from many more attacks. Japan's navy was decimated when the battle ended. If you're interested in war movies, there's a fantastic movie on the Battle of Midway. I think it's just called Midway, and it's really, really good. Leapfrogging strategy, US strategy where they landed and captured small islands. This is also called island hopping. This quick and brutal strategy allowed the US to surround Japan's more heavily fortified islands where they could attack through the air. It was highly successful, and America could attack mainland Japan through air bombings and, of course, the atomic bomb. So as they continued to brutally take these islands, they got closer and closer to mainland Japan, really threatening them militarily. Unconditional surrender controversy, debate over whether the U.S. should demand total surrender. Critics felt that total surrender encouraged long-lasting fighting and discouraged anti-war groups and governments to take hold. This policy was the main reason for full-scale European reconstruction after the war, where much of the continent's organization was thrown off when governments dissolved. So instead of a brutal takeover of all of Europe and all the land that the Allies conquered when winning the war, they instead tried to reconstruct it, keep the governments and countries in place, but install better governments and better people to try and uplift the whole entire area out of poverty and turmoil. D-Day, day of the invasion into Nazi France. It was a major operation that involved almost all Allied countries. The attackers met heavy German resistance on French beaches that led to many casualties. The numerous desperate landings were successful and laid the groundwork for the eventual freeing of France from the Nazis. A brutal but triumphant day for the Allies in the war. Holocaust, German murder of 6 million Jews and other undesirables. The reason why this is so far down in this chapter is because after D-Day and after they invaded Europe and eventually Germany, this is where they start to discover what was happening. When American and Soviet troops entered Germany, they found all the evidence of the imprisoning and slaughter, and it shocked the world. The atrocities committed during the Holocaust can be compared to nothing seen in world history. VE Day, victory in Europe when Germany surrendered. It marked the end of the battles in Europe where Hitler and Germany were done. After this day, America could turn its attention to wiping out Japan. Harry Truman, president who took over after Roosevelt's death. So this is when FDR dies and a new administration finally comes in after Roosevelt's very long stint in the presidency. He made the executive and controversial decision to unleash the atomic bombs on Japan. He also took over the post-war reconstruction plans from America's perspective. Truman had to take over and make some of the most critical decisions in American history. Any Oppenheimer fans know this was a scene in the movie where Truman tells Oppenheimer that all the blame for the bomb is going to be put on him, which is true. Truman had to own this decision, and it was extremely brave but also extremely controversial, and there are a lot of opinions over whether Truman should have done this or not. Iwo Jima and Okinawa, small Japanese islands in the Pacific. These islands faced desperate and brutal offensives from the United States, making tough landings on their beaches. America faced many casualties and their navy was partially destroyed, but these landings were critical to ensuring Japan's final days. These are famous island hopping islands where the US took really brutal and long takeovers of these really small islands, getting closer and closer to Japan. These were some of the most heavily defended islands. Potsdam Conference, meeting between Truman and Stalin. The results of this conference sent a message to Japan that they must surrender or be destroyed, because if Japan stayed in the war and had Russia and the United States fighting on either side of them, it would have been total destruction. The message was clearly sent, but they received no response, which led to Japan's destruction. So yeah, they stayed in the war and let Russia and the United States go after them, mainly the United States, with, of course, everyone knows what happened there. Manhattan Project, development of the atomic bomb. It involved brilliant scientists who created the plan and led the development of the atomic bombs. The bomb had a successful practice run in a secretive desert in Mexico and greenlit its use in Japan. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, sites of atomic bombings in Japan. These cities were centers of war production in Japan, and when the A-bomb completely decimated them, it led to Japan's surrender. That's why these two targets are chosen, because they were the centers of production for all the weaponry that Japan was using, a lot of their navy stuff and planes. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were killed in the scene of what would be one of the most controversial decisions in American history. VJ Day, victory in Japan. It ended the war on the Pacific Front and altogether ended World War II. It crowned the ending of the most brutal war the world has ever seen. World War II is now over. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 35 of the American Pageant, titled The Cold War Begins. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Harry Truman, president after Roosevelt's death. He was faced with the post-war challenges which made him mature as a politician and president faster. Truman was cocky and arrogant, but was authentic and solid-minded. He had no fear in assuming the numerous responsibilities in the post-war world. Truman had to deal with a lot of the early resolutions at the end of World War II and the very beginning of the Cold War. The Cold War, standoff between the United States and Russia. The tensions between the US and Russia connected to all forms of post-war reconstruction and order. Considering they are the two most powerful nations, the Cold War is also directly connected to the space race and the arms race. The tension between the two powers not only affected them, but the entire world. The most important thing with the Cold War is that it wasn't actually a war. There was no fighting. There was some proxy wars, but we'll get into that later as the chapter goes on and as the Cold War moves on. But it's really all about tension between the United States and Russia, or the Soviet Union. United Nations, Council of Major World Powers. This is not the same as the League of Nations from before, from World War I, but it's kind of similar. The UN differed from the League in which consent must be agreed upon for an action to take place on a country, making the UN more cooperative than its predecessor. The UN was almost unanimously agreed upon by the Senate. Unfortunately, the US and Soviet Union were not willing to give up the atom bomb in early UN talks, which set the stage for the arms race. So it's kind of crazy to think about that the entire Cold War and the arms race could have been stopped just by peace talks early on in the United Nations, but since that didn't happen, we have the multiple decade-long Cold War. Nuremberg trials, war crimes for Nazis. It punished top Nazis, which officially rid the German government of the Nazi Party. The trials and punishments were harsh yet necessary. These trials were the only agreements made on post-war Germany, and the Soviets and Americans differed on ideas for post-war Germany. The Nuremberg is definitely a criminal thing. You can go into the trial and look at all that stuff, but for the APUSH purposes, the Nuremberg trials and putting Nazis away in prison is more about German reconstruction and post-war reconstruction. Berlin airlift, American supplying of the Western Bloc of Berlin. Supplying runs demonstrated American persistence for controlling Germany and against the blockades and controls of Russia. After this event, Russia lifted its blockade from Berlin, and the western and eastern sides of German control were officially and clearly outlined. Berlin became a key site of the Cold War. The difference between East and West Berlin, showing the differences between the communist Soviet Union and the capitalist United States and the rest of the West, is going to serve as a massive and really important juxtaposition between the two sides. And a lot of how the Cold War is going will be judged on how either East or West Berlin is doing. George Kennan, creator of the containment doctrine. He was an expert on Soviet thought and ideas, and also a master diplomat, which helped to craft the containment doctrine, giving America a plan to go after communist expansion in the Cold War. Truman adopted his ideas on being tougher and firmer with the Soviet Union. So the United States didn't want to, and they really couldn't eradicate the Soviet Union, but they wanted to try to contain the spread of communism, because they thought that the Soviet Union's ultimate goal was spreading communism throughout all of the East. And whether that's true or not, I probably is, but that's just how the United States thought. So a lot of their foreign policy was all about containing the spread of communism from the Soviet Union and moving outwards. Containment Doctrine, document outlining Soviet expansion. The document sent a clear message that the US clearly and directly recognized Soviet expansion and that they were prepared to block communist ideas through fierce containment policies. This is where the idea of the proxy wars start to come in. The US will get involved in a lot of smaller wars near Russia because they think that communist regimes will uprise and then connect with the Soviet Union and therefore expand the Soviet Union, so they get involved in things like Vietnam, for example. That's a little bit down the road. Truman Doctrine, Truman's message against communism. It was a sweeping message and commitment that tied the United States with overseas affairs regarding the spread of communism. It set a precedent starting with Greece and Turkey that America would aid countries resisting communism and reverted any isolationist hope. It further divided the world into pro-America or pro-Soviet groups. So this is more of a cultural and political statement against communism, when the Containment Doctrine was more of a military strategy and foreign policy type thing. This just puts America firmly on the side of capitalist and Western ideology-centered countries against the spread of the Soviet Union. Marshall Plan, America aiding war reconstruction in Europe. Similar to how they kind of got involved in World War I reconstruction, even though the isolationist stuff is definitely what caused World War II. This is a full commitment for the United States in reconstructing the world after the World War II. The idea financially tied America to the war reconstruction of various countries, but was mainly intended to stop radical governments. The US offered to help cure the post-war crisis so communist governments couldn't take over in vulnerable countries. The plan was remarkably successful in financial recovery and communist suppression. So the United States got themselves heavily involved economically to prevent the turmoil in these governments from causing them to fall and causing new regimes to come in, and they feared that communist regimes would come in and take over these poor and ravaged countries and install their regime. Henry A. Wallace, Vice President and Secretary of Commerce. He opposed Truman's policies that influenced the Cold War. His defiance of the anti-Soviet fervor eventually thrust him into a left-wing third party that pushed a presidential run. Creation of Israel, Truman agrees to recognize a Jewish state within Palestine. This is very relevant now if you're watching it in the year that this video was released, with the Israel-Palestine conflict kicking up yet again. Although much of the reason was Jewish sympathy, it was also intended to establish a pro-American government to resist Soviet influence in the Middle East. This decision troubled Arab-American relations in the future, specifically in regards to oil. So in the current modern context, America is definitely still a supporter of Israel, and that's all born from back here, where America kind of installs the Jewish state within Palestine in the Middle East. North Atlantic Treaty Organization, this is NATO, Committee of European Nations in the United States. It reversed the long trend of America staying out of foreign alliances and entanglements, remember back to World War I, or right after World War I, and tied America with European unification. NATO became the center of all Cold War policy and, in result, Cold War militarization. Mao Zedong, communist leader in China. The rise of his Communist Party and the collapse of China was a major defeat for America in the Cold War. Almost 1/4 of the world fell under communism quickly, and communism itself gained a huge geographic area. So China not really siding with the Soviet Union, but falling into the same ideology as Russia. Just those two massive land masses out in Asia really influenced how that entire hemisphere operated, with two huge powers now under communism. Soviets 1984 A-bomb test, Soviets acquiring the atomic bomb. It struck fear in America that they no longer held the upper hand in nuclear weaponry, which removed the shaky sense of security. When Truman responded with his demands for the H-bomb and the Soviets did the same, the never-ending arms race commenced. Eventually, mutually assured destruction quells the importance of such weapons, and the use was unthinkable. So as each country becomes more technologically advanced and just gets more and more advanced weaponry, more and more powerful weaponry, eventually they become so powerful that they can't even think about using these weapons. It's unfathomable to even drop an H-bomb or anything like that on countries and areas in the world. It could potentially destroy the world. So both the United States and Soviet Union build up these massive quantities of arms that they can't really use, but all it does is ensure that either one of them can kill each other, so either one can kind of control each other. NSC 68, enactment of expanded defense spending. The Korean War all but affirmed the necessity of the spending, which led to the rapid expansion of the American military, even further than what had been seen in the World Wars. It further represented the idea of unimpeded American economic and societal expansion. So America, behind all this, was becoming a massive world superpower. They were getting involved in all these economic, political, foreign ventures, building up their military. America was becoming a superpower alongside the Soviet Union. Korean War, war over North and South Korea. It was the first armed conflict of the Cold War and what became the ever-common proxy wars. The communist North Korea, aided by the Soviets, went against the democratic South Korea, aided by America. America sent most of the supplies and men on behalf of the UN and asserted its dominance in the UN over other nations, as its generals took orders directly from the US and not the UN Security Council. So the UN tried to place itself as a sort of advisory board to proxy wars and wars that UN countries were getting involved in, but the US said, no, we're going to do it our way, and this really put themselves at the forefront of the UN and the forefront of the entire world, again following that superpower theme. But the main point of the Korean War is to show that these proxy wars started to happen, and they will continue to happen in different areas of the world. HUAC, Committee to Investigate Anti-Government Sentiment. It was a powerful committee created by the House that could go after suspected communists and could even be used to go after political opponents. It is an example of government overreach during the Cold War period. As the fear of communism grew because of the expansion of the Soviet Union and the continuance of the Cold War, there was a lot of internal conflict and internal fear during that time, and that caused some policies that were a little bit overreaching from the government to kind of spy on people and try and make sure people weren't communists, and it started this whole big thing, and it will continue to happen. The Rosenbergs, scientists accused of leaking A-bomb secrets. They were symbolic victims of the Red Scare and red hunting during the Cold War and created divisive opinions over the case. Although further evidence suggests they were guilty, they symbolize the extent of communist scare in the justice system. So if you were a suspected communist, the justice system would come after you, it would become a massive story, the government would crack down on you. And even though the Rosenbergs are a case where they're probably guilty, a lot of people who were innocent were affected just like the Rosenbergs were. McCarthyism, avid red hunting. These sentiments led to far-reaching and anti-communist action against people within and beyond government. It altogether heightened the fear and suspicion during the Cold War era. McCarthyism added a sense of brutality to communist witch hunts, although many people were behind his sentiments. McCarthyism wasn't just the product of one guy, it was an entire movement, particularly a very conservative movement, that went after suspected communists and suspected communist ideology inside American government and inside the American population as a whole. Army McCarthy hearings, communist hearings directed at the Army. It was an overwhelming failure of McCarthyism, and it spelled the end for McCarthy's role as a senator. More importantly, it exposed how anti-communist labeling can go too far, where it threatens the democratic system entirely, as people can be accused at will. So McCarthy started going after people in the military and other people in government. It just was not going good for him, and the Red Scare really went well beyond its means, and that's when it started to kind of retract a little bit. People started to get a little bit fed up at the whole red hunting thing and maybe a little bit scared by it. But the fear of communism didn't stop just because the really avid and really far-reaching McCarthyism stuff was gone. Executive Order 9981 desegregated the armed forces. Not only was it an early step in the civil rights movement, it symbolized America's growth towards racial equality as a result of the necessity for foreign sympathy. It showed the importance of racial equality as a beacon to the world to side with America over the Soviet Union. So if America was trying to be this beacon of morality, they're trying to go against communism because communism suppresses rights and all that, America has to fix its own domestic and internal problems, and that starts with the civil rights movement, and it started here with desegregating the military. Taft-Hartley Act outlawed union-controlled workplaces. It slowed the initial progress that was made in the labor movement during the New Deal, as many protections for unions were lifted and they became more liable for business failures and strikes. It is a symbol of the many other stepbacks the labor movement faced after the war's end. The labor movement and labor unions were really connected to communism, and not that they shared the same ideas or shared the same sentiments, but a lot of people grouped them together politically, and that wasn't a good thing for the labor movement during the time of intense communist fear. GI Bill, welfare to returning veterans. It was a sweeping bill that provided money and education to veterans. It helped the economy by steadying the flow of employment that came into the already downturn market, which led to long-term economic expansion instead of short-term downfall. So large swaths of Americans are coming home from World War II, and they needed to get reintegrated into the economy and into the world, and the GI Bill just helped all the soldiers returning from the war to just get back to their lives. Dixiecrats, separated faction of Democrats. They separated due to racial divisions and complaints over government expansion, as they showed evidence of hard racism still existing in government. Their separation is an example of the chaos of the 1848 election and its candidates. So the Democratic Party starts to fracture a little bit as the world and the policies evolve. People who feared more government expansion inside the Democratic Party tended to shift more conservative, and they might have even joined the Republican Party. Fair deal, deal meant to uplift poor people. It met fierce opposition due to its government spending policies, but the successful parts were minimum wage, public housing, and social security expansion. Although some reforms were struck down, the overall economic boom made up for legislative shortcomings. So this was definitely more of a liberal spending deal, but it was just meant to uplift people coming out of the war and the war-torn economy, just to help them uplift themselves and get back into their lives. Sunbelt, vast southern and western region. I think I said in another video or another chapter that this would come back. The Sunbelt becomes very important in the post-World War II and Cold War world. It expanded greatly in population at rates higher than the industrial Northeast and made California the most populated state. Its job availability and openness to prosperity made it known as the American frontier, as people poured it into the region. Its growth made it rival the North in the political sphere, as more government spending was invested into the Sunbelt. This region finally shifted political power away from the North. So the Sunbelt and into the West gained a ton of population. They gained a ton of people, a ton of jobs, a ton of manufacturing businesses, all different types of economic spheres. The Sunbelt really expanded, and even though the North has always been, since the beginning of the country, the center of economics in the United States, the Sunbelt was starting to really rival it, and they even took a lot of power away from the North. As you know, now California has the most votes in the Electoral College now. This really spread the country, and now the country was really even instead of just having a ton of people in the North, and then it gets more and more disparate out as you go. Levittown, town of vast suburb construction. Its house zoning and construction plans revolutionized the way cities were built, as thousands of homes could be made in one project. Suburban developments became an extremely prosperous economic venture, and more people could move into homes due to the efficiency of household construction. Ever since the dawn of cities back in the 1800s and into the 1900s, the suburbs have also been a growing thing, but this is where the suburban phenomenon really starts to pick up, as more and more housing developments start to get made, and a ton of homes are just built by one guy and one plan. This is where you see those neighborhoods where all those houses look the same, that type of thing, if you've ever seen that. It really revolutionized how urbanization was done and how suburbanization was done. Now a ton of people are living in the suburbs. White flight, white migration to the suburbs. The generally richer white populations moving into the suburbs created geographic segregated zones between suburbs and urban cities. The emigration from urban neighborhoods by white people opened the door for more minority groups to find opportunities in urban cities. This created both a wealth gap and exacerbated segregation through public housing policy. So even though this opened some opportunities for minorities to get themselves into the cities, inner cities were particularly poor and more tumultuous to live in, and just not as good of a quality of life as if you moved into the suburbs. Baby boom, increased birth rate in the post-war period. The birth rate was so expansive that it greatly influenced demographics, and it declined every year since the boom period. It changed the economic landscape as school jobs and child products assumed a larger market. They returned the favor as consumers where fashion and music culture exploded in a youth cultural expansion. The long-term effects of the post-war generation put strains on the job market and the social security system. This is the boomer generation. A massive influx in the American population definitely had effects on the economy and all type of public spending policies. But in a time where you're recovering from war and you're trying to grow your economy, it's really great to have more people having children to just increase overall activity in the world. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 36 of the American Pageant, titled American Zenith. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter to help me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Quick note before the rest of the video, this chapter is extremely long. There's a lot of key terms, so I'm going to try and keep it as short as possible. I'm going to just read what I have on the slides and try to cut out all the filler stuff because you guys don't want to be here for a half hour, and I don't want these videos to be that long. They're supposed to be quick study videos, so I'm just going to keep it short and to the point. So let's get to it. White-collar work, service work, office work are traditionally more professional jobs. In the post-war era, white-collar workers outnumber blue-collar workers, symbolizing the expansion and shift of the American economy to service work. In correlation, blue-collar work took a step back and union representation declined. White-collar work influenced culture as a surge in successful men gave way to many women returning to the domestic front after the war's end. The expansion of white-collar work is a reason why things like a college degree are becoming more and more necessary in the United States. The Feminine Mystique, best-selling book on women, it was a part of the greater feminist movement that influenced modern feminism/women's movement. It touched on limitations of the domestic front for women and encouraged women to explore the world. The piece of literature had an enormous outreach to all demographics of women. Growth of television, TV being available in all American households. The growth of the TV set created a fundamental shift in entertainment as advertisers and producers focused their attention on television. The TV became a center for American culture as social, moral, and political teachings were taught and challenged over the television. The TV also became sort of its own economy as well. Rock and roll, music crossing between traditional black and white music. The music genre traversed cultural divisions and brought together black and white. It especially took hold in the younger generation as it was a symbol of tolerance and the breaking of racial barriers in that generation as a whole. So this is how the civil rights movement kind of works its way into culture. The Lonely Crowd, the organization Man, the Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, books fearing the post-war generation. The literature brought up valid criticisms of the consumerist lifestyle and dramatic shift of moral and sexual standards in the post-war generation. Their predictions on consumer conformity and the conflation of private activity versus public activity, specifically in regard to sexual behavior, were valid and true. These books symbolize how traditional thinkers challenged the modernist culture. So it's interesting how the boomer generation, who are seen as cynical and traditional, were actually the progressives back in this day. Dwight Eisenhower, Republican candidate and eventual president. He was popular as a war hero and a politician. To some, he was a symbol of bipartisanship and American values. Due to his personality, much of his campaigning was left to his boisterous Vice President Nixon, who was the same Richard Nixon as everyone knows, who was anti-communist and a red hunter. Eisenhower pledged to be tough on the Korean War, which signed his leadership and ability to put America over partisan divides, but his over-attention to how others felt about him prevented him from taking meaningful action on any front, especially civil rights. Checker's speech, Nixon's speech defending against illegal donation allegations. It was a poor speech that displayed his lack of responsibility or shame for his situation, which foreshadowed what eventually happened to Nixon, but nonetheless it won over the American people. Its great outreach through the television displayed how the TV was becoming a political tool through direct voter appeal and access to the people. Emmett Till, young African-American boy who was lynched. He became a famous symbol for protesting against black violence in the racist South. His stories showed the still dangerous society blacks lived in despite emancipation and any progress made since, and that Jim Crow needed to be fought. He became yet another symbol of the civil rights movement. Rosa Parks, black activist who refused to go per se on a bus. Her arrest after the incident inspired a bus boycott in Alabama that symbolized the growing spirit among African Americans that they would not submit to the absurdities of Jim Crow segregation. Montgomery bus boycott of the bus system in Alabama. The boycott forced the government's hand to pass laws for more equality and inspired other boycott movements against segregation. Specifically, NAACP involvement in Alabama allowed MLK to come to the forefront of the civil rights movement. I don't know why I said NAACP, it's NAACP as it's commonly known. Brown v. Board of Education, ruling that school segregation was unconstitutional. This is a major case if anyone's in AP government. It stated that separate but equal segregation was illegal, which sparked mass desegregation in all areas of American life. It was a landmark case that finally acknowledged the true injustices of segregation, although it took time to take hold in the deep Jim Crow South. This overturned the old 1890s case of Plessy v. Ferguson, which upheld segregation. Little Rock Central High Crisis, National Guard preventing black students going to school in Arkansas. This clear violation of desegregation and challenge to federal power made Eisenhower respond by sending troops to protect the students and allow them to go to school. This situation showed how the federal government was assuming the authority to go over Jim Crow states not complying with civil rights legislation. So you can see the rifts between the South and the federal government still exist over Jim Crow and racism. SNCC, Committee focused on nonviolent civil rights protests. It was created in response to the growing popularity of sit-ins and other protests demanding racial equality. This organization allowed for more direct efforts and protests, and it was filled with passionate young folk that took heavy action. Operation Wetback, crackdown on illegal immigrants. Many illegals are rounded up and returned to Mexico. This was an example of Eisenhower taking heavy action on a controversial issue, this time siding with conservatives. One positive goal was restoring the value of the Bracero program for Mexican workers established many years before. Federal Highway Act of 1956, also called Interstate Highway Act, it constructed large national highways. It was advertised as a Cold War project that would help military mobilization, but its eventual economic effects on job creation and influence on suburbanization were more long-lasting and more accurate to the legacy of highways. It spiked the automobile and trucking industries and also inspired the creation of more stores and consumer centers. Its downsides were lowering the importance of railroads and trains and creating more carbon emissions. John Foster Dulles, aggressive Secretary of State, he wanted a more anti-communist foreign policy focusing on ridding the world of red and liberating people under communist rule. Interestingly, he also wanted to cut defense spending and reduce the budget overall, which created many challenges in how Eisenhower administration would approach his aggressive goals. Policy of boldness, reduction of traditional military, and expansion in nuclear weaponry. The move for more destructive and nuclear weapons represent the full-scale aggressiveness during the Cold War and how nuclear threats were being used over traditional military threats. This policy symbolized how conflict and the basis of the military was shifted after new technology like nuclear weapons became popularized. Hungarian revolution against Soviet rule that failed. After the Americans refused to give aid to the uprising, it was crushed by the Soviets and no progress was made. It showed that aggressive nuclear policy was not a viable solution to the Cold War because it could not help minor issues like small-scale revolutions, as a nuclear bomb wouldn't be logical in any situation. The bold policy was exposed for having limitations on military policy. This is one of the reasons why nuclear war never broke out, because it was never really sensible to ever use a nuclear weapon. Ho Chi Minh, leader of the communist North Vietnam, this is where the Vietnam War stuff starts happening. He led nationalist forces against foreign occupiers that led to the independence of Vietnam, which plunged the country into communism. He was quite popular among the Vietnam people, who unfortunately widely supported the communists. Viet Minh, Communist Party in Vietnam. It was the popular and ruling party of North Vietnam as a communist state, which was opposed to South Vietnam and any support by the United States in South Vietnam. The Viet Minh was for Vietnamese autonomy and independence from foreign influence. Battle of Dien Bien Phu, communist victory in Vietnam. When America failed once again to act on its bold policy, the communists won and took over. North Vietnam was subjected to communist rule, while South Vietnam was established as Western-friendly with America as allies, although South Vietnam was not popular and communist resistance in the South grew in popularity. Suez Crisis, Egyptian nationalists taking over Suez Canal. The Suez Canal was vital in ensuring the oil supply for Europe, and it violated British and French sovereignty since they collectively owned the canal via stock holdings. The crisis exposed that the US was no longer independent when it came to oil supply, and that the Middle East would prove to be of dramatic importance for the Western powers. So because the US and a lot of the West relied on the Middle East, any crisis happening over there would be absolutely detrimental to their oil supply. OPEC, foreign committee consisting of oil-producing countries. The organization challenged Western and specifically American authority on the world's oil supply. Due to this organization, the Western powers were forced to cooperate with the Middle East and not continue their almost dictatorial control in the oil region. Sputnik 1, Soviet satellite launched into space. It was the first artificial object that was launched into orbit, and it shattered American ego and their ability to keep up with Soviet technology. The threat of the Soviets dominating space militarily prompted the space race, where America greatly ramped up technological advancements and also increased Cold War tensions. Eventually, the space race sent Americans to the moon. Cuban Revolution, dictator Fidel Castro takes over Cuba. Castro was very anti-America and installed an anti-American regime. He took away land owned by Americans and redistributed to citizens friendly with his regime. The most threatening consequence was that Castro was friendly with Russia, and they became almost a satellite state for the Soviets. This leads to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kitchen debate between Nixon and Khrushchev, who's the leader of the Soviet Union. Nixon proudly displayed American capitalist successes over left-wing Soviet economics, which portrayed American strength and instilled confidence in Nixon. This debate and show for the American people was critical in Nixon being given the Republican nomination. John F. Kennedy, Democratic primary nominee and president. Although his Catholic faith created conflict in Southern Democrats, he was otherwise very popular, especially in the North. Kennedy had an appealing figure and behaved well in the public eye, which was key to overtaking Nixon in public opinion and eventually winning the presidency. Military-industrial complex, expanding military and industrial production. As the military and military industry kept expanding, it was becoming a dangerous symbol to the world of militarism between the major world powers in the Cold War. People like Eisenhower feared that defense spending could become wasteful and would have negative impacts on the economy. You'll hear a lot of people whenever violence breaks out, they blame the military-industrial complex, which in a lot of ways is definitely true, but whether expanding the military is bad or not is definitely a debate that will continue. Beat Generation, writers against American culture. They created literature that was part of the growing counterculture, one that rejected American consumerism and conformity and preached self-expression. These writers wrote about the challenges of post-war modernism. Jack Kerouac, Beat Generation writer. He was known, along with a few others, as a pioneer of the post-war Beat Generation. His writings opened the world to a new perspective on American life and how self-identification and expression took importance in society. New Frontier, Kennedy's dream for the young generation. He developed the idea that America had a destiny of greatness and that it was in the hands of young people to move America forward. He followed the path of modernism and how younger Americans were the direction of the country. Peace Corps, Peaceful American Army. It was made up of moral and idealistic people who were sent to help underserved communities. This group helped to restore the ideas of America promoting freedom over the very militaristic decades after World War II. These people prompted Americans to serve others before they served themselves. Apollo missions, NASA missions to land on the moon. After much investment, much progress, and many tries, Americans finally landed a crew on the moon and planted the American flag. More important than scientific discoveries, America reinstated its world dominance after the ego-leveling Sputnik situation. America once again displayed its power on the international stage, and serious questions about the future of space were raised. Space as sort of military sphere definitely came up as an idea back then. We're still now not really sure how space will be used militarily, but it all dates back to the first landing on the moon. Berlin Wall, wall between East and West Berlin. Not only was it a barrier between East and West Berlin, keeping families separated and populations confined, but it became a broader symbol of Soviet communist oppression. It symbolized the division of Europe into divisive camps, one capitalist and one communist. The Berlin Wall was an ugly symbol to the world. European Economic Community, free trade area. It helped to keep the post-war European economies active and eventually return to prosperity. This community of European powers eventually turned into the EU. Tariffs were cut in Western Europe and the US to promote trade and economic activity, laws that became the foundation for economic globalization. Flexible response, plan that gave many options depending on crisis. The plan made sure that the Cold War tensions would not lead to overreactions in order to not overblow any event into warfare or nuclear battles. This encouraged the US to continue its standard militarization over creating a force dependent on nuclear technology, which led to guerrilla proxy wars over nuclear exchanges. Cuban Missile Crisis, Soviet missiles spotted in Cuba. This event was the pinnacle of Cold War tensions, as many believed nuclear warfare would soon follow. The American and Soviet navies surrounded Cuba, each with orders to retaliate if they were attacked. Eventually it was solved when America agreed to remove missiles from Turkey and the Soviets would remove their missiles from Cuba, and America agreed to pull out of Cuba. The fallout led to rapid Soviet militarization to rid themselves of humiliation, but also eventual peaceful policies. Many accounts from this day will say that people even thought the world would end that day. Freedom Riders, civil rights protesters of segregated buses. This group took direct action by driving desegregated buses through the Deep South, both challenging the authorities to enforce segregation and exposing the absurd policies of Jim Crow. Freedom Riders were met with racist violence that had to be quelled federally as Southern governments refused to aid the protesters. Voter Education Project, program to register black voters. It increased the level of participation and voices for the black community in government, which in turn supported civil rights legislation and candidates. Birmingham, Alabama, most segregated and most civil rights active city. This is where MLK really took the civil rights movement to the top. Civil rights leaders like MLK put direct focus on the city and launched powerful campaigns against segregation and violence. When their peaceful protests were violently repelled, it forced the president to side with civil rights. March on Washington, civil rights protest led by MLK. It was one of the largest and most peaceful civil rights demonstrations. The speech that followed became one of the most famous American orations of all time, the I Have a Dream speech. This event became the capstone of the civil rights movement and finally gave way to JFK signing the Civil Rights Bill. JFK's assassination, Kennedy being shot in Texas. It was one of the greatest American tragedies in history. The nation grieved and also quickly turned to theories and speculation that have never been solved. Sadly, JFK's assassination finally revealed his long-lasting legacy and how his modernist personality took firm hold in all Americans. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 37 of the American Pageant, titled The Stormy 60s. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Once again, before we get into the video, this is a very long chapter, just like the last chapter, so I'm going to try and keep it short and to the point for every term and try not to just extend the video way too long because there is a lot of content. Lyndon B. Johnson, president who took over after Kennedy. He was an experienced politician who aimed at continuing JFK's policies. Although he first presented as a partly conservative, he was actually very liberal and believed in big government and progressivism. A lot of his policies relate to FDR and the New Deal. Civil Rights Act of 1964 banned discrimination based on race, sex, and ethnicity. It was a landmark bill that helped to finally solidify American equality principles into law, although practicing equality is never ending, and was the capstone of the civil rights movement. It gave the government more power to end segregation and other forms of discrimination in the workplace or other sectors. Affirmative action, equitable practices boosting minority representation. This is a huge thing in college admissions now. It's been in the news a lot. It was designed to reverse historical discrimination by encouraging employers to hire more minorities, but it controversially evolved into giving minority groups special privileges in certain aspects of life. That is the argument about college admissions trying to admit more minority students. The Other America, book on poverty in America. It exposed the amount of people who lived in poverty, which affluent populations had largely been separated from. It helped to encourage the War on Poverty campaign that put the burden on the government to end poverty. So the government started pumping a lot of money into underprivileged communities. Great Society, Lyndon B. Johnson's reform programs. This is kind of like the New Deal. These programs aligned with a vision of a thriving America for all people. This reform plan led the government to enact more social welfare programs, investments into poverty, and investments into schooling and other activities benefiting society, like the arts. Tonkin Gulf Resolution, Congress giving the executive branch war powers. It greatly expanded the power of the executive branch by essentially giving the president power to declare war and to decide on war policy, specifically applying to Vietnam in this case. Remember, back in the Constitution, most war powers are given to Congress, so how much power this gave the president was a huge deal in terms of separation of powers. Freedom Summer Voter Registration Program. It was a significant period where many black Americans were able to take advantage of the Voting Rights Bill by registering to vote. It brought together blacks and white civil rights workers and volunteers to make sure black people had their voices in government. Selma March led by MLK for voting rights. The march in Alabama was met by heavy resistance. State troopers violently attacked the demonstrators. It showed how civil rights laws, although passed, still needed much work to be practiced. Voting Rights Act of 1965, bill to end racial discrimination in voting. It attacked literacy tests specifically designed to limit underprivileged groups from voting, and it also sent federal agents to support voting registration. This protected the rights of black people to vote. Malcolm X, militant black activist, a different ideology than MLK. He advocated for black separatism as the way for blacks to achieve civil rights, and that white people were devilish towards blacks, so the separation of races was necessary to restore black identity. Black Panther Party, Civil Rights Party, this is in relation to Malcolm X. It both advocated for protections against brutality while also kindly serving the community. It put together community issues with long-standing national issues to fight against both types. Black Power, doctrine against the evils of Western civilization. It was designed to uplift blacks into practicing rights guaranteed by civil rights legislation, but also took under a separatist ideology. Stokely Carmichael, civil rights leader and Black Power preacher. He helped to establish the nonviolent idea of Black Power as a central part of the SNCC. He wanted to lead the attack against Western evils. Assassination of MLK. MLK shot in Memphis by a white man. As one of the most influential American leaders in history, his death crushed the American people. His death exacerbated the racial violence in a time where the peaceful MLK was badly needed. Thankfully, his death inspired other leaders to continue MLK's quest. Viet Cong, North Vietnamese communists. They underwent long-lasting guerrilla warfare against South Vietnam. Their attacks encouraged America to send troops to Vietnam, starting the controversial period of Americans on the Vietnam front. This is one of the most controversial wars in American history. Whether Americans should have been involved in the first place has always been debated, and it will go on for a very long time in the 60s and 70s. Hawks v. Doves, battle between pro-war and anti-war members in Washington. This continued the Cold War debate on whether fighting proxy wars was necessary for American capitalist idealism and the protection of democracy. The Hawks were seen by the foreign world as evil, where bystanding countries began to resent American troops. Six-Day War, Israel gaining territory in the Middle East. The results of this war included much Arabian territory and even the Holy Land of Jerusalem under Israeli control. This event pinned resentful Palestinians against expanding Israelis, continuing the Jew-Arab conflicts in the Middle East history. This obviously right now is a huge deal, the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's a conflict that's been going on for a very long time. There's a lot of history. This is just one piece of it. Teach-ins, anti-war teachings on school campuses. These anti-war protests aimed at Vietnam eventually expanded to widespread anti-war demonstrations that even led draftees to protest draft legislation publicly. It posed a serious threat to the government when its own people didn't back their war. It's just another example of how a lot of progressivism movements start on college campuses and in schools with young people. Credibility gap, loss of credibility towards the government. It was largely sparked by the Vietnam War. Americans began to lose faith in the American government at accelerating rates. Americans began questioning the wisdom of American idealism and what it meant for foreign policy. This credibility gap becomes a huge theme of government throughout the 60s and 70s. COINTELPRO, domestic counterintelligence program, this was led by the FBI. It greatly exceeded the FBI's and the government's power as the state began spying on anti-war activists. As the FBI carried out false communist accusations against dissenters, the FBI took on a totalitarian mold as an expanding and corrupt bureaucracy. Around this time, evidence also came out that the FBI was spying on MLK and Malcolm X and other things like that. Tet Offensive, Communist Offensive in Vietnam. It was majorly successful from the communist side, but it completely shattered any American faith in the Vietnam War as Johnson's strategy of escalation towards victory was exposed as being a failure. American Independent Party, third party in American politics. It was separated from the dominant Democrat and Republican parties. It played as a spoiler in national elections. Their leader, George C. Wallace, was a vicious racist and war hawk who appealed to fears over actual good policy, displaying how intense political divisions led to populist politics. Free speech movement, protests against traditional controlling establishments. It showed how young people were becoming restless with conformity and how they wanted to open up spaces for debate, conversation, and new ideologies. Unfortunately, counterculture movements dwindled out into reality-rejecting hippies, and young people turned radically against any form of social institutions. So the free speech movement kind of turned on its head. It went so overly progressive and overly out there that it almost turned itself around, and then the counterculture people began rejecting traditional, taking away their free speech, and it was this whole thing. So counterculture versus traditionalism just became this battle. Sexual revolution, advancements of sexual freedom and expression. Although mostly an ideology, it led to practical advancements in birth control and freedom of sexual expression, eventually expanding to gay tolerance pushed by liberals and young people. Stonewall Rebellion, attack on gay people. Innocent gay men were attacked by police, and when they hit back, it escalated into more violence and worse intentions surrounding the sexual revolution. Students for a Democratic Society, youthful campaigns against war and poverty. When it eventually progressed into violent protests and domestic terrorism, it showed how lust for youthful idealism had evolved dangerously due to unrest. Counterculture, youthful turn against traditionalism. Although it didn't end American traditionalism totally, it weakened the importance of those values in society, which came with both advantages and disadvantages on the future of civilization. Vietnamization, withdrawing troops from Vietnam. Under this gradual troop pullout, the plan was to have the South Vietnamese eventually take over the war. Although it was good to pull out the troops, the vision for South Vietnam being able to continue on its own was a pipe dream. So pulling out of Vietnam was just spelling the end of the war for the communists to take over Vietnam. Nixon Doctrine, American defense but not intervention. It reversed Cold War foreign interventionism, putting America first principles back to the forefront, specifically about American defense of the defense of other democratic nations. America no longer wanted to send troops to foreign wars to die. Silent majority, people who rejected counterculture and anti-war/patriotism. Nixon valued them as a powerful base and wanted to appeal to them through rhetoric and policy. Nixon and his administration labeled the counterculture protests as bums, which fed into the traditionalist people's views against the negative aspects of the youthful generation. My Lai massacre, slaughter of Vietnamese civilians by American troops. It deepened the distaste among Americans for the war in Vietnam and the American interventionist military as a whole. It fits into a larger narrative of how American troops and their conquest of idealism was not always moral and good. That's a huge problem with foreign intervention and just foreign policy as a whole, is that American ideals are not always good for the rest of the world, and when America commits these transgressions, it fires back really bad on a country that always wants to stand for freedom and things like that. Kent State University, site of police shootings involving protesters. At an anti-war protest against the US/South Vietnam invasion into Cambodia, protesters were shot and killed by National Guard forces, yet another incident undermining faith in the US government. Détente policy and period of relaxed tension. Policies of détente helped to make the two rivaling sides come to significant agreements and treaties that further relax tensions, especially militarily. Détente policies helped to slow the arms race. This was between America and the Soviet Union. Philadelphia Plan, affirmative action plan for unions. It established hiring quotas and employer practices that applied to minority groups, which transformed affirmative action to handing out privileges to groups based on race and sex. A clear example of discrimination. These privileges helped to offer opportunities for minorities and women, but it brought up a new question on how discrimination could be remedied justifiably. This is just an example of a debate between how far can you go to help out minority groups without discriminating against majority groups. Can you discriminate against majority groups? It's all that goes into the affirmative action debate. Environmental Protection Agency, just the EPA, federal organization addressing environmental concerns. It helped to give federal representation to the growing group of environmentalists who were becoming increasingly vocal about their concerns for the future of the environment. Silent Spring, book by an environmentalist. It raised concerns for the environment, specifically how commonly used pesticides harm plant life. Lobbying through the EPA, it helped to create federal environmental laws. Southern Strategy, holding back on liberal civil rights policy. These policies helped to move the disillusioned and racist Southern Democrat group into the Republican Party in a vast political realignment during the 60s. The Republican Party consolidated old thinkers who could not keep up with civil rights into their population to bolster their political power in numbers. So the Republican Party sort of embraced traditional values, traditionalist culture, and that had the effect of taking a lot of Southern Democrats in who were not happy with how progressive the party was going, and just on the far side, just the racist people who were not in tune with the civil rights movement. War Powers Act, limiting presidential war powers. It responded to all the concerns about Nixon abusing his power during the Vietnam War and the Cambodian bombings, which helped to pull back some of the expanding military executive powers observed during the Cold War. It started the trend of new isolationism that valued being conservative and cautious, but still being based in interventionism and idealism. Yom Kippur War between Egypt/Syria and Israel. In order to protect Israel, the US had to go against the oil-rich nations of the Middle East. This created tension with the Middle Eastern oil giants that the West relied on heavily for energizing their economies. A massive oil problem is about to hit the United States in this period. Arab oil embargo, Middle East stopping oil shipping to America. OPEC enacted an embargo on shipping to America, which cut off the West from oil supplies. This started a bowling ball effect that led to a recession where America even had to start rationing gas. It also exposed the negative aspects of America depending on other countries for things as crucial as energy. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 38 of the American Pageant, titled Challenges to the Post-War Order. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Stagflation, inflation, and economic stagnation. These two negative economic trends work together to destroy prosperity and bewilder economists on how to get out of it. This economic state forced the government to limit spending, slow social welfare, and having to assist the labor market again. Watergate, Richard Nixon found spying on electoral opponents. Not only did it spell the end for Nixon's second term, it exposed further corruption in other government organizations, including the FBI and CIA. This is a crowning moment in the growing trend in the American people losing trust in the government. So with all this stuff going on in Vietnam and a lot of the FBI spying stuff and all the Red Scare stuff that happened a couple decades before, distrust in the government was reaching ahead, and Nixon getting exposed for the spying stuff and having to resign was just the crowning moment. And it really capped off a period of large distrust in the government where reform was needed going forward. Executive privilege, special privileges given to the president. The Supreme Court ruled that Nixon had no special rights to withhold evidence of his crimes because he was a high figure. Because of this, the full dirt was revealed on his administration's malpractices. This special privileges stuff is kind of back in the news now with Trump and his trials and stuff like that. US v. Nixon, name of the Watergate court case. In this case, numerous pieces of evidence revealed the criminality of Nixon's presidency, which shocked the American people into widespread doubt of the government. Smoking gun tapes, recordings of Nixon revealed in the courtroom. So when you hear the term smoking guns, this is where it comes from. The tape revealed that Nixon took part in planning the Watergate scandal, including using the FBI and CIA to assist him. The notorious tapes gave clear evidence for his impeachment, which forced him to resign. Fall of Saigon, collapse of South Vietnam, the American-supported kind of capitalist, democratic Vietnam part. This collapse ended the Vietnam War as the American-backed South Vietnam fell to the Communist North. The desperate evacuation attempts undergone in Saigon threatened American prestige and American confidence in their government. Saigon rescues and just the images of Saigon, the fall of Saigon in the news were a disaster for the United States. Title IX prohibited gender discrimination in education. It was a major win for the still thriving feminist movement, one of many victories that women made throughout the second wave of feminism. It helped to provide more opportunities for young girls in school, specifically in athletics, which created a new generation of women who had more opportunities growing up, leading to more female prosperity. Title IX is a huge thing for making sure women's clubs and women's sports get the same amount of funding by school districts, just to make an equal playing field between the girls at the school and the boys. Equal Rights Amendment, equal rights between men and women. It officially prohibited gender discrimination in clear words in the Constitution. The ERA created a basis for further state and federal laws that protected the rights of women. Even though on its face it seems like a very good thing to make these equal rights enshrined in the Constitution, there are actually many problems with it if you kind of critically think about it, because women and men have different needs and different protections, and this would kind of eliminate the ability to do any of that. So it wasn't even ratified by the states by the ratification deadline, and it still hasn't been ratified today. Roe v. Wade protected abortion. It laid the controversial decision on the constitutional right to privacy, another controversial decision made earlier. This monumental case stayed a topic of political discussion for its entire history, where it quickly became a battle not on the right of privacy, but between pro and anti-abortion arguments. I'm pretty sure the American Pageant was written before the Dobbs v. Jackson case, but Dobbs v. Jackson overturned Roe v. Wade pretty recently. Phyllis Schlafly, anti-ERA activist. Her advocacy led to the death of the Equal Rights Amendment, being that it was never ratified. She argued that the ERA got rid of the necessary protections for women because it put them on an equal playing field with men. Second wave feminism broadened the range of first wave feminism. It extended the feminist movement to move beyond the legal sphere, addressing issues like family, the workplace, gender roles, domesticity, abortion, sexuality, and other more cultural issues. A lot of people argue now we're in a sort of third wave feminism. I don't know if that's true, but the second wave kind of came out after the voting rights and all that stuff originally was made. National Organization of Women, Organization for Second Wave Feminism. It became the central think tank and political lobbying arm for the new feminist movement. It was also more moderate, which made the cultural feminist movement more appealing to traditionalists. Which more radical feminist organization? This organization extended and even challenged the now feminism by doing things more radical and outlandish. It highlights the diversity in ambition and goals of the second wave feminist movement. These more radical feminist organizations is where the third wave feminist idea kind of comes out of. Milliken vs. Bradley ruled that desegregation could not require students moving school districts. This limited desegregation plans by essentially protecting the mainly white suburbs from taking part in integration. This ruling made the often underfunded city schools shoulder integration, often creating worse problems inside schools. So the schools that didn't want to move their kids or bus kids to different school districts were kind of protected from taking part in a lot of the integration practices. And this put a large burden on the inner city schools that tend to have a more diverse body of students, and created a huge funding problem inside these schools. Bakke versus University of California ruled against affirmative action. Although it did uphold that race and ethnicity can be a factor, it did rule that making decisions based on race was unjust. The way that worked was that you can't have actual quotas or allocating a certain percentage of your admission spots to certain races. That wasn't allowed. This further complicated the moral civil rights question on affirmative action and how to undo years of oppression. American Indian Movement, civil rights for Native Americans. They were able to make great progress both through the legal system and through protests. They were able to reestablish their goal for separate and sovereign American Indian societies. New Right, New Conservative Movement. This starts to bleed into the Reagan era. The New Conservative Movement was full of activists, political organizations, and theoretical think tanks that took a populist conservative stance on the cultural war. This movement sparked the eventual political success of Ronald Reagan. The right side of the aisle, especially now in modern politics, is definitely huge on the culture war stuff. Jimmy Carter, Democrat presidential candidate. His personality of sincerity and down-to-earthity if that's a word, helped persuade the American people who were affected by the government corruption, conspiracies, and malfunction. Carter was able to win the election against Gerald Ford by a narrow margin. Carter was eventually plagued with a lot of problems in his presidency, and he was an only one-term president, and a lot of it wasn't his fault, but a lot of it was. Camp David Agreement, peace agreement between Egypt and Israel. It became a spectacle and photo op representing one of Jimmy Carter's many foreign policy successes in his early presidency. Unfortunately, Jimmy Carter's focus on foreign policy had the side effect of reinvigorating the Cold War. Iranian Revolution, new anti-Western government in Iran. The new revolutionary government hated America and the West. Encouraged by anti-Western thoughts, Iran nationalized its oil supply and refused to export to the world, which caused energy shortages and OPEC prices to skyrocket. The West felt the energy pinch reemerge. This is when the Jimmy Carter era of gas rationing and gas prices skyrocketing took hold. Malay's speech, Jimmy Carter's speech during the energy crisis. His speech was largely out of touch as he blamed the discontent of the people during the oil crisis on their material greed and want. Carter fired people in his cabinet and expanded his own power in his attempts to shift the blame on others. This response to the crisis was an utter blunder and failure from the president. Neoconservatives, new conservative revival in response to quote-unquote liberal failures. This group of conservatives, some deriving from liberals, began to speak loudly about capitalism, freedom, and deregulation. They also called into question the Great Society welfare programs, that was back to LBJ. Altogether, this movement aimed to shift the focus back to traditionalist values as a way to bring back the economy and social fabric. Its difference from traditional conservatism is a greater focus on American strength and foreign policy, straying far away from isolationist sentiment. Milton Friedman, capitalist economic thinker. His Nobel Prize winning figure and his books/media advocated for the value of the free market in fixing problems, not activist big government. His thinking came in conjunction with the neoconservative rise. This connects to the idea of the deregulatory state, or attacking the regulatory state, trying to get rid of all the regulations that the government has on the free market. SALT II, arms race, limitation talks between America and Russia. The important talks for easing the arms race, part of the Cold War, were shut down by the new interventionist conservative movement and political turmoil abroad. All the new conservative ideas tried to really just fight Soviet power with power rather than trying to stop the arms race. Iranian hostage crisis, Muslim militants holding American embassy members hostage. The situation was tense of the American decision makers because they had to consider both the moral value of the American hostages and the political turmoil in the oil-rich strategic Persian region, and also its relation to the Soviet Union. Russia took advantage by launching an invasion into Afghanistan, and Carter committed a failed rescue team to the hostages. Altogether, the crisis and its aftermath put on full display of American incompetence. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 39 of the American Pageant, titled The Resurgence of Conservatism. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. It's Morning in America, Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan. It was meant to symbolize how it was a new day in America, explaining how new ways of political thinking were emerging to fix much of what went wrong in the 60s and 70s. American society was beginning to face new influence from cultural conservatives and anti-governmental power advocates. So the slogan kind of fit the theme of the period where there's a lot of distrust in government, a lot of no confidence kind of measures in government, and saying it's a new day, it's a new time to be in government was good for kind of counteracting that bad mood towards the establishment. New right, new Republican cause. The new wave of Republicans focused more on cultural issues like feminist issues and sexual issues, taking traditionalist views on most matters. These Republicans spoke louder about pressing cultural issues than older conservatives. This is where the idea of fighting the culture war kind of came out of with the Republican Party. Ronald Reagan, conservative president of the 80s. He was a leader of the New Right movement by taking politically, socially, and governmentally conservative views. He lifted the voices of the American people who felt they had been victimized by the failing big government agenda. Ronald Reagan became a legend in Republican history and the Republican Party. Proposition 13, large tax cuts. It originated in California as a protest against property taxes to limit the government's ability to spend on welfare programs. This anti-tax advocacy helped get Reagan into power, which he followed through with his policies. Boll weevils, more conservative traditional Democrats. Reagan worked hard to appeal to this group, which provided an extra layer of support for the already popular president. This helped expand Reagan's influence in Congress beyond the already Republican majority. You can view this as reaching across the aisle, but you can also view this as just Democrats were being pretty conservative, or some Democrats being pretty conservative. So is it really reaching across the aisle when they think kind of the same as you? I don't know, but it was definitely expanding beyond just the Republican Party. Supply side economics, idea that less spending would encourage more growth. Although at first it seemed like a failing conservative dream, the economy picked up a few years into Reagan's presidency and led to decades of continued growth. Despite this, Reagan failed to cut government spending altogether, as military spending and massive government borrowing stayed in place. So this idea was that if the government cut regulations and cut the amount of pumping money onto the consumer side of the economy, that the economy would grow, because if you keep more money in the hands of investors and businesses, that the success would trickle down to lower prices, and economic success would trickle down to everybody, not just wealthy business owners. And it worked in some areas, but in terms of cutting government regulations and cutting government spending, it didn't work completely because the government still had a massive budget, and it actually ballooned during Reagan's presidency. So not the full aspect of the supply side theory came to fruition. Strategic Defense Initiative, missile defense system known as Star Wars. A call for American military presence in space that protected the U.S. against intercontinental strikes. This was part of Reagan's plan to blow out the arms race in hopes that American exceptionalism will carry themselves over the Kremlin to pursue eventual peace. Solidarity, labor union that opposed Soviet Polish government. The Soviet Union responded to the labor threats by imposing martial law that violated the human rights of citizens. This caused Reagan to respond with sanctions that further declined the reinvigorated Cold War tensions that came with Reagan. Sandinistas/Contras, revolutionaries in Nicaragua/counter-revolutionaries. Reagan came out against the anti-American Sandinistas and supported the counter-revolutionary Contras, using Cold War justifications to do so. This is kind of a proxy war, proxy conflict type thing. This was an example of neoconservative nationalist interventionism that Reagan pursued in his foreign policy. So old conservatives wouldn't be interventionists like this, get involved in foreign affairs, but the new conservative movement believes that American ideals can be advanced in global spheres. Glasnost/Perestroika, more open policies pursued by Gorbachev. These policies are revolutionary from a Soviet perspective, as they provided for an opening up of civil liberties and an opening up of the market to promote both social and economic prosperity. This shift could be used as evidence that Reagan's goals were being achieved. INF Treaty, banning intermediate missiles from Europe. It served as both a symbolic end to the arms race, but also a symbolic end to the Cold War. In the finale of 4 summits, Reagan displayed his achievements by broadcasting a friendly meeting with Gorbachev. This historical show of peace cemented Reagan and Gorbachev in history. Iran-Contra affair, secret U.S. dealings with Iran and the Contras. The Reagan administration violated congressional authority by undergoing unauthorized deals with Iran, who funneled money to the Contras. This scandal ran counter to Reagan's numerous foreign policy successes and created a blemish on his administration. A little nuance with this conflict, or the scandal, I guess, is that it wasn't proven that Reagan was the one who ordered this, or that Reagan knew directly what was going on, but more that it was his cabinet and some members of his administration and some members of the bureaucracy that were really taking the lead on this sort of undisclosed foreign policy intervention from the Reagan administration. Moral majority, conservative religious political group. The conservative religious population declared that moral and personal issues were of intense political importance. Movements like the pro-life movement put on display the new form of conservative activism that mirrored leftist movements decades before. Identity politics, politics that played towards certain groups. It was a type of campaigning and politicking that both the left and the right used to garner support of racial, sexual, or religious groups. This type of politics is often divisive and has inflammatory rhetoric. The term identity politics is definitely more of a buzzword on the right than it is on the left, but both sides definitely do this to some degree, and both sides make people victims of the targeting, people's identity rather than their morals and their actual political views. AIDS activism, gay rights activism in support of AIDS victims. Since AIDS spread predominantly to homosexual people, the terrifying epidemic provided activists with an opportunity to preach for gay rights. Starting with the healthcare system, activists advocated for a greater government response to the crisis inflicting harm on the gay population. Black Monday, stock market crash. It symbolized the uncertain economic times as the market crashed due to economic fears. Many thought it was a sign that money culture was coming to an end, but in reality it had no effect on economic motivations. George H.W. Bush, Republican president nominee and Reagan vice president. He won the presidency and ran on a mostly Reagan-like set of policies. His quest for continuing the communist collapse was made easier by democratic demonstrations in communist blocs like China and Soviet puppet states. The Berlin Wall's collapse symbolized the end of the Cold War. Operation Desert Storm, American intervention in the war in Kuwait. This is more American interventionism right here. It was a successful response to Iraq's invasion that took only 4 days to complete and showed the power of America's military force. Unfortunately, Saddam Hussein remained in power and the tense conflicts in the Middle East continued on. Americans with Disabilities Act prohibited ableist discrimination. It not only helped to protect citizens with physical disabilities, it provided more help to the mentally ill who had been historically left behind. It helped to uplift Bush's image and his quest for a kinder, gentler America. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 40 of the American Pageant, titled America Confronts the Post-Cold War Era. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Bill Clinton, Democrat presidential candidate. He presented himself as a new kind of Democrat that was more moderate and centrist. He selected a moderate VP to uphold that image. Bill Clinton's administration was known for a lot of compromise, reaching across the aisle, and some decent amount of things passing through Congress because of the compromising. Democratic Leadership Council, centrist Democratic leadership organization. It created a new vision for the Democrat Party away from its more radical policies and trying to be more favorable of business and more aggressive on national security and crime. This follows the same sort of sentiment as the Clinton administration with the kind of moderating and reaching towards Republican views. Don't ask, don't tell policy that half admitted gay people to the military. It was a nuanced policy where the military would not ask for sexuality when recruiting, so homosexual people could join, which is the don't ask part. However, unfortunately, it didn't allow for gay people to come out as they were still discriminated against, which means is the don't tell part. So gay people were not rejected from the military, but they weren't allowed to live freely or as gay or tell people that they are gay, which is still still a form of heightened discrimination, and it wasn't okay. But eventually this was taken back, but this is a bad mark on Clinton's administration. Contract with America, Republican promise for budget cuts and welfare cuts. This wasn't completely held up, but there was a lot of budget debt reduction during the administration, or during the 90s in Clinton's administration. It was a correctly timed Republican campaign that captured the anti-government spirit during Clinton's presidency. The campaign started a conservative wave that helped the Republicans retake control in the midterms. 1996 welfare reform bill, cutting welfare programs. It was a major conservative win that rolled back welfare spending and encouraged employment for those without disabilities. This bill started a conservative role against other liberal policies that went too far and backlashed on Republicans. So there's a lot of welfare reform that basically heightened work requirements or instilled work requirements where there wasn't any. So entitlements were cut back and they made people, earn their welfare checks, which in some spaces was a good thing, but also people who couldn't really go to work and people who had a tough time finding jobs that didn't work as much for welfare. But that's a conversation for something totally another day. And also, the conservative momentum here with winning even during a Democratic presidential nomination went a little bit too far and backlashed on Republicans who didn't moderate themselves just as the Democrats were during this time. Newt Gingrich, Republican Speaker of the House. He was an outspoken Republican leader and activist who helped the Republicans gain back power during Clinton's presidency. He attacked conservative issues like welfare. Cesar Chavez, labor activist and civil rights activist. He created labor unions for farm workers, which were largely Hispanic, which helped to advance social justice of Hispanics as well as economic progress in the workplace. He also helped to get Mexican Americans into the voting booth. This also had slight ties to the immigration issue as they were trying to get better, visa rights and work visa rights for immigrants coming from Central America. 1992 Los Angeles riots, race riot over a police beating. It symbolized the intensity of race relations and the broad suspicions of the justice system in the United States. It was clear that there were a racial divide in America, and further events only worsened it. Now that O.J. Simpson has died, this era is back into the news. A lot of the O.J. Simpson trial stuff had a lot to do with these riots and just the negative race relations in the 90s. NAFTA, free trade zone between Mexico, U.S., and Canada. It helped to create a more economic prosperity in North America by allowing for the free flow of products and labor between the major North American powers. So this cut back a lot of tariffs and duties and things like that for foreign trade. WTO, Free Trade Globalization Group. It helped to further promote globalization through free trade around the world. It was heavily protested by protesters against globalization costs, but economic globalization was becoming almost inevitable. And then with the outbreak of the internet and commerce over the computer and stuff like that, international commerce and just globalization economically and culturally just became a thing, and you can't really go back now anymore. Women's changing roles. Women became more representative in the workforce. It symbolized the widespread successes of second-wave feminism as women, even mothers, were expanding their roles in the workplace at an accelerated pace, although the expanding role in employment had negative effects on parenthood as women took on more of a burden balancing both roles, which led to struggle. Single motherhood rates and rates of daycare and kids who rely on other forms of childcare that's not their parents skyrocketed because of this, but a lot of that had to do with economic things, and for most people both their parents have to work to get by economically and things like that. So women's changing roles is a good thing for women expanding their own influence on society, but it has a negative impact on sometimes certain fears of life are left behind. Clinton's impeachment based on the Monica Lewinsky affair. It was a heavily partisan debate where Democrats were forced to defend sexual misconduct, and Republicans seized on the moment to attack the Democratic Party as a whole. He escaped indictment largely because of his popularity as a policymaker. Election of 2000, close race where George W. Bush beat Al Gore. It was highly controversial as it came down to a Supreme Court decision to decide Florida's vote. There are a lot of things about whether the ballots were counted correctly and how the ballots were designed, whether they actually counted votes effectively and things like that. Republican George W. Bush won, but the tightness of the election cast doubt on his administration during his entire presidency. Postmodernism, complex vision of the world embracing diversity. It followed along with the increasing diversity of the world by rejecting modern views of traditions and objective reality, embracing differences and other perspectives. Postmodernism found its way into culture, art, architecture, and other forms of expression. One of the major themes of postmodernism is that all cultures have certain values and certain things that are good, and that even if there are differences between cultures and peoples, it doesn't mean that one of them is bad, one of them is good. So it really helps international relations and just more cultural awareness. Niche culture, diverse cultural groups with tighter labels. It capitalized on the communication age by uplifting small and independent creators to reach out to new niche audiences. This cultural fragmentation was positive in ensuring all artistic expressions represented, but it had negative lasting effects on breaking national unity and shared experiences. This is why in a lot of politics now and just culturally there's identity politics, and everyone wants to have their own label, and there's a lot of different groups that kind of go against each other, and it really broke up society. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next chapter, and goodbye. Welcome back, APUSH students. Today is chapter 41, the final chapter of the American Pageant, titled The American People Face a New Country. If you don't know the American Pageant, it's fine because the content is still going to be the same. I'm going to be going over all the key terms and notes for this chapter that helped me get a 5, so I encourage you to take notes along as well. Before we get into this, I know this chapter is super late. The AP test for APUSH is in about 2 days, so I don't think anyone's going to be using this for any type of school assignments or anything like that. People are, obviously, you guys have got to all be in test mode right now, but honestly, I completely forgot about this chapter, that I hadn't done it yet, because honestly, this chapter doesn't really show up at all on the test. None of what's in this chapter is really gonna be on the test at all. You don't need to know it at all. You might have had to know it for a test that you had in your class, but none of it's gonna be on the test. But in order to retain my dignity, in order to be able to say that I uploaded every single chapter onto this channel and gave you guys access to every single chapter review, I will record this video right now and upload it as soon as possible. So yeah, let's get into it. George W. Bush, Republican president and son of George H.W. Bush. He was a conservative president that often took actions that offended many liberals. His policies caused much division that foreshadowed the rest of the century. 9/11, terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. Everyone should know what this is. It caused many deaths and much carnage, creating a shockwave that swept the nation. It exposed the lacking amount of national security and forced Bush to focus on attacking Osama bin Laden. Al-Qaeda, terrorist group responsible for 9/11. It was an Islamic terrorist group centering in Afghanistan, led by the infamous Osama bin Laden. It used anti-Western fear-mongering and radical Islamic rhetoric to round up a terrorist base that threatened the world. USA Patriot Act. This is pretty controversial. This might be the only thing you'll ever see on the APUSH exam relating to this unit. Expanded intelligence and surveillance. It was an intense reactionary response to 9/11, which greatly expanded agencies like the FBI and the CIA. It caused backlash from liberals who felt it would violate privacy and civil rights through intense law enforcement. This also had an impact on like the conservative libertarian side, where libertarians felt that this act intruded too much in people's personal lives. So this is kind of a way that libertarians on the right and liberals on the left kind of agreed with each other. Department of Homeland Security, Congressional Cabinet to counteract terrorist threats. It was yet another bureaucracy focused on national security that helped to identify and counter terrorist threats. It also brought more attention to the border and immigration problem. Guantanamo detention camp, prisons for Taliban members and suspected terrorists. I think a lot of people might have heard of this already. It was highly controversial because some felt that terrorists did not deserve rights, but others felt that it set a dangerous precedent for violating civil rights of criminals. Conditions were often bad and principles of the justice system were not applied. Guantanamo became kind of synonymous as like a metaphor for torture, and where people would be sent for bad conditions. People would go, oh, you're gonna go to Guantanamo or something like that. National security strategy outlined by Bush after 9/11. It was bold and controversial, calling on the country to identify Iraq, Iran, and North Korea as evil and enemies of the free world. It was heavily interventionist, justifying war and sometimes undermining international law. Iraq War, U.S. invasion of Iraq. The U.S. was flying solo and aggressive and in controversial status, where they destroyed Saddam Hussein's regime quickly and easily. At first, it was a major triumph for America, and Hussein was arrested and eventually killed. The liberating forces were received badly by the people, and they were forced to give power to an interim government, which was unstable due to ethnic tensions. Saddam Hussein, dictator of Iraq. He was the mastermind of the oppressive Iraqi regime that funded terrorists and developed weapons to threaten the free world. He was eventually captured and executed when his regime fell. No Child Left Behind, sanctioned schools not meeting students' needs. It was an important act that George W. Bush ran on. It was supposed to target the lowering expectations and performance at school that many claimed to be failing children instead of helping them. This act was a little bit controversial in that it didn't totally work because it created this weird cycle effect that it would pull funding from schools that weren't meeting requirements, but oftentimes schools weren't meeting requirements because they didn't have enough funding, so it kind of left bad schools just down in the gutter and didn't help as many schools as it might have been trying to. Immigration reform efforts to crack down on illegal immigration. There are many efforts to compromise in Washington, but the loud nativist and liberal groups opposed compromise from both sides. Immigration became a center for displaying the division in America. This is especially relevant today. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House. She was the first woman to become Speaker of the House and was the face of the new Democratic majority in the House in 2006. Barack Obama, Democratic president. He became the first black president in United States history. He was young and fit for the times and also advocated for bipartisan politics. He was an expert campaigner and used various tactics to galvanize his base and eventually won the presidency. This image of bipartisanship and youthfulness and things like that kind of fell apart towards the back end of the second term, but it was definitely really relevant for those first 4 years and just getting elected in the first place. Hyperpower, nation dominant in all categories of power. The United States would be one of them. America was at the forefront of the political, economic, and social world, which was steamrolling the rest of the world. Many felt it was dangerous for a country to have a monopoly on Earth. This monopoly, it's not really like a business sense, but in sort of political, military, and economic sense, just America was dominating the world. 2008 recession, bad economic recession. It was started by a mortgage crisis where banks had to foreclose on homes and would have to sell them at major losses in the now declined real estate market. It led to much government intervention to try and fix the most intense economic downturn since the Depression. You don't need to understand the ins and outs of the recession and how it happened. It's extremely interesting, honestly, if you want to go learn about it, but just know that the economy crashed and the government had to step in to fix the banking system. American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, stimulus bill for people and businesses. They contained heavy tax cuts, more government spending, infrastructure, jobs, and forms of relief for smaller levels of government, all to help combat the recession. The government bailed out many major companies to save jobs, but the government racked up debt as it did so. Unfortunately, the recession remained steadfast for years. Obamacare, Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. It created what was essentially a healthcare tax requiring all Americans to purchase health insurance. Also, states would purchase plans to give to people and small businesses at low cost, prohibited insurers from denying coverage, and raised the age in which children could stay covered. It was an enormous cost for the government, and it remains controversial today. The reason why it remains controversial is because even though Obamacare expanded coverage for a lot of people and gave tons of people health insurance, the way that it worked, there's definitely evidence that it increased costs overall, so it's not sure whether Obamacare is actually worth it for everyone. Tea Party, conservative and anti-Obama movement. They were a loud and aggressive movement that demonstrated in public and over the internet. It galvanized the Republican base that created a more active right that won the midterms. Occupy Wall Street, protesters who camped on New York's Wall Street. It was an energetic protest that politicized the issue of the rising wealth gap. It pointed out that the top 1% was owning more and more wealth. It influenced Obama to declare that he would fight inequality and help to bring broader prosperity. Widening class gaps, economic inequality between rich and poor. The rich had grown richer while the middle and poor remained stagnated, which caused widespread outrage. These disparities influence equity rhetoric, as many other countries enjoy more even distributions. Largely, it was a product of the modern and globalized economy. Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission allowed for greater spending from businesses to candidates. This ruling opened the door for big corporations, nonprofits, and other large advocacy groups to pour large sums of money into backing political candidates. It directly led to the most expensive campaign ever, the 2012 election. It also started the long-held money in politics debate that held many advantages and disadvantages. The big thing with this case is that money sort of acts as speech, so they don't want to deny people's free speech to donate and support elections and specific candidates, but money in politics is extremely powerful, and there's always that potential for corruption that the government wants to crack down on. Graying of America, Americans getting older on average. It meant that more people were reaching the retirement age, which provided significant challenges to the economic system, specifically Social Security and Medicare. The imbalance was hard to address because it would need a sharp increase in taxes, which people did not want. Also, political division made everything hard to solve. There's definitely a big Social Security crisis. There's all these models and math predictions that Social Security is going to run dry by certain years and all that, and that's a big issue that needs to be solved in the government now. Shelby County v. Holder made the state clearance part of the Voting Rights Act unconstitutional. It got rid of the requirements for states with a history of discrimination to seek government approval for voting laws. This only intensified the debate over voting practices and its connection to discrimination. Political gridlock, political stagnation between Republicans and Democrats. Deep disillusionment with their Democrat failures, along with hesitancy to back Republicans, even the playing field. This created an even match with sharp division, leading to a declining power in Congress and the precedent for a more aggressive executive branch. And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. I won't see you in the next chapter because that is the book in its entirety. And I'll catch you guys in another video. Goodbye.